So anyways, let's talk about Hassan a little bit. You guys...
Importantly...
Shut the fuck up, Noah. You guys like Hassan? You guys a big fan of Hassan? You guys a big fan of Hassan Abi? Hassan Hamas Piker? So I didn't know too much about this guy. I mean, I knew the basic things, you know, the general gist. I'm sure a lot of people know that, you know. He's a very famous streamer. He is like the nephew or something of that Blowfish guy who's like the main guy at the Young Turks. He's like, you know, super nepotism, very, very rich. Very, you know, I mean, like, it's funny, it's like everybody knows what this dude's deal is, but we all are just fine with it for some reason. Like, everybody knows that the guy is just a liar about how, like, what he believes in. He claims to be this kind of socialist, you know, fucking, oh, kill the rich, blah, blah, blah. He's like, he has like a $3 million mansion, apparently. And, you know, he barely puts any of his money toward, you know, any charities, shit like that. He's just a big fucking liar. He's just a weaselly little liar, dude. He's a grifter. He's a political grifter. Much like Grums has become a political grifter. Or fucking Nick Fuentes, or any of them, Alex Jones. People call him the leftist Alex Jones. Because he is just he just radicalizes people through, like, very careless bullshit. He just says shit to be, like, performative and get a paycheck, and a lot of stupid people that watch him that are impressionable are easily made to believe things that they, that maybe aren't true. And I didn't know fully how much of a prick he was, like, how much of just a piece of shit. But yeah, he's seen, you know, claiming that victims of bombings deserved it because they were on the wrong side or whatever, like children, like babies. Like, he is on a podcast with H3 claiming that, like, no, but there are babies who are colonizers, bro. Like it's fine, bro. Like, he makes horrendous statements that are just very, very hurtful, I think, in a way. I mean, like, he is an extremely, extremely popular person. And he has been very careless with the things that he says that rile up insane people. And, you know, he kind of couches it in, like, oh, just kill them all in Minecraft, bro, in Minecraft. But it's like, he's very quick to call for the death of certain people, say things like, America deserved 9/11, yada, yada, yada. So, not a very popular figure. Most people in the left already don't like Hassan. He is just a big fucking idiot. So let's watch him talk, let's watch him react to another idiot that I don't like. Talking about and misrepresenting and lying about what happened 10 years ago in Gamergate. Isn't that gonna be fun? Hey! Everybody loves Gamergate! You guys remember Gamergate? You guys hear about ethics and journalism? Did you guys hear that Zoe Quinn fucked 5 guys? Anyways, let's find out all about it. For some reason, this picture, this thumbnail also includes the fucking pronouns guy. Folding ideas explains Gamergate. Hassan Abi reacts. And, I guess this is going to be like a detailed explanation of how gamers got just so hardcore, you know, hardcore radicalized by the evil right-wingers. Again, I'm certain that it won't have anything to do with the left being so unbelievably insufferable that it converted a lot of people away from, you know, being liberals or leftists or whatever you want to call it. They saw a lot of you guys, you know, just being the biggest bitches possible for like a decade. And I mean, yeah, the pendulum is starting to go in the other direction, but not so much that the left has stopped being, like, just liars a lot of the time, just like disingenuous liars for no reason. Like, would be really easy to make the same points and not lie. And like, I'm generally on their side, but then they They just lie and they act all slimy and shit. And, well, as someone who, well, I don't know. I feel like I'm going to have very different opinions about Gamergate from what Hassan and Folding Ideas. Fun fact about this guy, I'm sure he'll get into it here. Folding Ideas, Foldable Human, Dan Olson. Famous for his opinions during Gamergate. Famous for being anti-Gamergate. Fun element about him. The story goes, and I don't know how true it is. I'm sure he'll debunk parts of it here. I just want to set it up for you. You know, this is the story. Folding Ideas posted child porn allegedly on 8chan in order to make 8chan look bad, you know, as it was a location where Gamergate people were hanging out. To make 8chan look bad, he allegedly posted child porn to 8chan. Allegedly, this has been proven and, like, IP verified. But allegedly he did that. Allegedly. He will, I'm sure that he will claim that it's not true. And maybe it isn't. I don't know. I don't know the facts of it, but I just know that for around a decade, the meme has been that he posted CP to 8chan in order to make 8chan look bad for having CP on it. So, if that's true, real fucking brain trust of a human here is about to explain to us all the bad things that happened during Gamergate. And we've got Hassan here to guide us through it with his expert reactions. Don't worry. He's gonna make sure you have the right opinions. This is a needed history lesson, everybody.
Videos for people that don't understand the concept at all, and he does such a great job of, like, explaining everything, and I love him for it. He is the GOAT, okay? He is the GOAT.
No, I don't know if it's FR. I don't know if it's for real, no cap. I'm not certain. I like to believe that because it's so fucking stupid. Like, but to be fair, I can't confirm if that's true. I've had people say that it's confirmed, but somebody saying that there is a confirmation is not a confirmation. It's just somebody claiming that there is one. I can't be certain, but that's the claim. That is the claim, that he did that to get back at Gamergate. So, just, you know, keep that in mind.
Good video on Gamergate, real?
This is what we're going to talk about, but it's going to be a long road.
God, I wish we didn't get his whole fucking chat here. It's gonna be, like, distracting. I'm sure there'll be terrible people in the chat that just get me angry because I'll see, like, I'll get one guide by his chat. By the way, I don't get how people think this guy has, like, drip. He dresses like a clown, like 94. Why is he wearing a condom on his head? What the fuck is this outfit? People, like, apparently all the women love this guy. I don't understand it. All the women are fucking creaming themselves over Hassan. Like, apparently he's one of the handsomest men in the world. He dresses like a fucking jabroni. Like, what is this outfit? He's got, like, a fucking, it looks like a condom. It looks like a condom that hasn't been fully put on his head yet. His penis-like head yet.
I want to run through the whole process from start to finish.
Head condom.
Bro, I actually don't even know the full details of Gamergate. Like, should we even do this? Everything you're going to see from Gamergate is going to be literally, like, 10 years old, by the way. Or 8 years old. Like, this is going to be the newest Gamergate video.
I should bump this up. This seems kind of quiet.
The reason why nobody knows about it is nobody should know about it. It's a very formative event for a lot of people's radicalization.
Nobody should know about it. Oh my god, yeah. No one should know about history. Bro, we're going through Gamergate again. This came out a month ago. You're claiming no one should know about it? I thought you were like a cool politics guy. You've never heard the one about those who forget history are doomed to repeat it? Those who don't study history, whatever? You missed out on that one, huh? You know, maybe if more people knew about Gamergate and what actually happened during Gamergate, maybe more people would have been able to... maybe if the information wasn't buried by hack fucks like you... and then misrepresented and lied about, then certain things would be different, Hassan.
Online, right?
Be real
a lot, like even David DePipe, if you remember. David DePipe, who, a homosexual lover of Paul Pelosi, David DePipe, attributed...
What the fuck? Is that his real name? David DePipe? The homosexual lover of someone? David DePipe?
Gamergate is his, like, radicalization point. It's been a big vector for hate for a very long time. And nowadays,
people act like Gamergate was the radicalization point. And to be fair, you know, yeah, Breitbart showed up and they scooped up a lot of people who had been, like... it all comes, like, I'm sorry, I can't not make it all kind of come back to the left in some way, because I remember why I got radicalized against you guys. I remember why I was happy when Trump got elected. And it was because I was super on board for Obama and all of that, and then as someone who, you know, admittedly, did I not care about important things in the world at that point in time? Sure. And do I still care maybe too much about games? Maybe. But, like, admittedly, as someone at that point in time, 2014, I didn't care as much about anything as I did about, like, video games. And that might be stupid. You can make fun of it. That's fine. But I did, and a lot of people did. And so when you see constantly leftism bullshit being used to, like, smear video games coming out throughout 2010, 2011, whatever, you know, the early 2010s, you constantly had that shit, this smug bullshit, and these fucking people that are like, you know, the rise of the SJW was around that time too, the word policing, the you can't make jokes anymore. Yeah, no fucking wonder people got radicalized. You people like this, they want to act as if, oh, it's just the evil right. Don't worry, guys, you have a lot more power than you think you do. The left has so much more power than it thinks it does. It's managed to continually repel people from itself for 10 years. Great, more than that, like 14 years. It's been great. It's been great stuff, guys. And with Hassan out here, you know, it's just going to continue happening. Let's go for another 16 years, to quote Tina Fey's Sarah Palin.
That people are trying to relitigate Gamergate. I do feel like it might be good to just go over it quickly. I don't know, though. I don't know what, like, the greatest... I don't know what would be, like, the easiest, quickest, sweetest, shortest way to basically describe it. But everything that you see nowadays with respect to, like, lolcows, internet drama farmers, all of that stuff...
I'm so amazed. I can't... It's so late. God, I gotta make dinner and shit. Look at my whole sidebar now, too. It's all Kamal. It's all Hassan, rather. Kamal is also streaming. He's cool. I gotta make dinner, but man, we're just starting this. Fucking hell, I'm gonna be here for a while, aren't I? Yeah, I'm very interested to see Hassan's take on this, actually. I've never thought I'd say that before in my life, but I'm very interested to see Hassan's take on this. Because... Yeah, I mean, this is like if you were... What would this be equivalent to? I mean, this would be like... Okay, Gamergate and Occupy Wall Street, very different, like, subject matter. You can easily say that Occupy Wall Street had a better, like, argument, right? Like, more important thing that they were fighting for, sure. However, I would say that this sounds to me like, if I had to guess what this is going to be, and I've already said he's like the Alex Jones of the left, this is going to be like... Except he's more dangerous because people actually take him seriously. Alex Jones is a joke, but people still act like he has tons of power, even though he doesn't. Hassan, everybody still takes him seriously, by and large. Like, mostly people still think this guy's like a legit political dude and not like a hat grifter. So, definitely more dangerous, but, you know, I'm excited to see. This is like if Alex Jones was to commentate on Occupy Wall Street. Just, like, have someone who is just gonna completely misrepresent it and be like, you know, basically it was just a bunch of fucking commies who just wanted a free ride, basically. Like, yeah, I'm sure that's exactly what happened. I'm sure this is gonna be the best source. This guy and the dude who allegedly uploaded child porn to own Gamergate, they're definitely the best sources to give the real truth about Gamergate.
You see nowadays with respect to, like, lolcows, internet drama farmers, all of that stuff converged into a singular form of action by the
You know, Toast Gaming, it's fine that you're here. I hope you understand. Like, normally I would eventually just get annoyed and, like, block the person, you know, who's, like, being a shit in chat, but no, it's fine. We're watching Hassan. You can be a dickhead. Go ahead. I mean, keep it kosher, right? Like, don't start saying any slurs or whatever. Don't start throwing around words like mayo monkey, though that's our word. But, you know, but like, you know, you could feel free to be a retard in chat. It's fine. I don't give a
mouth
shit.
breathers that you have ever seen. Many people in this community don't want to watch the Gamergate video because they were the sweaty losers back then, and probably feel very embarrassed about it.
Oh man, this is so... those sweaty losers, eh? Yeah. Yeah, people don't want to watch the Gamergate video because they're going to be triggered and remember when they were radicals. You know, before they started watching Hassan. Yeah. You'd be real embarrassed back when you were able to think for yourself a little bit more.
If they are, old enough. If you're like 35 in this community, there's a very high likelihood that you were back then watching these dipshit losers, not folding ideas. I'm saying like the dipshit losers that he basically is most likely talking about in this video, like the
And Hassan is the exact person who, like, I mean, it's so funny for me. I'm like lol cow guy. It's the fucking place that I stand where I'm like, hey, leftist streamer, biggest leftist in the world, can you have a little empathy for people for like a minute? Like, just for a second, maybe just stop calling everybody a stupid loser and a chud. And I've literally heard this guy use the word shitskin before. He's used a word that I've only ever heard, like, right-wing poll users use to describe, like minorities. He has used that word. He has used that word, which I think I shouldn't have even said. I'm pretty sure that's, like, considered a fucking slur. But he's used that word. He doesn't give a shit. And I'm over here, and I love laughing at retards and trans people. But, like, can you please just, like, for 2 seconds imagine, like, just put yourself in the shoes of those sweaty losers and ask yourself why? No, of course not, because you're Hassan. Like, no, like, if Noah couldn't do it, Hassan is literally not capable of it, you know.
Avocados and the Stefan Molly meme. Like, so many of these people that you now probably know as, like, old school white supremacists. All right. So let's start with the Innuendo Studios. Why are you so angry? Part 1, a short history of Anita Sarkeesian. Let's dive into it. Let's let our freak flags fly a little bit and let's learn about Gamergate. Because honestly, my short summarization of it, because like I don't know anything.
What's your short summarization? This is gonna be so great. I love the little tongue-in-cheek thing. Fraglot used Bezos money. Yeah, it's so funny that this super cool socialist guy is employed by Jeffrey Bezos. Look at all of the consuming merch that he owns on this wall back here. Look at all of the consumption that he has done. This cool socialist. You know, I know it's like reduction. I know it's reductive to act as if socialists and communists never would ever make any money. I mean, I don't know. Maybe communists. Socialists, like, yeah, you know, you're like a democratic socialist. It is reductive to act as if you would just completely swear off all possessions forever. But it's a lot of shit there, Hassan. You sure got a big old fucking consume cave behind you. A lot of stuff that I know what that is, you know, like a lot of product.
Think about Zoe Quinn, for example. So the video I linked, I can't recommend it enough. Within the video, he explains clearly why all things.
Sorry, he's going over his brief explanation of Gamergate. We need to understand it.
My short summarization of it, because like I don't know anything about Zoe Quinn, for example. So the video I linked, I can't recommend it enough. Within the video, he explains clearly why all things are political, something you talk about all the time, the Folding Ideas one. Sure, we'll watch the Folding Ideas one then. This is an 8-year-old video from Folding Ideas.
Oh, it's not even new? Oh. I don't know if that's better or worse. So 8 years ago, what was that? That was like 2016 or something? Oh, God. Oh, this is... this is considerably worse. You know, at least if it was made now, it would have some kind of hindsight, but no. Oh, no. Oh, no. I think this was made during the height of the Trump campaign. This is not good.
Channel change.
This is going to be really bad.
Years, obviously, but I think that this is...
no, I believe this is after he posted CP on 8chan to allegedly make Gamergate look bad. Allegedly. This is all... I don't know if any of that's true. Don't know, but that is definitely something that I've heard for the past 10 years, you know, about foldable human, folding ideas. I'm not sure if it's true. I don't know.
A little bit, a pretty good analysis of Gamergate's
base assumptions create a worldview that enables and justifies harassment and terrorism. This is what we're going to...
Okay, we gotta go back to normal speed here.
Base assumptions create a...
I mean, according to Little Bear, pretty good analysis of Gamergate.
This is going to be the pretty good analysis of Gamergate, according to one of Hassan's people.
Base assumptions create a...
Gamergate's base assumptions, okay.
Worldview that enables and justifies harassment and terrorism. This is what...
I'm gonna be here until 6 in the morning, motherfuckers.
What we're going to talk about, but it's going to be a long road because I want to run through the whole process from start to finish.
Oh god.
And it gives us
Brianna Wu origin story. Dan Olsen is still so goated over here. Man, are you guys aware? Are you guys aren't aware? I mean, of course it would just be passed off as like not true, right? It would just be it never happened, totally didn't happen. They're all just it's just the terrorist harassers trying to lie to you. Man, I don't know about that.
a great reason to talk about critical tools. This is actually a subject that I've wanted to bring up more often for a long time, pretty much since the show started, but I've never really gotten around to it. I mean, it's been there in bits and pieces, but let's really crack into one because
it's worth noting that Dan Olsen looks like the exact... The horseshoe theory is real. That's my religion, is horseshoe theory. I swear to that like a religion, because, like, you know what Dan Olsen looked like? He looked like what most people probably assume the Stellar Blade people look like. The free Stellar Blade people. The ones with the very funny videos about how, I want to see her vagina, to stop being woke, Saudi. He looked like that. He was like balding with glasses, and he has like he looks exactly like you think of like a loser internet and sweaty neckbeard looking. Well, not neckbeard. Let's be fair. He's not a neckbeard, but you know, IT guy. Let's call him that. And I don't know. It's just funny. I'm just reminded of that because I think he does camera videos now, but here he is with his like sock puppet thing or whatever, and I'm just like, oh yeah, I guess this still was the era where we were all making fun of him for being a Goonie beard man, just like Matt Myers and A Man in Black and Virinder Jabal. Oh man, I want to get the old gang back together. You know, Virinder Jabal still has Stop Gamergate 2014 hashtagged in his bio 10 years later. This is the most important thing in some of these people's lives.
this is a perfect time. Let's talk about base assumptions. Base assumptions are the things that you, I, everyone takes for granted about the world. They are the things that default to yes or no until proven otherwise. These are the things that we believe are just the way things are.
This is great. This is great because this gets to be me talking about Gamergate. It gets to be me making fun of Hassan and me just watching this stupid video that I frankly should have watched years ago. I didn't know this even existed. This went completely under my... I mean, I probably knew about it back at the time. I'm sure I made some meme about it like fucking 8 years ago when this was new, but yeah, should have watched this sooner. Damn.
In fact, even more than that, they're often the things that we don't even consciously believe
assumptions.
because they're frequently things we're completely oblivious to. They're invisible, unquestioned, part of the background. Believing is active. You've encountered something or been taught something and thought about it, and yes, you think that's how things work. Base assumptions, however, are typically passive. They're just there as the rules that everything else is built on.
Oh god, it's just like fucking Anita. Why couldn't these people make their videos more interesting? You know, this is like, I gotta say, I was talking about that channel that, you know, he made a video talking about this guy FD Signifier. He's a breadtube guy. And you know, if Toast Gaming is still here, you're incorrect, by the way, in suggesting that I don't like breadtube people. I've said many times that there's a lot of breadtube people that that I do enjoy. I like watching their videos sometimes. I mean, Jenny Nicholson is loosely affiliated, right? And I've enjoyed basically every video I've ever seen from her. I guess the spider one was like not really my thing, but you know, basically most of her videos I've been into. There's a lot of breadtube people who aren't completely insufferable, who don't just lie about the things they believe. And I mean, it's like shock and horror. It's almost as if I agree with them about a lot of things, but there's so many of them are such weaselly little liars, dude. But, you know, FD Signifier is an example of someone I click on his videos sometimes, and I'm like, I really want to like this video, but you just wind up, because it's like, sometimes they're well-made videos, decently researched maybe, decently edited, and a lot more interesting than this. One thing you gotta say is the breadtube people have fucking stepped up their game a little bit. From, you know, well, maybe not, because we do have Noah just using photos of himself as a child with his shirt off. So that is worse than this. But, like, I remember watching those Anita videos a few months ago, and man, that was some fucking boring shit. She just sat there. It was so dry. I mean, say what you will about, like, Zoomer attention spans, but it's just boring, dull fucking nonsense. He's going for, like, a minute, and it's like a fucking lecture a university. You're not as intellectual as you fucking think you are. You know, everybody hates that Richard Spencer guy, and I think he is, from what I understand, a bit of a fucking weirdo, a bit of a piece of shit. But it is very funny, the one quote in that conversation with Sargon, where he just said, like, what was it? Like, you're not as smart as you think you are, Sargon. You're not as it was more actually than that. It was this quote that was like, you seem to be operating under the assumption that you're smarter than you actually are, which must be a very hard position for you to be in, or something like that. Some kind of roundabout way of saying the same thing. And that's always been something that I've thought about. I think that guy is an actual Nazi, a literal Nazi. I think he is. However, that was a funny moment where he he told Sargon off, and it was true. And that's the case with this. It's like these people are so up their own ass, like presenting this like it's a fucking college lecture. The guy's got a tie on and everything, and like this is so dry and boring. At least Hassan is entertaining to watch. He's a fucking moron, but Jesus Christ, at least the left got better about their like lecturing video essay shit. You know, they got more smug and less you know, I don't know, stentorian.
And that's precisely why, in a society that is right-wing, a white supremacist society, a society that's fundamentals are white supremacist inherently, is always going to have a lot of social conditioning, a lot of social...
Oh, no, Sargon is not a Nazi. Sargon also has stupid opinions that I don't agree with. But Richard Spencer is, I believe, a Nazi. Or like a white supremacist, whatever, you know, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. He's one of those, I think. Might be wrong, but that's what I've heard about him. Maybe I've been misinformed. I think I'm pretty accurate, though. However, yeah, no, it's a very funny moment where he did essentially just... It was like, you know, Sargon, you seem to think you're a lot smarter than you are, and that is a really unfortunate place for you to be in. It was something like that, which is like, whatever you gotta say about the guy, admittedly, it's a good own on Sargon of Applebee's. It's, you know, I mean, and that's something you could say about a lot of people, honestly. Hassan probably thinks he's a lot smart. I think I'm a lot smarter than I really am too. So I mean, hey,
factors these sorts of beliefs. That's why.
Sorry. Hassan's giving us his take here. What's going on? So Dan Olson's explaining, like, you know, underlying assumptions, base assumptions, things like that. Like, you know, and there's, you know, I say like it's boring. He could maybe find a more interesting way of getting this across, but there's a point to it. It's like, hey, you know, challenging, like, this is also 8 years ago too, so there's things that we kind of take for granted now, like, you know, challenging our perceptions of whatever, which concepts that were being more like introduced at this point in time, I guess. The idea of racism. They just invented it. You know, actually, Dan Olson invented racism. Fun fact.
There, as the rules that everything else is built on.
And that's precisely why, in a society that is right-wing, a white supremacist society, a society that's fundamentals are white supremacist inherently, is always going to have a lot...
Why is right... Okay, that's fucking stupid, Hassan. You're telling me that you're equating right-wing and white supremacy. As if Japan has not often been right-wing, or India, or several African nations, or, like, fucking a lot of the world. What the fuck? I really, you know, I'll admit, I will be completely honest. One of the reasons that I've never looked at Hassan on stream is I always knew that he was an idiot. But, like, I'll be honest, it's like, okay, I don't keep up to date with, like, that much with politics, right? Like, admittedly, I've barely been following any of the fucking wars that have been happening the last couple of years, right? And so maybe I should be. Where it's all of our duty to have decided to put that we support one side or the other in our bio, right? That's on all of us. It's all of our moral obligation. But, like, I'll admit, a part of it was, like, I feel like if I talk about Hassan, there's a possibility that I might come across looking stupid and uneducated. And not as smart as I think that I am. But I'm watching him and, like, are you fucking kidding me, you fucking moron? You're equating white supremacy and right-wing beliefs. What the fuck is your deal? There's probably been less fucking white right-wing countries than there have been any other countries that have been right-wing at one point in time. What are you fucking talking about, dipshit?
Our white supremacist inherently is always going to have a lot of social conditioning, a lot of social learning that factors these sorts of beliefs. That's why I always tell people in this community, a bunch of leftists who are very woke and very angry all the time, to be a little bit more forgiving of people that engage in like statements that are frustrating, like microaggressions or
bullshit. You fucking, what a weaselly little liar, dude. I gotta put that one on the soundboard because it's my favorite. It's like his version of Yondev. Stick 'em up. This is a robbery. Oh, motherfucker. There you go. Mark it off in your bingo. It's the only thing he's ever brought to the world that's of any actual value or substance is him just saying for like a minute and a half, "You're such a weaselly little liar, dude," because you can play it over like half of the fucking things he says too. It's great. It's like it's the best thing he's ever brought to the world. It's the only thing of any consequence. You're such a weaselly little liar, dude. You're so fucking often. It's so common for you to call for the death of people and shit like that. And just like, haha, epic, just in Minecraft though, haha, kill them all. Let the fucking streets run red with landlord blood in Minecraft, haha. But no, show compassion. You call everyone a loser and a fat loser. Can't call them any slurs though. The bad words are bad. But like, call them every name you're allowed to call them at this point in time, right? And, but show compassion, though. He's basically advocating for the same thing I'm saying, is like, try to understand that people have different viewpoints, and it might not just be that they're evil racists or whatever that you don't like about them. They might have reasons for thinking the way that they do. They might not be reasons you find valid, but they still have reasons, and they still might be based on, various factors in their fucking life and their upbringing and stuff. Maybe Illymation's whole video didn't ring true for rail thin think before you sleep because he's never had to deal with like weight issues in his life. Maybe a lot of people who don't understand like gender ambiguity and pronouns, maybe it's because they've never had to deal with that sort of thing in their life and they have never had to feel like they're not in the right fucking body or whatever, so it's like, it's just very funny. It's like, yeah, wow, he's actually saying the thing that I have been saying. Doesn't seem like he really believes it, but it's what he's claiming. He's claiming to believe it.
That engage in like statements that are frustrating, like microaggressions or things like that. As long as they are,
I don't know why the Queen is there. I don't know why she's there with Obama, and Obama has like, is there like a hole through Obama's head, or is that like a light? I don't know what's going on there. I'm sure all the epic Hassan lefty cool people know.
Willing and able and demonstrating that they're interested in learning and changing their behavior. You should be understanding of people's reactionary beliefs, because that takes a long time to get over. And
yeah, like, look at this be tolerant chat with the little smug Pepe or whatever. This is exactly, to me, like when I watch people who, someone like Chud Logic who makes, and no hate to him or anything, but what he does, he'll make comments and he'll say things that are sometimes kind of inflammatory, and then a lot of the audience will be like, haha, we love women here. And it's like, okay, I mean, it's a joke, I guess, but it's also like, I don't know, like be tolerant, chat. So like, it's just an acknowledgement of like, yeah, this is the intolerant left, right? This is the funny, smug, tongue-in-cheek, yeah, haha, the joke is we're not actually tolerant of these people. I thought that was the fucking whole point, though. I just can't believe how far the left has strayed from its fucking course, that they like you see people here just like, haha, yeah, that would be funny if we were tolerant. Maybe I'm misrepresenting. I'm getting one guy. This is the first one guying of a random guy in chat, everybody. His chat, not even my own.
Have to be compassionate.
Good stuff.
You have to lead with empathy. That's why I always repeat Michael Jamal Brooks, rest in power, his statement, be kind to people, be ruthless to systems, right?
are one of the major things that form what we
Yeah, kind of people like all those babies that are dead from bombings that you said were like justifiable and stuff. You know, I saw him on Piers Morgan, which was a real meeting of the fucking minds, let me tell you. I saw him on Piers Morgan. And it was a segment where beforehand Piers Morgan had on this lady who was a screaming nut job who was pretending to be like injured. She was pretending that she had been hit in a car by William Matar or something. I don't know. She got run over by someone. I think it was I have some celebrity. It might have been, I think it was Alec Baldwin. It was Alec Baldwin ran her over. And she was just screaming like, Pierce! Alec Baldwin! Alec Baldwin! He ran me over, Pierce! And she was just like an insane person, and she was clearly just attention-seeking. And then shortly thereafter, Hassan and a panel of other squabbling retards came on. And it was just the worst. It was hell. I mean, it was hell. I have flashbacks to like 2016 when my dad was really into the Trump stuff, and he would he would watch the fucking news. He would watch the CNN talking heads all day, and I would have to see so much of Jeffrey Toobin and all of those fucking idiot fucking fucking SEAL motherfuckers that just go out there on CNN every day to just say the same thing, basically, and fight. It was basically that, but the worst version of that ever. And with, like, swearing. And so Hassan was on that. He was on there with Piers Morgan and these 3 other retards. And, he like, I guess Piers Morgan is, like, pro-Israel or something. Again, I barely know the fucking facts. I'm gonna be honest, chat. But what I do know is that it's a situation where both sides have killed people, and innocent people have been caught in the crossfire of both, sides. And the only question that he kept being asked was like, can you just say that what Hamas did was like, in like blowing up this hospital or whatever the fuck? Yeah, I forget the details. I'm stupid. Forgive me. But it was a specific case where they had done something, and he was not willing to say that it was like terrorism or disavow it at all. He wasn't. It's amazing to me that people act like, like Alex Jones is the biggest fucking threat. Like, oh my god, the right-wingers are ruining... Like, are you sure? Are you sure it's not this weirdo who is kind of, He's raising up an audience of interesting people. I don't know.
Consider to be normal. All right, I know a bunch of you are thinking, well, what is normal? Maybe the crazy people are normal and the normal people are the crazy ones. And that's good. I've wondered the same thing myself in the past.
By the way, speaking of the Sinead O'Connor chatter that was in here yesterday, wanting me to constantly watch videos and clips of Sinead O'Connor, a wonderful statement from her was, it is no representation of sanity to be well-adjusted to a
What the fuck does Sinead O'Connor have to do with anything? What the fuck is going on? I guess we're watching him out of context, but like, what the fuck? I don't know. I mean, I know she died a little while ago. I know I remember as a kid, my dad explained her to me as, she used to be a pop star and she went crazy. I kind of think that might be inaccurate slightly. I know she was the one female singer on 100th Window by Massive Attack. Pretty good album. She sang on Special Cases, which is a great song that a lot of these people should listen to the lyrics from that song. That's a pretty cool song.
Violent society. I paraphrased it. I messed it up a little bit, but, she's right.
Sinead O'Connor was not married to Onision, no. That's incorrect. That's fake news, chat member.
It is not sanity to be well-adjusted to an insane society, right? Here, I'll use the actual statement that she said instead of the...
This is a quote from someone else, but we're attributing it to Sinead O'Connor for some reason. What the fuck is happening?
It is no measure of health to be well-adjusted to a profoundly sick society.
What is
That's
going
what she
on?
said. One of her, in my opinion, greatest quotes of all time.
What do you mean her quote? It says whose quote it is. Is that... Man, Sinead O'Connor really let herself go 400 years ago or whenever this picture was taken. Also, she was Indian or something, I guess. I didn't know. I thought she was like Irish or one of those.
It is known as
Crazy.
to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society.
It's wrong for a variety of ontological reasons, but it's a good starting point because it's being critical about assumptions that drive daily life, recognizing that many things in society are more or less arbitrary constructs. They may exist for a reason, but those reasons aren't natural law. Take traffic lights, for example.
Listen. I get all stupidly fucking philosophical on the stream. You know it. I do it. I like doing it. I enjoy doing it. I enjoy looking at one random person in chat, in my chat or his or whatever, and just like going off for 10 minutes about why we're all doomed from a psychological standpoint or whatever, a societal standpoint. So that's basically what he's doing here, is like explaining that, you know, a lot of the things that people hold true to their belief system. We're still not even into Gamergate, really. We're like 6 minutes in. But he's trying to set, and I don't know why this is what he's starting this with, but it's like a weird foundation, like we hold these truths self-evident kind of thing. Like, you know, I think, therefore I am, kind of like, all right, I guess we have this as a baseline. But yeah, he's basically saying that a lot of the things, I mean, social constructs and all that, people joke, you know, and it's again, it's the fault of the online left ruining the fucking, like, muddying the waters. Yeah, social constructs are a weird thing, but you hear that and a little fucking thing goes off in your brain and you get triggered and you go, and you just remember the like fucking feminist that you argued with about gender being a social construct like 8 years ago, and you just have like a fucking reaction. But no, yeah, I mean, it is to an extent. I mean, what we consider gender, a lot of things are social constructs. Time is a fucking social construct, if you want to look at it some sort of that way. I mean, the passage of it isn't, but the way that we, you know, the way that we keep time is an invention of society and the brain and whatever. So, like, yeah, I mean, there's a place for that, a weird philosophical level of bullshit to start us off for this Gamergate video. I don't really know why this is relevant, but I'm not gonna say, you know, I'm not gonna say foldable ideas here is like off the mark. I guess he's just talking about, like, you know, yeah, social constructs. We take a lot of things for granted. Learning more about languages and stuff, it's like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff in language that I never really, that I took for granted, but it's just the words, man, we made them up. A lot of the things that we take for granted are, you know, just things that we've, you know, like a lot of English sayings are things that, like, don't make a lot of fucking sense, you know, but we just take it for granted. So it's that sort of thing. Now, you know, I don't think he's totally insane yet. I'm giving all this to say I'm you know, I guess he's all right so far. I don't know why he's making this point, but I guess I agree. Sure. Dan Olson, I agree with this more than you putting child porn on 8chan to implicate Gamergate, allegedly. You know, allegedly, if that happened. I don't know if that happened. I'm not sure if that happened. But allegedly, if that did, you know, if that happened. I'm definitely more on board with this than when you did that. So just to be clear.
Why are they red, yellow, and green? Why not blue, orange, and hyperviolet? Turns out the answer is pretty typical. Back in the 1800s, the railway industry started using those colors, and they just kind of stuck. Red already has a history as a warning signal, green was chosen because it looks different from red, and yellow because it looks different from the other two. Well, as long as you aren't colorblind, that is. Right there, we've hit a base assumption. The chosen colors assume you aren't colorblind.
You see, this is the problem with these types of fucking people. Let me make a big sweeping base assumption here. This is the problem with this whole, like, this just summed it up as like, yeah, you can objectively call something, does everything need to be like some philosophical shit? Did these, like, college people need to come along and just make everything into Schrodinger's cat? Like, I'm sorry, man, blue is blue. If you don't see it the same way, it means you don't see it the same way. You have a thing, we have words for it, like specific definitions of colorblindness that are like that essentially say that you see this color in this specific way. So it is still objectively like what we all have agreed upon as blue. It's just such, and they do this with everything. That's the problem. That's why, again, that's why they radicalize, quote unquote, people away from them, is because, like, no one wants their whole life and every single part of their life to be this, like, fucking like philosophical fucking, oh, but is it truly blue if I'm colorblind? Like, fuck off, dude. I want to just live my fucking existence. Like, no wonder people started voting for fucking Trump or whatever, because like people like this just had to overcomplicate fucking everything. Just being alive had to be like this insane fucking like shit, man. Some people just want their lives to be easy. I don't know what to fucking tell you.
So there are reasons underpinning the choice of traffic light colors. There is a logic there, but that logic is arbitrary. Traffic light color isn't dictated by the force of gravity or the speed of light or some other immutable fact. It is a decision that someone made over a century ago that stuck because traffic rules.
I can't see the number. L, imagine being colorblind. You're weak. You're weak, chatter. Just kidding. I'm joking. Please don't get
I love that these people always need to say that they're kidding, too. You know, I'm gonna stop doing that. I'm gonna see how far that gets me. From now on, I think I'm just gonna stop saying I'm joking. I'm just gonna, from now on, it's up to you, chat members. It's up to you to fucking figure it out. I'm so sick of these people who have to, like, make sure you know, just in case you haven't been, just in case you're literally too fucking stupid for jokes, which is not even unlikely. That happens all the time now. You know, you always have to, every slightly edgy joke has to be, I'm just kidding, I actually love disabled people. Oh. I'm so done with that. You know, I've been liking Papa Gut, but every time he makes any kind of joke that's, like, slightly edgy, he has to do this same thing. I'm like, come on, man, just leave it up to me to decide if if it's a joke or not. Like, if it's funny, people will know, right? I mean, what's weird is the way he words it, and even the way Hassan worded it here. It's like pretty clear it's a fucking joke, right? You really need to say it for your stupid fucking idiots in your Hassan audience that, like, it's a fucking joke? Of course it's a joke, you retards. You people have made it so, God, you can't say, I know, it's the boomer, oh, you just can't say anything, but it is true, isn't it? You literally have to apologize for every joke you make the second you make a joke now. It's ridiculous.
More or less standardized, so that drivers know what to expect of others and what others expect of them, in order to minimize how often they ram into one another. So that's a tiny example that has nothing to do with narrative, but it's a good demonstration of how something becomes just the way things are. Let's apply the same to narrative. First things first, we need to talk vocabulary. Kitchen vocabulary.
This is so... Oh, there he is. Here's the Goonie Beard Man himself. So yeah, just imagine it's 10 years ago, it's Gamergate. You know how everybody who is supporting, like, the Free Stellar Blade campaign looks like this? Or at least, like, spiritually looks like they might not specifically have this appearance, but, like, they have an appearance that's, like, very adjacent to this. Yeah, it was the exact opposite 10 years ago, actually. It was like a lot of, like, attractive women and men, for some reason, were including me, were Gamergate people. And for whatever reason, it was, like, almost unanimous. Most of the people that were anti-Gamergate were called Goonie Beard Men. They all had this kind of appearance about them. It was very funny.
Today's kitchen vocabulary word is text. Now, in colloquial use...
Oh my god. God, I love bread tubers. They were doing
we were a bunch of Chads and Stacys back then, but now the new Gamergate is cringe, unfortunately. I gotta be
battles
real.
In the trenches, but goddamn, they take a long-ass time to get to the point. Get to the point, Folding Ideas. I love you. I love you so much.
Did I get one guide again? Did I get one guide a second time by... Which chat? Okay, it only counts one guying if it's this guy's chat. It's just me responding. Okay, it is still one guying if it's my chat, but, like, the count has to be for me getting one guide by his chat, not mine, because that's an extra special feat.
Phenomenal.
That person I'm getting one guide by isn't even gonna get the he's not even gonna get the benefits of being one guide. It's so sad.
Okay. And his channel is greatly improved, except it has gotten longer and longer. He folds the ideas so goddamn hard, like it's Nihon steel, dude, okay?
This is the thing with foldable, whatever he calls himself. Foldable, I think it's foldable human folding ideas is the difference. Dan Olson. I see a lot of people point to videos that he's made that are apparently really good. That's the sad thing. Apparently he makes good videos. There's probably people in chat who've watched his stuff. I know people personally who've been like, oh, really? That guy? I watched it. I love that video that he made about X, whatever thing. You know, you say X now as a stand-in for like XYZ, but now it just sounds like you're talking about Twitter. Thanks, Elon. Yeah, no, he's apparently got a lot of good videos, you know, but again, I'm sorry, nothing is able to make, unless I have it specifically disproven, like in this video that we're about to watch, that I feel like we're still about to watch, because he's still not even talking about Gamergate, unless it's specifically disproven by him, I can't break my perception of this guy from being the guy who allegedly posted child porn to own the conservatives. Which, I mean, I think Ethan is online would be a big fan of that if that was true.
I'm talking Japanese katanas, baby. He's folding 10,000 times over to make sure that...
Blackbrain said he thought I was cute. Aw, well, that's just precious. You know, I am, so I appreciate it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, here. You know what? F it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it justice. I'm gonna do it justice. We're gonna talk about text. Okay, we're gonna talk about text. I'm gonna let him cook. I'm gonna let him cook. I'm being disrespectful.
Did he own them? Is the question in chat. I guess so. Funnily enough, I mean that's the funny part because he still has like a big career and nobody takes Gamergate people seriously. Like it's the great paradox of, if you care, you're a loser. Like if you try to explain that it was that people have been lying about it, and like for 10 years it's just been like lied about, and now it's happening again, and I don't know. It's just like, bro, why do you even care? Gamergate's for losers. It's like I don't know. It's like hard to have this conversation, but. You know, yeah, he kind of did win. If allegedly, if he did post child porn to own the Gamergate people, well, nobody even believes that anymore. I'm not sure if it's true. Supposedly, it got proven. It was apparently proven. I'd love to see him try to disprove it. Maybe it will. Maybe he will. Maybe he will in this video. But, I mean, you know, did he actually own them? The unfortunate answer is I think he might have, actually, because... It's like me and 3 other guys are the only people that fucking even remember that shit.
To the guy who's making phenomenal work here, okay?
Today's kitchen vocabulary word is text. Now, in colloquial use, text refers to the printed word, but here we're going to be using it to refer to any cultural work taken as a whole. So a book, the whole book, is a text, as is a video game or a movie or a song or an album or a TV show or a video on the internet. The text of a book includes the, well, text and any pictures that happen to be included, while the text of a movie includes the dialogue, cinematography, color...
This is so much shit, dude. Like, I don't know. Admittedly, I don't know what his point is ultimately going to be about Gamergate, but this is just a lot of waffle. Like, you're not getting to it, man. Like, you can probably... This is not a great video so far. While I don't disagree with anything he's said so far, specifically, not a great video. It's like, you can probably define this stuff in a manner that seems more relevant to Gamergate. Like, talk about that and then just describe... Like, define this as you go, maybe? Like I say, this genre of, like, lefty video essay has gotten a lot better. Whatever you think of the content, they have gotten more entertaining, less like college lecture, dry, boring shit like this. I mean, again, you know, it's not every video needs to be funny and whatever, but it's like, it's not even really all that engaging. He's just talking and it's not related to the maybe ultimately it will be, but it's so unrelated at this point that it's bizarre how much time is being spent on like, what is the fundamentals of existence? Like, I think we can start a little further. It's like, you know, people say, where do I begin? Oh, you know, not this far back. We don't need to define, like, what colors mean, dude. Like, I what the fuck is this shit?
Palette, motion, editing, pacing, and really any other form of language that the movie uses to convey.
Yeah, video essays going to the beginning of the earth to explain a concept is literally what's happening here.
The text of a...
It's so funny because his videos are such bangers, okay? I just want to show you this, okay? I want to show you this much. This is all I'm gonna say, okay? The future is dead. Mall Decentraland in the metaverse. Where's his other video? The famous one that he made. Wasn't it Folding Ideas that did the crypto one that was like 8 hours long? Did I skip it? Did I pass it?
Yeah, so he's just showing off the guy's channel, and I mean, I guess he's also saying, like, this video sucks ass, but he's better now, kind of thing, I guess. You know, again, I'm sure he has improved, but, like, you know, specifically critiquing this video, it's pretty fucking dull, you know. I am still to whatever degree, I mean, like, as far as, like, spiritually and what Gamergate I stood for, I guess you would say I am pro GG, right? Still, I'm not going to be that fucking guy who still has it in the bio like Virinder Jubal. And I don't have it in me to really care that much about the Sweet Baby thing, honestly. I mean, I did that whole stream about it, but, you know, but I'm not so whatever in one direction that I'm not willing to listen to this guy. It's just that it's so far, he's not even trying to explain Gamergate.
Oh, he's cooking it so goddamn slow, dude.
He'd really do be, dude. For real, bussin', no cap, on God.
Video game includes all of that, plus the gameplay itself and the Ludo narrative created by the same. Because the principles and theories that we're going to be talking about apply more or less uniformly to all of these different media, we're going to be using the word text to refer to all of them at the same time.
Oh God, there's someone in chat. So this is like amazing to me. It's so funny. His Flat Earth one about 4chan and alt-right is the best one. Changed how I look at things. So, in other words, you've got, like, these idiots that watch Hassan. They've all been radicalized to watch Hassan. Because Hassan is a radical, reactionary fucking streamer. He's the same as Alex Jones, but he says different things. And sometimes they're not even that different. And like these people acting like, oh, I'm so thankful that I got deprogrammed and then reprogrammed by this different belief system. Like, it's just people that are very easily susceptible to being pushed around by, like, other people who speak well and are able to, like, convince them. And they're just like, oh, yeah, that's really understand, you know, wow, I was totally pro-flat earth, but you really changed my mind. Like, I feel like any arguments could change your mind to some extent if you're that malleable. Like, and now you're just a Hassan simp. Just unthinking fucking Hassan idiot. Like, I don't know, man.
We're going to be using the word text to refer to all of them at the same time. In order to evaluate the base assumptions of a text, it can be helpful to anthropomorphize the text. Think about it as though it were a person.
Someone says, you know, they don't mind it. And, like, again, I don't super mind it. I don't think I think I mind it more for a stream like this. I would put a video like this on that would talk, like, waffling about this for a bit, and I'd probably think that, like, wow, he's taken a long time to get to it. But, like, I don't know, it doesn't bother me that much. It's a bit of a critique. It's for a stream like this and how much, like, we're pausing, he's pausing, like, this is a not insignificant chunk of this video now that's not dedicated to the actual topic, though. Like, you know, if it was just casual watching, I think I wouldn't mind it so much.
And figure out what its priorities and beliefs would be.
I think I'm gonna maybe watch some more of this dude's videos, this folding human guy. You know, all jokes aside, I don't know what he did, like, fucking 10 years ago on, like, 8chan. The truth is probably somewhere in the middle. He probably just posted lolly to own Gamergate. It's probably somewhere in the middle, you know? No, but, like, I don't know. I don't know what he did. Maybe he didn't do anything. Maybe it's not true. Maybe it was never true. I'd like to see if he can disprove that here, but I would like to see more of his videos, because I understand he has gotten better, you know? And again, I do like this type of YouTuber. Contrary to what I've said about Noah Samson, I tend to, because the thing is, conservatives don't really make a lot of fucking video essays. There's some, but a lot of them suck ass, like Think Before You Sleep. I guess Almighty Lolly counts as, like, kind of conservative, you know? I like the stuff he makes. I gotta watch his video about Disco Elysium, specifically about not agreeing with the politics of the people that made it, but loving the game, which is where I stand on that, too. because the people that made Disco Elysium are genuine communists, but they made one of the best pieces of media I've ever seen to discuss politics, especially at this point in time. And it's a very, very neutral stance on that. So, there's a few people that would maybe identify that way. I mean, Aiden Paladin potentially, but like by and large, video essays as a topic are either like apolitical by nature, or they tend to be more left wing. And I like video essays. I mean, I don't know if that's like a dorky fucking thing to say, but I enjoy watching somebody be a fucking nerd and explain some shit to me for a while. I enjoy it. And, so, I mean, like, if I can watch Dan Olson's videos and not want to kill myself, that would be great. And if I watch them and they do piss me off, that would also be great, because that would be another stream, really.
Could talk to it. This is useful as a device because it can help separate what exists in the text from assumptions about the motives of...
You're wrong, chat member. Gamergate was deep. It was. I will die on that hill. Okay, someone's knocking at the door. Sorry. I will die on the hill that Gamergate is more formative for certain people. I mean, it's formative for me and a lot of people who were not online in the same way and thinking about the same things, and now, I was not a politically active fucking person, and then Gamergate happened, and now I am, and I feel like that's not. Maybe that's silly, and maybe I'm an idiot, and you can make fun of me for that. That's fine, but like, yeah, that was Gamergate is indeed what made me woke. Quote from Deadwing Dork. That's my quote. It made me politically aware to the realities around me, and that journalists can lie, and that money can corrupt people, and maybe I should have fucking known that already. But regardless. That is something, and I feel like a lot of other people had a similar type of thing happen where they were like, "Wow, this shit really is corrupt all the way down, goddamn," and then they just got slowly doomer blackpilled for years and years, and now some of them probably watch me. So hey, welcome.
The people who made the text. That's valuable because while authorial intent can be insightful or interesting, in the end only audience remains, and it's entirely possible for well-meaning people to create problematic text through accident, inattention, or carelessness. I'm picking out an example that I touched on ever so briefly before in my longer rundown of Man of Steel.
Yeah, no, you're right. The right does make video essays. They make stuff like why the Fallout show is bad because of interracial divorce rates. It was so funny watching. Again, I've been watching Chud Logic lately. I was there for hours while he was looking at that super mega response thing the other day, because I had the night before I watched that on stream, and then I was like, you know what? I haven't had enough of this video. Let's watch more of it. I was just in the chat, just like, oh god, this part. It was a good time, but he looked at that Synthetic Man video about the Fallout show, and I've always written that guy off as like a troll. Like, he's always just been kind of like, it seems like just kind of a, he's culture war troll looking for attention. And maybe that's still what he is, but it's like, wow, I mean, if we are just at a point where it's like talking about race mixing, unironically, in your review of the Fallout show, and how the show promotes race mixing, and that's your video, I guess. Like, and yeah, he was watching it. Chud Logic was watching it, and he's like, I guess a more right wing type of guy. I don't know if he's fully like dyed in the wool or whatever, but yeah, I mean, it's like a lot. I mean, it's not hard to look at that and be like, wow, this guy is just a racist. I mean, this is what the fuck do you want? Like, he just goes off for a while about how, they're trying to make us woke. They put a trans in the show. And it's like a person who a lot of people just thought was like a tomboy. Like, it's just a person who I think they're called like them at one point, like if that's woke, there's not like a whole plot line about them coming to terms with their transition in the fucking post-apocalypse or something, but he goes off for a while on that. So yeah, no, there are video essays made by the right. It's just sometimes yeah, they talk about like the Crusades or their PragerU or stuff like that, or it's like nerdrotic, I guess.
How does Man of Steel feel about the military?
What? Man of Steel? Oh, okay, whatever.
This council has been disbanded.
Military authority in Man of Steel always goes unquestioned. When Zod launches a coup attempt, no one criticizes his right to authority. He is never stripped.
This is, again, why people... Reason number 467 why people hate the left. Because you're just... I'm sure there's themes in Man of Steel. I haven't watched it in a while. I know Zack Snyder's the fucking genius director, so he probably put tons of cool themes in there, like, Superman is Jesus! You know, like, he's a real visionary, you know, Rebel Moon, best movie. So I'm sure there's stuff going on in the movie, but this just constant need to, like, overanalyze shit and make it into, like, this movie is actually secretly pro-cop! Like, fuck off, dude. God, this is... And I mean, I catch myself doing it, too. I'm playing Ys 9, Monstrum Nox. Cool game, like it. I gave it the cold shoulder when it came out. I was really excited for Ys 9 because I liked 8 a lot. And it came out, and then the whole game is just like gray. Every texture is the same gray stone texture. It's like Sonic 06's city. It's unfortunate. It does look that way, but it's a fun game. But there's a whole thing in that where, like, this character, one of the party members, she, like, I mean, minor spoilers, it's early on, whatever, most people won't play it, whatever, she steals some money from a company, and she redistributes the wealth throughout the poor neighborhood of town, the shanty town. And during this segment, it's depicted that the people who have been given this redistribution of the wealth from this affluent company, the Pendleton Company, this redistribution of the wealth has only led to people being fucking lazy and drinking and deciding, I don't need to fucking work! The white cat's gonna give us more money! And it was in this moment that I'm like, is this anime game making a distinct point against welfare? Like, pro-capitalism, anti-welfare stance in Ys 9 Monstrum Nox? I don't know! And I don't know if that's just regular analysis of a text, or if it's this kind of like defund the police lefty video essay shit. Have I been poisoned? I might have been poisoned. I don't know.
Rank, he is never a fair election of the ethics and morals of his position, and he is never challenged for his claim to leadership. Something very, very important to remember before we go any further with this is that every text is political by nature.
That's
not true, dude.
That was the reason why he did the first 5 minutes.
That's not true. I hate that fucking argument, dude. It's just as stupid as the people that act like, oh my god, how dare you bring politics into Star Trek? It was never political before, or some shit like that. Like, no, dude, not everything is political. I'm sorry, it isn't. If you want to get into the nitty-gritty of, like, the personal politics of the people that made the game, like, I kind of don't feel like, I don't know, name a random fucking game, right? I kind of don't feel like Wild Woody for the Sega Saturn is political by nature. That's a text, right? It's a piece of media. It has text in it. It has probably a story. It might not be a great one. It has cutscenes. It has a theme song, Wild Woody. I think it was the Saturn. It might have been like the Sega CD or something, but I kind of don't think that's a political game, dude. I just don't. I get what you're saying. There's a lot of politics involved in a lot of things, and you can look at something. It's stupid for people to look like Synthetic Man looked at Fallout and acted like capitalism was never a theme. Like the evils of capitalism leading to war was never a theme of Fallout. Like, no, that's fucking retarded, but it's also retarded to act like Pac-Man is political. Okay, Pac-Man's a bad example, actually, because Pac-Man actually is political to the extent where it was designed specifically to appeal to women, because women love to eat, apparently. Women love shopping and eating, a quote from the guy who made Pac-Man. So I guess that one doesn't count, but I don't know, man. Like, again, Wild Woody, I don't know, Ninja Bread Man, I guess. If you really get super into, like, the economics of why a certain type of media is made, like why there's a boom of JRPGs after FF7, or platformers after Mario Galaxy? Why did they make Ninja Bread Man? Oh, Mario Galaxy. Is that politics? Like the economics of the fucking medium? I don't think so. I hate the argument that everything is political, because it's just another fucking overgeneralization that's just ridiculous. It's not the case, dude. Just as it's ridiculous to act like Halo was never political or something, it's fucking stupid to tell me that, like, oh yeah, no, it's fine, everything is, dude. Sokoban, really political game. Tetris, well, Tetris is. There are some that are inherently political, not for what they actually are, but for what this context surrounding them. Like Pac-Man a little bit, like Tetris definitely. Tetris is absolutely political, I won't argue that one. But it seems like it wouldn't be, doesn't it? It's just a block game. It's less political now, but it certainly was in the beginning. You buy this game and it's got Russian folk music and like the fucking, Kremlin or whatever on the fucking title screen. You give your dad a heart attack. But yeah, no, I mean, like, a lot of stuff is made that isn't inherently political. I don't think, like, Scooby-Doo hangs out with Penn and Teller is necessarily political, right? That's not everything is political. It doesn't need to be either.
He's proving it, okay? It's proof. He's basically showing you proof as to why all text. This is the basis of media literacy, okay? It's basic political commentary. It's basic analysis. He's just describing. He came to the conclusion already. He knows what the conclusion is. He's just proving it, okay? That's it. He's saying all text is political, which is...
That's not true.
Correct.
That's not true, you fucking flaming retard. Jesus
Politics
Christ.
Is unavoidable, okay?
It's only unavoidable because you awful people make it unavoidable. It's only unavoidable now because you people make it unavoidable. It used to be unavoidable. It used to be avoidable. You used to be able to go through your life and maybe you were the fucking victim of a bunch of systems or whatever, but who gave a shit? It was your life. You were able to live your life and be yourself. And now you have to live for other people. You have to. You are a bad person if you don't engage with, like, the dying people around the world that you can't save. You're a piece of shit. You're irresponsible. You're not using your platform correctly. You are forced to be political now. So yeah, I guess he's right, but should he be? No. The reason, it's like, you see these stupid fucking videos, like there was this one I started watching recently, and I had to stop eventually because it was just dumb. But it was this stupid fucking video that was like, yes, the X-Men was always woke. Everything you like was always woke. And, like, yeah, was the X-Men always socially conscious? Sure, but in the fucking 80s, you were able to read one of the few comics that might have done that, and had a refreshing experience of, wow, this comic is, like, political and has stuff to say about, like, the world that we live in, as opposed to now where you cannot escape it. Nothing you can do will escape it, and even if you think you've escaped it, the fucking horrors of politics, you have people like Hassan reminding you that everything you do is part of the system. God, that's fucking horrifying. Fuck this guy.
It is all around us. Politics impacts your life even if you don't believe it. As a matter of fact, being apolitical is an expressly political thing, okay? It shows so much about your existence. It means that you are not directly harmed by the ongoing politics. For example, okay?
Oh my God.
You might have been an apolitical person in the Jim Crow South, right? But black people, on the other hand, did not have the opportunity to be apolitical in the Jim Crow South, right? Because
they probably didn't view it as politics. God, you people have to make everything. I mean, yeah, I guess. I guess, sure, if you really want to define it that way. If you need to, like, change the definitions of the word, then yeah, I guess. Good for you, I guess. You've, like, shifted the fucking goalposts of what we're even talking about.
Their existence was political.
If you
where
think
they could
about
go,
it that
their
way.
freedom of movement.
If you're black, I guess your existence is political. So, like, yeah, I didn't consider that.
Restricted. Their lives were in danger by lynch.
I'm disabled, so I guess my existence is political. There's no escape for me.
right? That's
Yeah.
it. So even believing the absence of even believing that there is not politics happening all around you is a political thing. It is impossible to avoid.
Like, I'm sorry, there's just nothing you can tell me that's not. It's very dystopian, this view that he's trying to paint, and I don't know if he believes this is the way that things should be, or this is the state he's trying to smash, or whatever. I don't know enough about this guy's beliefs, admittedly, but like, I constantly hear these liberal people do this like everything is political. Fucking the Smurfs too is political. And like, I just don't, that's terrifying. That's a horrible existence for all the people that have to deal with that, man. No one should be forced to, like, God, we're being forced to care. That's what it is. You're being conscripted into the empathy war. The culture war, really. You're forced to give a shit. It's because of people like this that you have all these people that act like they care when they clearly don't. They act so much like they give a shit, and they just don't. You know, like, no one does. Like, every fucking time we see one of these fucking people that does this sympathy bait shit, and they're like, oh my god, I was getting my fucking nose job done. I felt so bad that time. I couldn't have done anything wrong. And like, man, does anyone give a shit? Does anyone really fucking care? I don't know. Do we? We're all supposed to. Everyone's supposed to. Existence is political. Your life, the fact that you're not actively dying in a war zone and having Hassan mock your death because you were on the wrong side of the fucking, like, you know, the room divider line or whatever between Israel and Palestine. As long as you're just trying to live your life, no politics. Sorry. You should be grateful and should vote Democrat for your right to be alive.
Okay.
Cool.
Dude who's obsessed with politics sees it everywhere. Is anyone surprised by this? Yes, it's everywhere, but you don't have to obsess over it so much that you intentionally go out of your way to put it into everything instead of coming out naturally.
What a good way of reading a quote from the chat. It was such a cool way of reading the quote from the chat. Somebody said that in the chat, and then you just read it like so naturally. It just came across like a very natural thing that you said. My favorite thing about how you just read that was how naturally it came across. Like, you just read it like it was normal and not weird. Good.
Oh, my beautiful boy, my sweet child. Do you not understand the point that we're making here? Which is that it does not matter. This is the entire basis behind people not recognizing that Call of Duty, for example, is a political franchise and thinking that Call of Duty with,
of course, it's fucking political.
The black woman is, right? People.
Yeah, if you find stupid people, I guess you could probably make some good arguments again. I guess that's what I'm doing right now. So, like, hey.
That do not have this foundational understanding. Okay, oftentimes
that Hassan does, of course.
Children or people with childlike brains.
They're all children. They're all beneath me.
Will say, oh, that's political. I don't like that. Get the politics out of my video games. Okay? Except, given that video games are another medium for art.
Okay, but again, 10 years ago, everything didn't need to be like this, though, dude. This isn't better. It's better for him because he's rich. Like, that's the thing, you know? You know, what's the line from the Porcupine Tree song, The Sound of Music? It's like, the music of rebellion makes you want to rage, but it's made by millionaires who are nearly twice your age. I don't know. I think Hassan might be, like, around my age, or I think he's older. I think he's a little older. But, yeah, I mean, you really want to rage against the fucking machine while this guy who's profited off of this whole system is telling you all about it. Oh, yeah. Tell me more about how I can make a difference, Hassan. You don't want me to make a difference. This is like when companies come along, like big Republican people who are invested in the common man not rising up and becoming a billionaire, you know, trying to act like this is how you can get ahead. Like, yeah, I believe you for sure. You don't want more people like you in the world, Hassan, then you'd make less money. Fuck off. You don't want more people to understand. You only make money in this scenario.
It is impossible for video games not to have politics in them. Okay?
So
now you can let that bother you. You
out.
can get angry at it. I certainly do not. Right?
I do like that there's a pronouns guy emoji in the chat. That's
As you guys know, I famously tell people, enjoy things. It's okay. You can consume stuff. It doesn't say everything.
Yeah, you clearly consume a lot of stuff there, don't you, socialist boy?
About it's not a political act inherently to analyze a form of art or enjoy it. Okay, it doesn't. Don't be unbearable and boring and annoying and constantly finger wag at people for enjoying.
Oh my god, Hassan, I can't believe that. King of the Leftists tells the Leftists to stop being unbearable, annoying school marms who wag their fucking fingers at people and tell them not to enjoy things. Fucking, yeah, no, you should have said that like 10 years ago. Maybe the message would have gotten across. I think it's a little late now, Hassan. I'm sorry, that ship sailed, dude.
Shit, for example.
As creators and authors, we
so
all exist
funny.
in a political context. It is inescapable. Even an attempt at creating something apolitical is ultimately political because it is a priori a rejection of the political. Man of Steel, which has some decidedly political motives of its own, is at the very basic level an expensive consumer entertainment product created in a capitalist system. It cannot help but reflect that system.
I mean, it's a weird pick that he's making. I mean, like, I guess there's stupid... How many fucking stupid people look at a movie where Superman is Jesus metaphor, come down from space to interact with the U.S. military in a giant 9/11 fucking send-up as they destroy the whole city? Yeah, nothing political there, right? Of course it is. What argument is this? Like, of course it is. This is strange. This is like... Guys, I think Patton might have been a little bit political. I don't know. I think A Few Good Men and The West Wing were... To call me crazy, I think that Aaron Sorkin guy might have made a few political pieces of media. I might be reading too much into The West Wing. I don't know.
Can pull off of it any more than a swimmer in a pool can avoid disturbing the water. That is...
It's great. That's great. That's a great take. He's right. Because our politics, which is baked into, of course, the culture that we consume, is, of course, reflective of the material conditions. That's it. That's it. Now, you can get mad at that, or you can look at it and go, dude, why are you getting mad at this? Just enjoy it.
Is a massive...
If you do not interfere in politics, politics will eventually interfere in your life. Vladimir Lenin.
Subject of its own.
Well, Lenin said it, so, yeah. I mean... Yeah, if you do not interfere in politics, these assholes will eventually force you to. So I guess that's true, Yeah, no fate but what we make, right? That wasn't the case until we made it that way, so thanks, Hassan and people like him.
If you want to go deeper, then you should start by watching Slavoj Žižek's documentary, A Pervert's Guide to Ideology.
Yo, Folding Ideas, great channel. Refer to the post from Jam Jars McFly up there. Just saying, there's some question about him. I'm not sure about that. I don't know if you want to put your fucking chips on that one just yet. Maybe his videos are good, but... Well, yeah, maybe his channel was good. No, you're right, chat member. Full Metal Jacket may have been a political movie. I don't know what to tell you. That movie might have been... I don't think it was just about the jacket.
It's on Netflix.
We've watched it
Back
before.
to Man of Steel.
Awesome.
This uncritical opinion of military authority is also reflected in the human elements of the film and drifts from underlying assumption up to the surface. Superman explicitly condescends himself before the military. Yes, it's an ineffectual prostration, but that's basically the textbook definition.
It's so funny to watch this now, too, like this video talking about this from 8 years ago. This shit's been going on for so fucking long now. It's crazy. I mean, it doesn't feel that long at all, but this is 8 years old, and this is like the era of like Trump and everything, and we're learning now about how this is like the foundations of media wokeism, if you want to call it that. Foundations of wokeness is this argument of everything's political, bro. Inherently, everything has to be political by the new definition we've decided on. So therefore, it's okay that we like shove a very specific type of politics in your face all the time, constantly, and force you to feel like a piece of shit and like othered. if you don't agree 100%. What are you talking about, bro? That's the way it's supposed to be. You know, this is the beginning of that, I guess.
Definition of a symbolic
cool.
act. It's a token effort, a small throwaway that represents something much larger. In that act, he legitimizes their authority. The underlying assumption at play is that the military is a legitimate locus of power.
Yeah, I mean, it really does sound like he is claiming that being black or just any, is being alive political? I guess, by their definition? Like, the way he described it was like, okay, if you're, like, a black person in, like, Jim Crow era, you're like, you didn't have the benefit of not, like, being political. But okay, but, like, by that definition, like, racism's still alive. Racism's still alive, they just be concealing it. So, like, if you're black or Chinese now, if it was me and I looked black or Chinese, your life is still political because racism exists, right? So, inherently being white, I mean, I'm political, right? Because, like, we're the bad guys. So, you know, like, just being alive, it's sort of like there was a video from, Count Dankula about how there's some article from Politico that's calling, like, it's saying that, like, having babies is an alt-right thing now. Like, it's, I guess, natalists, the people that want to have kids or something, they're alt-right. So, like, reproducing and having children is political now. So, like, I guess existing is political. I guess we just have to come to terms with that. Hassan and people like him have redefined our existence. The meaning of life now is politics. Enjoy.
And that we, as the citizenry, should defer to that power. It doesn't say as such, but that is the world that the text builds. That is Man of Steel's normal. Understanding that normal, being able to pull it out and look at it, is an invaluable skill in communications, opening up new and interesting meanings and messages, bridging gaps between cultures that may seem to be at odds, revealing conflicts that were previously invisible, and paving the way for empathy and understanding. Now,
the assumption is that Superman isn't real. No, the point there, the message there that the movie is showing you is that Superman, which is God, right, will still bow down.
You mean to tell me Superman was supposed to be God in that movie? Oh, I didn't pick up on that at all. That's crazy. Yeah, no one told me that Superman was supposed to be like a god metaphor or whatever, or allegory or one of those. So wild stuff.
And honor the social construct that man has created, the military, the might of the military. That's what he's saying. That is what they're showing you without telling you, basically.
Now we can talk about Gamergate. There are some things that we need to say about Gamergate first.
It's 17 minutes in, and now we can talk about Gamergate. Oh my god, hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah.
Not a new phenomenon. These ideas and beliefs did not spring up in August 2014 with Gamergate any more than Gigi's most odious ideologues.
I'm sorry, wait, what did he say? Was there a stupid sentence? I have to go back for Hassan's cool take here.
At odds, revealing conflicts.
I think I may have just my brain glazed over briefly.
That were previously invisible, and paving the way for empathy and understanding. Now,
the assumption is that Superman isn't real. No, the point there, the message there that the movie is showing you is that Superman, which is God, right, will still bow down and honor the social construct that man has created, the military, the might of the military. That's what he's saying. That is what they're showing you without telling you, basically.
Now we can.
Oh yeah, that is stupid. If you think that's what the movie's about, what? Oh god, people don't. I guess I give too much credit. Like, I assume that, you know, Zack Snyder's Superman Jesus thing is, like, really basic, but no, I mean, I guess people just don't get it. They still continuously don't understand. I mean, like, he's not just a cold, weird alien god who decides that he needs to obey the military. He's a human. He's a guy who was raised by humans on Earth in America. So he has some respect for what they do, you know, and probably doesn't want to be their enemy, right? Like, I mean, there's a political angle to that, but that's not the point. He could easily. They show that he breaks the fucking handcuffs in the one scene I remember from that movie. He like breaks the handcuffs. He shows that he could easily like level their whole fucking base if he wanted to, but he's just playing along because he's nice, because he was raised right. Like it's not. I don't know if that's the point. I mean, maybe I guess I don't know. He plays. I guess he plays along because Clark Kent was, military pilled by the the propaganda or something. I don't know, but it's like it's not just because like he's intimidated by capitalism or whatever the point.
Talk about Gamergate. There are some things that we need to say about Gamergate first. This is not a new phenomenon. These ideas and beliefs did not spring up in August 2014 with Gamergate any more than Gigi's most odious ideologues or the women that they target. They were already here. In this regard...
Yeah, this is a funny point that Harmful Opinions has pointed out, is that it's like if you're one of these, because make no mistake, Foldable Human here got a lot of shit. He got a lot of what you might call harassment. He got a lot of shit. He got people claiming, and I don't know if it's true or not, but people at least claiming that he posted child porn on 8chan to make Gamergate look bad. And I will continue saying that because that is funny. I don't know if it's true, but he at least had that claim against him. And yet what's very funny is that if you are a guy in one of these scenarios, you're not allowed to claim that you got harassed, or you will be like, shut up. They'll be like, shut up. Stop taking attention away from the women victims. So this guy's not allowed to claim that he is a victim of Gamergate, even though, as much as anyone is, he is, I guess, right? By their metric, you would probably... It's weird that I'm saying that by their own metric that he's not allowed to consider himself a Gamergate victim. Because the narrative is that Gamergate only harassed women. So therefore, him being a chudly fucking beard man, he cannot... It doesn't make sense that Gamergate would have made fun of him too. So... that they have to do this like mental gymnastics thing. It's funny.
Gamergate's core assumptions are not unique, but are reflective of attitudes and opinions within society at large. Attitudes that view the status quo as the natural, inevitable result of apolitical forces. Davis Aridi, Jordan Owen, John Bain, Phil Mason, Dean Esmond, Paul...
Total Biscuit is the reason I am leftist. Why is he there, Lamau? I don't know why people... Because Total Biscuit wasn't, like, completely... It's such a shame. He, like, died shortly after Gamergate happened, and his legacy got irreparably tarnished by political weirdos, and it's changed since then, but... fucking Total Biscuit is, like, even Hassan and I... Or Hassan and... Hassan's editor, at least, and I can agree that he should not be on here. Next to fucking... Men of the West, fucking fedora wearing Davis Arini over here, and like Thunderfoot and all that. I don't, just because again, because this is an example of it. Like that, why is this, and it's so funny. Like, why is Total Biscuit there? Because fucking 8 years ago, it was all it took to be lumped in the basket of deplorables with all these other irredeemable monsters. Was for him to be like on a stream saying, Gamergate's not so bad. I don't know. They got some good points. Like, he was extremely neutral. He was just vaguely not completely condemning Gamergate. And that was enough for him to be smeared as this guy who's like, I'm pretty sure this guy's a white supremacist. Not certain. But he's got some pretty weird beliefs. I remember him. And I don't know about Thunderfoot or whatever. I don't know about, some of these people. But like, yeah, he's an evil Gamergate supporter. And now, like, and you don't see this, you don't see the problem here. You don't see the problem was that they, just categorized a lot of people wrongly, and maybe some people didn't take too kindly to that. Some of the ones who are still alive to have taken to it one way or another. Total Biscuit didn't have that luxury. I think he was possibly already dead by this point, 8 years ago. I'm not sure. But it was not great. Yeah, not great to see him on here being like smeared like this just because he was not completely bending the knee to the anti-Gamergate people. you know, the cult of Zoe Quinn and Anita or whatever. He's and the people who do this video, like 8 years later, the editor of this Hassan clip is like, why is Total Biscuit there? Yeah, because this entire fucking narrative was bullshit. That's why.
Lamb, Jason Polera, the denizens of 4chan, they all...
I have no idea who any of these people are, and I think it was because at this stage in my life, I was not playing a lot of video games, and because I was getting pussy. I'll like, it's reductive to explain it as such, but that literally is what was going on. You know what I mean?
Guess what? So were a lot of people in Gamergate.
Had an axe to grind. Gamergate is nothing more than the new name for a long-standing resistance to the increased visibility of minority voices in society at large. If we look at Gamergate as a text, look at their message boards, their IRC channels, their blog posts.
You still don't play a lot of video game? Bitch, I've logged in 40 hours on Infinite Wealth 8 over the course of the past.
Infinite Wealth 8. Good one. That's good. That's my favorite Infinite Wealth game. Good one, Hassan. Big gamer over here. God, Hassan, you look like such a jackass. He's trying to pick a game that's not like Call of Duty or Fortnite, right? So he picks one that unfortunately I have familiarity with, and he says the fucking name wrong. Like, dude, just say no, or say like, yeah, sometimes. Why do you have to like pretend? Infinite Wealth 8. Amazing.
Past 2 weeks. Okay? No, I play a lot of video games. I just don't do it on camera. So then you think I don't play video games, which is ironic because you play video games off camera every day and think you're a gamer. If you are a gamer, then so am I.
YouTube videos, claims, priorities, and target selection, we can drill down to the following base assumptions about the world, the Gamergate normal. 1. There are no real problems with inclusion or representation in gaming. 2. Any problems that do exist don't matter because that's just market economics appealing to the majority of players. 3. The status quo, as they perceive it through the lens of assumptions 1 and 2, is...
Okay. There are no real problems with inclusion or representation, right? Any problems that do exist don't matter because... Status quo is a natural state. So, like, this is interesting, because if you were there for the stream about Anita Sarkeesian and, like, feminist frequency videos, you'll remember that one of my big fucking complaints during that, like, I wouldn't shut up about it, was that she would continually talk about, like, gamer stuff is, like, targeted to boys, and I was like, okay, why? Can you tell me why? Can you give me a reason, in your words, Anita, or your fucking writers or whatever, like, why it is that, you know, and it's true, it is true, why it is that games historically have been targeted more to boys, and, like, market economics or whatever. And it looks like that might be what he's actually getting into here. Potentially. Any problems that do exist don't matter, because that's just market economics appealing to the majority of players. That's kind of the argument of, like, okay, well, so what if women are underrepresented because it's mostly men that are playing the games, right? They've been, you know, they've been marketed mainly to men. I mean, I don't think I agree with that, but, like, if that's that, and that's not really the argument, though. I mean, I'd say he's right on the first point. If he's trying to characterize what Gamergate's points were, in my estimation anyway, he's right on the first point. Is that, well, yeah, there's no real problem. I mean, he's right that Gamergate thinks that. I don't think I still think that, but I think people in Gamergate would have thought, you know, people supporting that would have thought that at the time. I think I can at least at this point recognize that, yeah, I mean, there's certainly room to ask why so many women are inherently... Like I mentioned on the recent podcast episode that we did, we were talking about the Stellar Blade thing, and it came up that, like, yeah, there's even sexier costumes than the one that got, like, censored, quote-unquote, that you unlock later. And I made a whole joke thing about, like, yeah, you know, like, in the old days in a video game, like playing Ys 8 or whatever, I started playing it, and there's a female character, and I'm like, oh, I bet I have to wait until the end of the game to unlock her bikini outfit. And that's just like, that just came to me like, yeah, because that's the way it is, right? You know, you beat the game, and then as a special reward, they give you lady but in bikini. That's Infinite Wealth 8 did that. Not that I ever put Chitose in a bikini, but they let you do that. And Infinite Wealth 8 did that. So, you know, like, yeah, that's kind of the way of things. And why is that? You can analyze that, you know, and that's that you can look at that as a problem with inclusion or something, representation, I guess, more that. So, point one, I can, you know, I think he's potentially close to the mark on how Gamergate would have viewed things there. This is his estimation of Gamergate's worldview, right? You know, the amorphous blob of Gamergate. Two, any problems that do exist don't matter. That's not really accurate. I don't recall people really talking about that. I mean, to an extent, it's like, well, if, you know, men play more video games and, like, statistics kind of point toward that sometimes. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I'm talking out my ass, but I've seen various things that have indicated that. And then, you know, I don't know. I don't think that wasn't really a big talking point, like, back in this era. I guess it came up from time to time in the early primordial discussions of is media woke now, like, yeah, the argument of like, well, it was, you know, it's mostly white guys playing games in the West, so who cares that most of the protagonists are white guys? It's like, well, you know, I think I guess that's, you know, I guess that's fair enough. I think people in Gamergate would have agreed to that as a generalization, but I don't know about that. I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to be fair to Dan Olson and his own representation of Gamergate here, and it's like, it's tough for me to separate, like, because this is 8 years ago, it's tough for me to separate how I feel the group collectively would have, I mean, there wasn't a lot of agreement in that group, right? You know, the disorganized jumble of fucking retards on Twitter or whatever, there wasn't a lot of, like, coordination there. But, you know, generally there were some talking points, and I guess these two would be fine. The status quo is a natural state, thus any disruption is inherently artificial. Yeah, I mean, okay, I'll give him this. This is not an incorrect assumption of, like, a analysis of what the general thesis of Gamergate was. And this isn't even talking about the ethics in gaming, because, I mean, that was the game journalism, because that was a big talking point, and it was, like, what started a lot of it, but it certainly did become culture war. It became stop putting, you know, I mean, at that point in time, it manifested differently. It was the early stages of this, so it was websites calling, like, Gone Home the game of the year, and, like, writing hit pieces about how such and such AAA game is, like, you know, whatever, is not woke enough, you know, it's hateful to the minorities and whatever. I'll never forget the one that said that Battlefield 3 was homophobic because someone told the reviewer that they pushed their shit in, and that's a homophobic slur, apparently. You know, just weird, like, hit pieces against certain types of things, like real games, quote unquote, and then all of the, like, you know, indie story walking simulators were all getting propped up as, like, the greatest fucking things ever. You know, so it was a different type of thing back then, but, I don't know, like, yeah, I guess this isn't a complete mistaken representation of it. I guess it's just interesting to me. I know people are probably like, bro, this is boring, play the video. But it's like, I don't know, it's interesting because I don't think he's totally wrong with this. I think he's misguided on some elements of this, but I think in general, if I had to distill what Gamergate would have thought about, like, you know, all the people involved in it would have thought about, like, you know, or outwardly said that they think about inclusion and representation, it probably would have been something like this. So, to his credit, yeah, it doesn't seem like he's completely off the mark with these 3 points here. I was so ready to be like, no, this is wrong, but no, I mean, again, it's hard to separate, like, how the amorphous blob of people back then would have viewed this versus how I view it now, which, I mean, I've definitely, you know, left it up a little bit in some ways since then. Where it's like, I mean, I recognize certain things that I was just unaware of back then. Like, yeah, the status quo is not a natural state. The status quo of why games were marketed to women, or to men, is not a natural state. I hope that he maybe asks the question of why the status quo is the way that it is. because that's what's interesting to me. Why is it that historically they've been boy toys, video games, and not and like only now, you know, girls have always played them, but only now it's not so common to be like the famous commercial for Ocarina of Time that's like, "Willst thou save the girl or play like one?" Like, why was that okay, right? You know, what is that, you know, what is that doing for fucking, you know, people? I don't know. Yeah, the status quo is not a natural state. So, I mean, but like, I still generally, all of this can be right, and I can still be like, okay, but you still know what you're fucking doing when you just put Stacey Abrams on Star Trek, dude. You know what you're fucking doing when you just point at the camera and say, "Think this, loser!" That's like all of this might be true, but you're still mishandling this whole fucking thing. Like, yeah, you can shake up the status quo and ask questions about it, but you fucked it up just like Noah and Illy fucked up that whole thing.
State. Thus, any disruption is inherently artificial.
The whole culture war is two retards fighting. It's like the plot of Xenoblade.
This is the bedrock of the movement's ideology. The core here is that from their point of view, the criticisms directed at video games and the community are fundamentally unnecessary, that nothing is wrong with the way things are, and that any problems are the unavoidable result of natural processes. This is what drives the vitriol against Anita Sarkeesian, Zoe Quinn, Brianna Wu, and others. They are seen as...
That's not true. You had me there, Dan Olson, who allegedly uploaded child porn to 8chan to implicate Gamergate. You had me there. Allegedly, he did that. I don't know. I don't have to... Allegedly. You had me there with your 3 points. You really had me there. I was on board with what you were saying. I don't fully agree. I think you're a little off, but like generally. But no, this isn't why they were mad at these people, dude. This is not. You're lying. That's just not true. You're just lying. You're just lying, dude. You're a weaselly little liar, dude.
This is what drives the vitriol against Anita Sarkeesian, Zoe Quinn, Brianna Wu, and others. They are seen as...
3 notorious grifters. This woman who is just PragerU in a dress. This woman who literally just fucked a bunch of people for good press, but we're supposed to be okay with that because she's a woman, I guess. And then Moonrocks McGee over here, who recently apparently has turned into like the TERF, like regret transitioning side of things. Brianna Wu has like she's like friends with JK now. So interesting group of people. I'm sure they're all very trustworthy.
Tenders, if not invaders.
It's so funny because how old this video is. Like a lot has changed, right, in the world. Like some of the guys that he showed, I think, are still up to their old shit. Some of them, I think Total Biscuit died, right? And was maybe not like pro Gamergate after. And
after he was fucking you stupid fucking retard. You know, after he was dead, I feel like he let a few of his convictions go, probably, you know, like his bowels too. He was anti-GG before it even reached me. That's not true. That's also... Stop putting... Oh my god. Stop talking about the dead man. Just move on. Use other examples other than the dead man. Move on from the dead man. Dude, I get it's an old video. He might not have been dead at that point, but just move on. Let's just move on. Just move on.
Others are known as like out and about white supremacists, or their careers have ended.
Good god.
Right?
I just the lack of any ability, like, this one guy was there, and he definitely wasn't actually any of these things, but definitely all these other people were. I think, to be fair, the people he showed, a number of them are... I know at least Davis Orini is a fucking weirdo, and I didn't know one of the other guys there, and I think the other one was Thunderfoot, and I think Thunderfoot... I don't know, I haven't watched his fucking videos in 10 years. I didn't even watch his videos much then. I watched them because he was epic anti-SJW or whatever, and I was in that fucking world. And even then, I was like, this guy just seems like he's just, like, angry and weird. I don't know. But, like, I don't know. I don't know. Look at this person, smiley face, from Cancer. Like, look at this. This is great, cool chat, by the way. One guide. I got one guide again by his chat. His cool chat that's doing smiley face. He died from cancer. Cool chat. Cool people that you know... How is Think Before You Sleep supposed to be fucking held accountable for his his audience when Hassan's audience is the way that they are. I don't know.
Whereas Brianna Wu is now famously trying to desperately do pro-Israel propaganda on Twitter and is almost perfectly aligned with the same Gamergaters that originally made her life a living hell. So that's what
It's almost like she was a grifter, dude, like you. A weaselly little grifter, dude.
happens in 10 years, by the way. A lot changes in
Yeah, a lot changes. It becomes more politically advantageous for her to do this now.
10
you know?
years. So if you are unchanged from the events that unfolded 10 years ago and you still hold resentment towards any of these people and not the new
smiley face is yep. Well, it looks like a smiley face. I mean, it's also just a fucking Pepe. It's a smug Pepe. I don't know what the fuck. I mean, I hate Twitch chat, so it's fair. Maybe I am misunderstanding the Twitch chat fucking emote culture. That's fair. I don't see why the smiley smug Pepe is. I'd have the lefties reclaimed smug Pepe. That's, I guess that was to be expected. The guy who made it was not super happy with it. The right wingers did take it a little far, but man, the left has not done anything with smug Pepe. Let's be real here. The people that used to have control of smug Pepe, whatever politics you'd attribute to them, I think you'd broadly call them poll people, right? Like probably right wing people. They were making fucking thousands of Pepes, dude. There was a whole smug Pepe NFT economy before NFTs were even cool. And what has the left done? They're just incorrectly using a fucking smiley face to talk about Total Biscuit dying of cancer. What the fuck's going on?
resentment that you would hold towards Brianna Wu for thinking that, like, the parting of the Red Sea was a real event. Like,
Pepe should be apolitical, but I'm saying, as this guy has pointed out, whether it should be or shouldn't be, Pepe used to be a right-wing symbol, and when it was a right-wing symbol, there were a bunch of funny, good Pepes, and now I'm not seeing any fucking funny Pepes, is what I'm saying. If it's been reclaimed, they have not done a lot with it. It's like when Disney got Star Wars, you know?
Historical event, and not just something that was written in scripture, then, you know, you might be a little brain broken. It is unhealthy to hold this level of resentment towards someone like Anita Sarkeesian or Zoe Quinn, or even Brianna Wu for Gamergate related shit. You know what I mean? You didn't change too much. You just got better. Yes, because I think my foundations are solid. That is the reason why I did not change that much over the...
Yeah, he's got a foundation in the Young Turks. He's got a lot of money in that foundation, so I'd say it's pretty solid.
Course of this period of time. But no, I used to make transphobic jokes and, like, significantly more misogynistic jokes back then. That has changed. So I have changed a little bit. I've changed in my politics for sure. I became someone who is an advocate for trans people in this 10-year process, right? Like, if you haven't changed over the course of 10 years, like, in any meaningful way, you are not well receptive of criticism. I am very well receptive of criticism if it's made in good faith.
I see the ban button.
It's not criticism when someone comes in here and says, like, your dad had a trust fund and is a billionaire and
that is criticism. This is what I mean. The fucking good faith. What do you mean? You just say that it's bad faith if it's a criticism you don't have an answer to. Let's fucking call a spade here, people. What the fuck are we doing?
So you have a big house, and
it's like 99% of what I do on this stream is just having to parse the fucking stupid bullshit that people, like, lie about because we all have to. Just being like, oh, you mean this. Oh, you mean the opposite of the thing you're saying. Right, okay, right, absolutely.
In context,
weaselly little
with,
liar,
your
dude.
Personal beliefs that I believe are hypocritical. That's not criticism. That's your opinion that is just wrong, and it's filled to the
brim. All right, well, that is based. I agree with Hassan that opinions can be wrong, so that's fair.
Brim with false information that you've been primed into believing, and a lot of false assertions. That's the difference. If you actually do have good criticism, I welcome that.
That's not true, dude. That's just not true. You are the arbiter of what good criticism is of yourself. And I mean, to be fair, I've said before that I never get good criticism. Like, I mean, okay, every now and then I get like, hey, your audio is a little low here, and that's fair. But then most of the time, if I get a bad comment, it's just like, you're fucking gay and I hate your voice. And it's like, all right, well, I'm not becoming heterosexual or changing my voice. So fuck off, queen.
Okay, if you have good constructive criticism, I welcome that. I've changed the way that I do commentary over the course of many, many years, as a matter of fact. But a lot of the accountability politics online, which is literally what we are covering currently. Gamergate is the exact same thing. People thinking like we are doing accountability by getting angry at the wrong shit. A lot of it is just like cooked up, manufactured outrage.
That's so funny. Is that how you view it? It's the same thing, huh? Accountability. That's an interesting take, honestly. I mean, Hassan's got a good take on this one. Not really. I just wanted to actually say that. I don't think anyone's ever said that before, but Hassan's got, an interesting take. The suggestion of, like, I don't know.
Exact same thing. People thinking like we are doing accountability.
He thinks that, huh? Yeah, I mean, I guess it's people like the journalists are lying, so let's hold them accountable by calling up the sponsors or whatever, sending the emails and all that shit. I guess you could look at it that way, but then it's just so funny that you can't. It's just even worse that way, that you recognize that it's like, I never viewed it as like a form of almost like cancel culture, as like how you describe it there, holding people accountable. I mean, in that scenario, it's these journalists are lying and spreading misinformation and are all in bed with each other, sometimes literally. Maybe people should not be funding these websites potentially because this isn't real journalism, but I mean, depending on your fucking perspective on things, sure, maybe it was holding trans people accountable or fucking something like that. I don't know. However you want to view it, I guess you could look at it that way, but then that's interesting that you would say that, and then still, if people view Gamergate as like a failed attempt at holding people accountable the wrong way, the wrong type of people for the wrong reasons, then don't, it's like Mama Max, like canceling people, and like he's had his own scandal. Shouldn't you be able to look at that past thing that happened and be like, oh, shouldn't that have fucking taught you any kind of lessons? If Gamergate is an example of this, shouldn't we now be a little bit more careful about, like, creating fucking mass fucking media firestorms, over misinformation and shit? Well, we aren't. So, I guess this is, he said at the beginning of this fucking video, he said something about, like, Gamergate, who wants to even learn about that? Well, maybe we should have. Maybe we should have very carefully fucking studied that shit. Maybe we should have. I don't know.
By getting angry at the wrong shit, a lot of it is just, like, cooked up, manufactured outrage. Right? That's it.
Their criticism as wholly out of place, unnecessary.
I like that Toast Gaming over here is like has actually turned the fucking leaf. He's turned a new leaf, saying holding people accountable means making people's lives hell. Yes, usually that's what it means. Based Toast Gaming. 2 + 2 is equaling 4 right now, chat. Yeah. I mean, usually that's what it means. I mean, like, the Super Mega thing, where the guy basically got run off the internet, and it seems as though she's just not going to be happy until this Don dude, like, actually kills himself. Like, just harass you until you're dead. That's what holding yourself accountable means. Or, like, the part in also that video where she legitimately says, like, you're not supposed to... No, wait, it wasn't that. It was the Shubble video talking about Katie bugs. Whole fucking fake tickle rape thing. And she says this whole fucking thing about, like once you have, overstepped with children, and she's talking about 18-year-olds, by the way, you should just never come back onto your platform, ever. So, I mean, it is like, at the end of the day, I do appreciate when people are a little more brazen and they just go, yeah, you should just leave forever and never apologize. Don't bother apologizing, just leave forever and that'll make us happy. I wish people would be more honest with that sort of thing, because I guess they figure people won't be on board with that. They probably won't be, but they're not on board with the other fucking thing either, so I don't know. I don't know, man.
And artificial. Gamergate actively seeks to have these voices silenced and expelled from the industry. This perception that their natural state of normal is being invaded.
The voices are grifters, dude. That's what you don't get. People never see grifters when they're on their own side. People don't see Hassan as a grifter. People don't see, like, Critical Drinker as a grifter, or any of these fucking people, these, like, super cool Star Wars is woke number 407, video, YouTube channels. They don't see any of them as, like, grifting and, promoting, hate for views, basically. They don't see it that way. They don't see Hassan that way because they agree with me. I don't view Brianna Wu and Zoe Quinn and Anita as obvious grifters, even though they obviously are, because they agree with me. It took Anita Sarkeesian got paid like fucking $100,000 or more. How much was it? It was at least $100,000, right? To make videos that look like some shit I could put together in 10 minutes. Amazing. Not a grifter, though, definitely.
Feeds and internally justifies the use of militaristic rhetoric, constant references to being at war, and organizing under names such as Operation Vox Populi.
I didn't need to say anything about allegedly. I didn't mention about the time that Dan Olsen allegedly posted child porn to 8chan in order to make Gamergate look bad and make it look like Gamergate's cool website that they hung out on 8chan. Had child porn on it, which he allegedly posted. Dan Olsen, folding ideas, foldable human, the guy whose video Hassan is watching here. See, if I had said that, I would have to add an allegedly to that, because I actually don't know, truthfully, one way or the other about that one.
And the hilariously named Operation Shills of Silicon Valley.
One of the funniest parts about this is like the way that a lot of these people presented themselves as though they were engaging in like a righteous conquest, like a holy war. And all they were doing is like, it is a very Ted Kaczynski moment, right? Ted Kaczynski, now a figure of reverence for some weird reason, right?
What was this
Ted Kaczynski, now a...
Oh man, there were many female victims on Gamergate. Blizzard scandal was probably more visible, but I still, to this day, don't believe Zoe Quinn is a victim. Oh, wow. Wow, that's actually, well, semi-based. There were not victims, quote-unquote, like... Are you sure you're a victim? Are you sure it wasn't just nothing? I don't know. But yeah, I mean, Zoe Quinn was not. She was like the thing is, people are always shifty when you do the like, oh, if you put the shoe on the other foot thing. If you make it male developer sleeping around for good press and his jilted ex, like, ex-girlfriend made a post, outing him. That would be a Me Too thing today, right? That would be overwhelming support for the ex. But Aaron Gioni, or whatever his name was, he did that for her. And, he was smeared all across the board as like a bitter, hateful ex. All the things that the right-wingers are doing now for all of the victims of Super Mega and the Minecraft rapists and whatnot. That's exactly what they did to him back then. So that's funny. Yeah, no, she was never really a victim. She certainly liked to play the victim, though.
Figure of reverence for some weird reason had...
Oh, yeah, that's right. Zoe Quinn is the one who falsely accused a guy, and then the guy ended up killing himself. And now she owns a stake in a company he was a part of. That's so... Girl power, guys. Epic. That's so epic for women. I love that for women. That's so good for women. Can we just get a big round of applause for... That's great. Good for her, man. Yeah. We talk about Ed Pisker, who I guess was like being... I guess he was being creepy to like... some young people on fucking Instagram or whatever, but he was I guess they canceled him and he just like killed himself. I don't know. Maybe that was one where I watched it and I'm like, well, this guy does seem like he's a bit of a fucking weird piece of shit. And frankly, the suicide just feels like, dear God, don't scrutinize me further. I swear it's not worse than it looks already. I swear. Don't check my hard drive, bro. Like, I don't know. I don't know how much I can really, based on what I've heard of that, I don't know how much, and seen his posts and stuff. But even then, the posts are kind of taken weirdly out of context too, so it's hard to say, really. It's tough. It's classic Sonic Sega gamer. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. The rest is needless to say. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know, man.
Believes that were idiotic, okay? And also his actions were also equally dumb. What did he do in order to disrupt the way? In order to...
I clap my fucking elbow. Every time I beat a boss in fucking Kingdom Hearts 2, it was... Oh!
You never see it come.
It was great. Good times.
To pull society back into anarcho-primitivism, he went and he blew up the fingers of, like, Radio Shack employees.
So he's talking about Ted Kaczynski and comparing that to Gamergate, and he's acting as if Gamergate, by, in his view, harassing women. I guess, charitably, I think what he might be suggesting is that, I mean, like, again, as someone who's more, like, in the center now, or whatever, I can easily look at a lot of the complaints that Gamergate had. And I gotta throw Hassan's people a bone here, not the Turkish, but I gotta throw Hassan's people a bone and just say, yeah, a lot of the problems do ultimately come down to, like, capitalism, don't they? I mean, if you really want to be fucking serious about it, a lot of the problems do come down to, big business works in the way that it does, and therefore they make the decisions that they make. Much like with Stellar Blade, it's like, yeah, take your complaint should go up to, like, the people at the highest echelons of the power that have made things the way that they are, it's not so much a thing that we need to, like, focus on. People really got into the weeds with that really quickly, again, Gamergate was something that was like a decent original. I mean, initially it was just like a fucking drama story. It was just some drama. It was just a little bit of, intrigue for a little bit, and then it became a whole movement. It was a movement. It became a movement. And, yeah, I mean, a lot of people had some weird fucking opinions of how to go about that. A lot of people were just, like, squabbling with randos on Twitter all day, thinking that that was going to solve anything. And that's still the way things happen now. You still just get, like, crazy people squabbling on Twitter, assuming that's going to, like, change anything. But then, like, some of the people that they were, like, addressing specifically, I mean, like, Anita Sarkeesian wound up being very influential. There's a reason why people didn't like her. There's a reason why people didn't like Zoe. They wound up speaking in front of some UN fucking TEDx talk shit. Like, as in, not a real UN thing, but at the UN building and, like, technically part of the UN, sort of like how TEDx talks aren't real TED Talks, but they're, affiliated with TED. They just, they take random homeless people off the street and then they put them in a in the TEDx building, and that's how you get most of those talks. So it's not as prestigious, but it was something. These people had some influence. They had some influence. So to act like it was just totally insane for them, completely baseless, Ted Kaczynski bombing Radio Shack employees or whatever, like, no, I mean, there was a connection there. It was not really the main. Ultimately, it should have been, what the fuck do you want? Ultimately, it should have been smash the state. It should have been, redistribute the woke. It should have been, big money is making it profitable for journalists to clickbait people with culture war shit. So we should, boycott that. But it wasn't. It didn't wind up being that. And there's little that people can really do ultimately. I mean, it's a beast stronger than anyone other than Hassan. Maybe Hassan could tell capitalism to stop. Hassan could get capitalism's manager on the phone and tell him to stop doing all the stuff he's been doing. And he should. Okay,
and a couple grad students. You think that is like, you think that was actually moving the needle?
Yeah, they actually named, fun fact, they did name Ted. I wasn't just bringing that out of nowhere. They brought up, I brought up TED Talks because they actually named them after Ted Kaczynski. It was a very strange choice that they made, but they did do that. They did do that.
You think that was even protest to begin with? Like, do you think that was a solid protest to begin with? It was very, very stupid, obviously. And a parallel exists here as well, which is that a lot of these guys who are angry at dumb shit, right? Video games being ruined by women.
That was not why they were angry, though. This is so missing the point. If you watch this clip, you're getting a completely skewed lie view of what Gamergate even was. I mean, the joke back in the day was it's not really about ethics in journalism, it's about harassing women. But we've gone so far past that and, like, simplified it. It's like when the initial creation of, like, a term... You know what I learned recently? You know the word okay? Like, or the abbreviation, letter O, letter K, or the word O-K-A-Y. Okay. Okay comes from the words all correct. O-L-L-K-O-R-R-E-C-T. It came from an 1830s fad of intentionally misspelling things. And so since then, we've simplified all correct down to okay. And over the course of time... What Gamergate was about has gone from, I wish they would stop fucking writing these stupid woke bullshit articles on, you know, Kotaku or whatever. And, you know, we have evidence that, you know, certain types of things... What it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back of, oh my god, these types of websites have been doing this shit for years. Kotaku, Polygon, these, like, gaming journalism websites. That is where it began. But it was also intermingled with the rise of the SJW, the obnoxious Tumblr idiot who would tell you not to say words and then tell you all about their other kin headmates or whatever the fuck, you know. All of that attack helicopter shit. That was all mixed together, you know? And so, like... It was eventually like, yeah, we're sick of this fucking shit. We're sick of... I mean, I'm sick of having to read about these retards on 4chan, but I'm also sick of having to see gaming journalism threads that are just, guys, look, Kotaku did another one. And, yeah, you know, it went from there. It's definitely started... It started with a whole thing about, like, journalism. It's not correct to act like it started with the women thing. It's maybe fair to act as if I disagree to an extent. I mean, you know, some people, whatever. It was a big conglomerate of people. There's a lot of different people. Leaderless movement and all that. But, like, you could maybe suggest that it wound up being a thing about harassing women, an excuse for people to harass women. I still don't agree. But it certainly is a misnomer to act like it started that way. Like, you would get such a mistaken view of this, and maybe... Dan Olsen's video is, like, a little more accurate. I don't know. Like, this might just be Hassan's clip here that's, like, cutting it up a bit. But Hassan's, like, explaining the point of Gamergate or whatever, and he is completely wrong. I mean, he's just wrong. Unless you're acting like harassing women equals criticizing the woman who slept with a bunch of people for positive press in various gaming outlets. For her, like, shitty indie game that wasn't even a game and sucked ass. I mean, yeah, I guess technically that's, like, you're upset with a woman, but that just seems, like, incidental that she happened to be female there, ultimately. I mean, again, it would be fair to suggest that some people later on... Do I think the group as a whole was, like, an excuse to harass women? No. And, I mean, I didn't do that a lot of... Well, I did call Randy Harper fat a whole lot. Maybe I did harass some women. You know, harassing women is fun, though. That's the problem. But, you know, the whole group didn't do that. But probably it's fair to say that some people latched onto it as an excuse for that sort of thing. Sure. But acting like that's the start of it. Like it was literally just a bunch of people. That sounds so fake, too. Like, that just sounds fake. That just doesn't sound like like, a bunch of people just decided, we're sick of women! Maybe that would happen now, like in the wake of all of this, but not back then. I don't know, man. This is playing on Zoomers who weren't there and just, they have this, like, understanding of the world the way it is now, and how people are now, and that just isn't the way it was 10 years ago. it did not start as a reason to attack women, as some fucking harassment campaign. Maybe some people were harassing Zoe Quinn, you know, possibly, you know, even probably. She got a lot of attention, and she brought a lot of it on herself, to be fucking honest. She was happy to wallow in the fucking mud with the piggies. She was real happy to call people names on Twitter, so it's, you know, you play with fire and shit happens, right? So, you know, Zoe Quinn probably did get some shit, but she was the reason that the whole thing started after a bunch of other shit related to journalism. And it's so disingenuous, and it's amazing. I watched this because this is something that I know something extensively about, and I was there the whole time. And, like, man, I was there after a point where it stopped being cool to hashtag Gamergate. I mean, I say there. I wasn't I think at that point I had kind of stopped. I did stop around when it stopped being cool, to be fair. I don't want to... I don't think I kept it going for, like, 5 years like some fucking people did, but... You know, some people are still tweeting hashtag... Well, especially now, but... you know... A year or two ago, people were still fucking tweeting it. It was fucking weird. You know, but, like, I was there. I know extensively about this. And so to see this and then imagining how he misrepresents any single other thing he ever talks about. Every other, like, discussion he ever has is potentially just him lying, just wrong, just an idiot completely. Every other... You can't take his word for anything. Maybe he knows more. He probably doesn't know much about Gamergate, to be fair. But why is he talking about it so confidently, then? He's not acting as if he doesn't know anything about it. He's talking about it with, like, confidence, and people in chat who don't know any better are going to assume that he knows something about it. He fucking doesn't. He knows jack shit about it. He knows less than Dan Olsen, which is fucking saying something. He was also there for the whole thing. He just has a weird perspective on it. I don't know, man. Just fucking think before you trust anyone.
Turned around and used that animosity and anger that they had to do this, what they perceived, righteous conquest, this holy war against, like, a bunch of random people. Crazy misrepresentation.
That is, yeah, this is a crazy misrepresentation of Uncle Ted. No, it's a crazy misrepresentation of the actual thing you're talking about, dude. Just attack some random people. No. Not really. I mean, those people, from what I understand, almost all of those people got themselves involved. I mean, people were already upset with Anita because of her, like, tropes versus women thing, which was fucking stupid. And I watched it recently, and it's still fucking stupid. And it's even stupider now. But, you know, people were mad at her already. She wasn't even related to any of this, really. Anita got so thrown into this, I think, by herself and her people. Jonathan McIntosh. Full Macintosh. You know, she wasn't even fucking related to any of this, but she inserted herself. Brianna Wu, I don't remember how she got involved. I don't think it was just out of nowhere. I think she just started tweeting about it. She got herself involved in the fray. And then, yeah, people probably were... You know, there were probably some weirdos. I mean, yeah, there's definitely some people that used the fucking thing as an excuse to be, like, shitheads. Just like anybody uses anything as an excuse to be shitheads, you know. I don't know. It's not like Gamergate sought... Like, the way he's describing it, if I didn't know better, it would sound like Gamergate was a group of people that randomly decided, or... Well, for whatever reason, decided, maybe they had a reason, not random, but, like, for whatever reason, they seem to have decided to just pick, like, a hit list of women for some reason. Like, he even says random people. Like, for some reason, like, a hit list of completely random women who happen to be in gaming. And that's the weird, like, Anita's the only one that makes sense in that scenario, right? I mean, like... Because she, I mean, even if you know anything about that predates Gamergate, so, like, okay, there's some existing stuff there, but, like, Zoe Quinn, okay, why would the gamers have targeted Zoe Quinn? I mean, for any reason other than the real reason that she was, you know, people were scrutinizing her, which was her, you know, sleeping with 5 people for good reviews. Why would they have randomly picked this random fucking chick with, like, a nose ring and blue hair? Why? No reason. There's no reason. There's just no reason. his version of this doesn't add up, but I can imagine a lot of people hearing it and just being like, just believing it, I guess. I mean, it's just completely off the mark. I don't know why. I mean, maybe we'll get more into it with Dan Olsen's actual fucking video here. Like, Hassan does say in the beginning that, like, he kind of lets on that he doesn't know much. He's like, oh, I was too busy getting pussy, and that sort of thing. Like, he lets on that he doesn't know, but if you're just a Hassan fan, you're gonna watch this and take it like any other opinion that he has, and most of his other opinions are also probably just, I want to give the benefit of the doubt of assuming that this is one area specifically where he doesn't know much about it, but like, I don't know, how many other areas does he not know much about? I don't know.
Uncle Ted's revolutionary action? Yeah, dude. It's like thinking that you're doing revolutionary action by watching 3 minutes of ads at the top of the hour, okay? You're not. Subscribe and no longer see those ads. Dummy. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Well, yeah, somebody says it was so disorganized and people could just, like, come in and do whatever they wanted in the name of the movement. I mean, it was also very easy to just pretend something happened in the name of the movement, too. It was very common for people back then to claim they were harassed, and the harassment would be like, a fucking account with a default profile picture on Twitter that has no followers, that has one tweet, and it's like, I guess it's possible that this is their first engagement. It's possible you made this up too. Like, there was a lot of that. So a lot of, the lack of organization was a kind of a blessing and a curse. People swore by it back then, but it was ultimately the downfall of whatever fucking change they were trying to make. People swore that if there was I think Mr. Mediker was one too, specifically, who a lot of people were trying to lay the crown of Gamergate at his fucking feet as internet aristocrat. I think it was him who said something like, if you give this thing a leader, then they're gonna know who to attack. They're gonna know who specifically to go after, to like smear and whatever. And so instead of that, they had to smear all of gamers unanimously, and like all men, I guess. Like, double-edged sword a little bit, I think. Probably would have been better to just let Roguestar take the fucking hit, whatever.
Use of harassment and abuse tactics, such as dogpiling, sea lioning, gish galloping.
Yeah, be revolutionary by giving Hassan some fucking money, that's right.
Gaslighting are seen as acceptable means justified by the ends, wherein invaders are purged and the natural state of normal is restored. The use of terror tactics, such as death threats, doxing, hacking, and the tacit threat of mobbing, while engaged in by the minority, creates an environment of fear that all members enjoy the privilege of, whether they engage in them or not.
Okay, I'm zoning out. What is this fucking cubehead saying? Sorry. He's going over the... Okay, these are some of the fucking terms that these people love to use. Yes, sea lioning. I forgot about that one. That one didn't catch on as well. I think people still do say it, but it's not as popular as dogpiling, and gish galloping was already a politics thing. And then everybody loves saying gaslighting now. That's a big one. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes people do it right in front of you and you'd never fucking expect it. It might have been happening throughout this stream. I might have been gaslighting you the whole time. Dogpiling is a popular one. I mean, that one's like, yeah, I guess that's something. People do that. That happens a lot now. That happens all over the place now. Sea lioning, pestering a target with unsolicited questions delivered with a false air of civility. I mean, but I disagree with... This was always one that I disagreed with. This was one that they tried to define, and I never fucking understood what they were getting at, because it's like, okay, you are speaking, you random anti-GG person, hypothetically, 10 years ago, Dan Olsen, whatever, was speaking of his own volition, and like he chose to speak on the subject, and then people who like are talking about it see the fucking message and they're like, hey, but what about this? And they're trying to have like a conversation with you, a civil conversation. Like, I mean, what's your fucking problem? Don't talk about Gamergate if you don't want to talk about it. I don't understand how that's a fucking thing. People wanted to talk to me civilly about a thing. Blocked! I don't get that one. I've never been able to understand it. It still sounds fucking retarded. I don't get, like, no one forced you to talk about Gamergate, idiot. No one did, and unless you're like a random female game developer at the time who some idiot was like, dude, you fucking woke women in gaming. Like, probably, maybe that happened. I don't know, but probably not. Like, not often. You know, it was usually people that were like posting their own stupid fucking opinions about Gamergate, usually really inflammatory ones that were like, you know, calling people fucking piss babies and chuds and shit like that. I think the term back then was chud fuckers. I remember Slow Beef went really into anti-Gamergate stuff. It was the downfall of Slow Beef, unfortunately. Slow Beef of Retsupre fame. He made a fake version of Kotaku in Action, the subreddit, that was like kind of central to some of the Gamergate discussion on Reddit. He made a fake version, like a parody called r/chud fuckers in action, because he was very upset that people were harassing women. So yeah, like, you'd get a lot of these like loaded fucking messages, and then like you'd get upset that people would try to talk to you about them politely. Like, okay, I mean, it's maybe not every version of that, but I don't know about that. Gish galloping, flooding the debate space with an overload of minor, often reworded issues. I guess, I don't know, maybe. Gaslighting, presenting false information with the intent of yeah, I mean, well, that happens.
Gish galloping and gaslighting are seen as acceptable means justified by the ends.
These are my preferred Beatles, you know? Like this is my headcanon of each Beatle. Dogpiling is John. Sea lioning is definitely Paul. I think Gish galloping is that's clearly a Paul McCartney sort of thing, and gaslighting, we know that's George. We know that's George all the way.
Wherein invaders are purged and the natural state of normal is restored. The use of terror tactics such as death threats, doxing, hacking, and the tacit threat of mobbing, while engaged in by the minority, creates an environment of fear that all members enjoy the privilege of.
People giving away 50 subs. Give me the 50 subs. Hassan doesn't need 50 subs. I need 50 subs.
Whether they engage in them or not.
You know, the difference between Hassan and me is that I will tell you, I don't particularly love capitalism, but I live in it, and I do like money. So give me some money. Hassan will do the whole thing of like, no, dude, I want to give back to redistribute the what? No, just give me some money, though. I'm perfectly happy with just saying that.
Thank you, Raging Hop, over the 5 gifted, and thank you, 34 MKD 50 with the 50 gifted subs.
I'm going to restate that just because of how
somebody gives you 5 and 50 at the same time, and they both got the same enthusiasm out of him. I mean, you know, I guess you don't want to fake your enthusiasm, react harder or whatever, but it's like, well, I don't know. The guy spent considerable amount more money, and I don't know.
Important it has been in the course of the last few months. The use of
Thank you, Safia. See, I deserve those 5. I deserve those 5 new enemies.
We have a new enemy in town.
We have some new enemies in town, people.
terror tactics, even if only by a minority, has
Thank you so much. Thank you.
created an environment of fear that all members enjoy the privilege of. When
I'm going to use that on a big hammer and sickle neon sign. It's going to be great. I'm going to put it right above my head.
people are unwilling to engage because they are afraid that they'll be next, that their websites will be attacked, that their information will be
Yeah,
stolen.
but nobody was unwilling to engage. People, if they were afraid of engaging, then Gamergate would have fucking won, right? Then people would have been like, it would have been like an old fucking Western where everybody's terrified of the villain that comes into town and they all fucking close the shutters and hide in the saloon or whatever. Like, that would have been, that's what you're talking about, right? No, people were super willing to get involved in the debate space. They were super willing to call these people piss babies, and what was the one? There was one I remember Toilet Boglin was a famous one. Which, people took real notice that a lot of the insults that the anti-Gamergate people would throw around would often be, like, really childish. They would be these kind of, like, they would often be, like, weird, childish insults. I don't know what that was about. I mean, I'm sure that was probably true. Hey, listen, I remember an entire period of time where we were just photoshopping two people's heads onto a couple of black guys eating ass. and that was a meme. Because allegedly that was a photo of 2 black guys eating ass in the middle of the Ferguson riots. Was not true. It was actually just in Boys Town in Chicago, as it turned out. But it became a very funny meme to just do a little rim job edit in the middle of an image, and just like, oh, this guy's being funny again. Let's do a rim job edit of him. It'll be great. So, there was some immaturity all around. I might have been a bit of a toilet boglin. I'll own up to that.
And that they're
Yes, it's harassment. This community
Indeed.
knows it. You literally experience it on a regular basis by
This community knows all about harassment. Hassan's people know everything about harassment.
people who will try to make you out to be like a bad person. Try to make
Somebody says they like photoshopping Wings of Redemption next to Pepsi machines. That's a good one. I like that. That's subtle.
try to ruin your day in the simplest terms possible. Why? Because you watch someone like myself. It's the same principle behind like going after anyone and everyone that is associated with me. Like people do this and they think they're engaging in a righteous conquest for vengeance to like destroy or to expose the
we need like a counter for every time that one of these videos so far has been super fucking like ironic, just saying, like hypocritical, ironic, whatever you want to call it, just saying some shit that you can really easily describe. Yeah, Hassan's audience doesn't know shit about going on a holy moral crusade against some stupid bullshit that they have no right to. They have no idea about that at all, for sure.
hypocrisies that I have, right? The hypocrisy.
I recognize that gay rim job. That is a quote from me. Yes.
that undermine
very much as
my
well
worldview. So
Nathan with the five new enemies.
We have a new enemy in town.
5 of them even.
We're going to rent on a user.
5 of them even.
This user is also the attention seeker.
5 attention seekers even. Thank you.
that's what it is. It's just to make things more toxic and shitty for you because you watch the Hasanabe broadcast in the simplest terms. Just like, oh, are you someone who wants games to be woke, or are you saying games aren't woke enough? Then
I mean, I will say, to his defense, I know the sympathy for the devil, right? Hassan is approaching this from the angle of now, current day Californian shit. Hassan is approaching this from the angle of current day. There is a second Gamergate, games woke, nerdrotic, fucking hundreds of videos talking about Abby from The Last of Us 2. Every woman with a chin is woke. Like, it's definitely gotten worse. I to his credit, I have to acknowledge that it's easy to see how people might look at the way it is now and not recognize that that's not the way it always was. When he misrepresents it as if Gamergate just started out as a means to harass women, when, tangentially you can say it continued that way, but it absolutely did not start that way. And, I guess you would just believe that now, in an era when there actually are a lot of people that are, very, very stupidly fucking decrying wokeness in gaming, and they sound like fucking bumblefuck retards. They made a lot more. All I can really say is I promise these people's arguments tended to make a lot more sense 10 years ago. Because I don't know. It's just funny, too, that Stellar Blade campaign. It is virtually always, fat, dudes. It's fat or weirdly skinny dudes. It's strange looking men in all of those videos. Gamergate was widely denigrated as being a bunch of fucking ugly fat dudes, but no, lots of, like I said before, lots of very attractive women, lots of attractive men. I was one of them. Hello. There's lots of actually, it was surprising. I remember that being a surprising thing. Early on, I was going through the hashtag Not Your Shield, which was a bunch of minorities and women and minorities, the people that I hate, all just being hey, I'm, a woman, I don't appreciate being, held up as a fucking, defense for your, yellow journalism that you're doing or whatever. And it was, a lot of people There were a lot of hot bitches. There were a lot of hot bitches. Again, I'm including myself as one of them. So, I mean, like, it's just funny. 10 years ago, the Gamergate of 10 years ago was a bunch of fucking chads. Bunch of sex-having fucking thundercock chads. And now it's like the fucking Untermensch, dude. It's wild.
I'm going to come after you. I'm going to engage in a dogpiling campaign. I'm going to lie about you. I'm going to try to harm you in some way. I'm going to try to...
I like this clip, this out of context Hassan clip.
To try to harm...
I'm going to lie about you. I'm going to try to harm you.
In a dogpiling campaign. I'm going to lie about you. I'm going to try to harm you in some way. I'm
never take that out of context. That would be wrong. That would be bad faith, chat members, and we can't have that.
Try to undermine you. I'm going to try to make it seem like you believe things that you don't actually.
Hassan leaked his plan. You know, if somebody has that clip, send it to me, because that could go on the soundboard. That's a good soundboard clip.
Actually believe. This is just, yeah, someone said gamified harassment. Exactly. This is just what it is. And the express purpose, the ultimate purpose of it is to get you to stop, right? That's all it is.
Employers will be harassed.
Gamified harassment. No, that sounds like a fun way of phrasing it, because game, haha, but that's not really accurate. Again, I mean, Here's my thing, right? That hit was too dank. Here's my thing. I've had to come to terms with, in recent years, like last year, or I guess 2 years ago, or whatever now. It's been a while. I think it was last year. I did the worst of 4chan video. And I'm still planning on doing part 2. Please understand. It's just hard to do things. You have to understand. Doing things is hard. But like, I did that, and I got all of these different 4chan posts together, you know, and a lot of them were really funny. A lot of them, you know, if you saw the video, I'm very proud of that video. It's like my favorite video I've ever made. Most production value I've ever put into a fucking video. Go watch it. It did decently well, but go watch it anyway. Go give it another view. And that was a fun video to put together, and all of these old, like, 10-year-old or older 15-year-old 4chan posts, and all of them were super funny still. But then there were so fucking many of them that I had to sift through that were just racism, just really uncomfortable, not even funny, not funny joke, not like... I get it when it's a funny joke, when it's like... When I wag my tail, it never fails. I want a whale, and then the next word is just the N-word. The next post is just the N-word. It's like the fucking Blues. Like, that's funny. I'm sorry if that's offensive to you, but that's very funny. It is very funny. So there's times when that sort of thing can be funny, but then there's times where it's just an uncomfortable post about how certain people aren't people and stuff like that, and it's not even a joke. And it's like, I had to eventually come to terms with my 4chan was different from other people's 4chan back then. I talk about how 4chan wasn't that bad. I had a good time on 4chan, and it's because, you know, I wasn't a huge racist. Yeah, I might have said some words, because saying words doesn't make you a bad person. I might have said some words, but I wasn't one of those people that was in one of those threads that was, you know, screeching about apes or whatever, you know. I wasn't one of those people, and if I was, it would have been probably would be a different type of person now. I don't know, but like, yeah, it was easy for me to not acknowledge that part of things, you know, because that wasn't my perspective of the site on the time that I was there. I avoided things like that because I wasn't a big racist. I was just a little racist. I was just minorly racist, and so I avoided that sort of thing. And, you know, now I look back on it, it's like, yeah, no, I mean, yeah, you can't ignore 4chan has got this history of actual full-on racism. Does that mean just people saying a word necessarily is the worst thing ever? No. Again, there's really funny screen caps that use a lot of bad words. And, I'll stand by that to my fucking grave. But then there were ones that are just like, man, why was this right next to these two other really funny ones? Was this funny back then? Oh god. Just really uncomfortable shit. I don't know. And so all of this to say, when I detail my history and my experience with Gamergate, it's like, you know, I wasn't one of the people that was harassing people in like weirdo Skype groups that got people's fucking docs and stuff. Like, I mean, we all had our Skype cabals, but you know, mine didn't do that, you know. So like I wasn't one of those fucking people. So like, I mean, yeah, it's possible. There's definitely, it sounds like a lot of that happened. And it also sounds like a lot of it was bullshit, though. That's the problem. To my recollection, so much of the supposed harassment was really spurious, really questionable claims. Like, I'll never forget the webcomic of the really fat lady who, I forget the exact context, but the funny quote was, "Gamergate stepped on my stairs muffin." She kept a muffin on her stairs, and she like tripped, I think, and so she ruined the muffin on the trip down. And so her own actions led to her saying, "Gamergate did it. They stepped on my stairs muffin." I don't know if anyone has that comic, but it's a very funny comic that has lived rent free in my head. Every time I see this kind of victim shit, I'm just like, "Oh, I bet they stepped on your stairs muffin too." And so a lot of Gamergate, like, harassment, from the outside perspective anyway, from the perspective of someone not engaging in it, you know, outside of calling Randy Harper fat and just making tons of fucking fat jokes about... It was okay, though. She had us all blocked. She had us blocked on the block bot. She made a block bot specifically to block anyone who was associated with another person on the bot. So it was a blacklist by association. Super cool stuff. The so-called tolerant left. So I called her fat a whole bunch, but she never saw it, so it was fine. You know, it's like Schrodinger's fat or something. But, you know, I wasn't really harassing people. I wasn't doing the real harassment thing. Some people were, probably. But then, you know, I say that, but again, from my recollection, a lot of it was stairs muffin. A lot of it was like, they said mean things to me after I started it. Like... You know, it was just a lot of shit like that. So I want to be fair and be like, yeah, there probably was a lot of harassment. It's impossible for there not to have been some, but so much of it felt like stairs muffin, and I just couldn't take it seriously. I don't know. A lot of it was stuff that people brought about on themselves because they were playing in the fucking mud with the little piggies in their starched white shirts.
They'll have child pornography tweeted at them or sent to their email. All members benefit from that person's silence, even if they were not personally responsible for the harassment. One of the major ways that Gamergate enables harassment is through its anonymous swarm mentality. Gamergate, at every turn...
$5 from P. Evil Hassan be like, "Don't trick him!" Yeah, he's... It's funny, he looks visibly, he reminds me a little bit of the Nerd Crew. Like, it's different, obviously, because they don't go for, like, Zoomer or so... Well, they do. But they're like old men do it. Well, so is he. He's like 30. he's like 30 something, but he still dresses like he's 15. Yeah, no, it is. This is a very cool image. I mean, it's Bernie merch instead of like Star Wars. It is Nerd Crew, isn't it?
It's claims cool. Decentralization. Like being attacked by a swarm of bees, rarely does any one person inflict a particularly grievous wound, each individual being able to dispute their own involvement or cite the timidity of their contribution. This allows for perpetual deflection of real harms because it is difficult to summarize the cumulative impact of hundreds of messages implying you are a liar or
Oh, did he mention something about CP and I missed it? Oh, Dan Olson, who allegedly posted CP to 8chan in order to implicate Gamergate. Wow, that's allegedly. I don't know the truth of that one, but I didn't know. I did notice. I must have passed over that. You know, we're almost halfway through the video, guys, so it's fine.
Obnoxiously asking for proof of well-proven facts. Additionally, the swarm is exploited by constantly claiming that anything particularly bad...
Did he? Okay, we're gonna have to go back because I am interested now.
The ultimate purpose of it is to...
They'll have child pornography...
Right? That's all it is.
Employers will be harassed that they'll have child pornography tweeted at them or sent to their email. All members benefit from that person's silence, even if they were not personally responsible for the harassment.
Right, so now we have to ask the question. So if that allegation is true, right? Hypothetically, the allegation that's been said for years, that Dan Olson did the thing that I've said several times, allegedly. And if that's the case, why would he have done such a thing? Well, I've said it several times, allegedly, right? To implicate Gamergate, to make Gamergate look bad. So, yeah, another thing to point out in all of this, if we're talking about harassment and stuff, it was really easy to just, again, it was, I already said, though, I mean, it was really easy to just pretend you were Gamergate and, like, do some reprehensible shit, right? So, like, him doing this thing talking about, oh, yeah, these people are gonna send you horrible things. Well, I guess you might believe that if somebody, so it just, all it would take, the people would believe it and they'd believe the right thing, Dan. What you and I both know to be true, which is that Gamergate is evil. They'd believe the right thing, so all you gotta do, I mean, you gotta be the martyr who does it, right? You know that it has to be you. They'll believe it. They'll believe it once you make that, sacrifice. You're gonna have to make that sacrifice, Dan. They're only gonna believe it after that, right? So, yeah, maybe that's a little insight into the mind. I don't know. I mean, again, it's all allegedly, but, hypothetically, if you were to try to make an argument about a group of people, doing things like that, and they weren't doing things like that, well, you might need to do some things like that to make it look like they are. I don't know. I mean, it's not, nothing's confirmed, right? I mean, I don't know.
One of the major ways that Gamergate enables harassment is through its anonymous swarm mentality. Gamergate, at every turn, claims decentralization. Like being attacked by a swarm of bees, rarely does any one person inflict a particularly grievous wound, each individual being able to...
He says insert bee clip, the one, but I'm thinking it's either the bees, oh god, the bees, the Nicolas Cage, but I always often go to the Linkara, bees, my god. Both of those are pretty good bee clips, I don't know.
To dispute...
maybe you show the footage of, you show the footage of Nick Cage reacting to the bees with the cage on his head, the bee cage on Nick Cage, and then you overlay it with bees, my god, then you have the ultimate meme for 2016.
Their own involvement or cite the timidity of their contribution. This allows for perpetual deflection of real harms because it is difficult to summarize the cumulative impact of hundreds of messages implying you are a liar or obnoxiously asking for proof of well-proven facts. Additionally,
someone found the Gamergate cupcake comic? Hell yeah, my stairs muffin. Hang on. Where is it? You're such a weaselly little stream chat member, dude. Live stream chat? Okay, hang on. You're such a weaselly little chat member, dude. Thank you, David DePP. Hang on. Hang on. People need to see the stairs muffin. Wait. I think I muted myself. I think I'm good now. People need to see the stairs muffin. Hang on. Classic image. Part? And then they wake up. Gamergate? At SJ double cute. Hashtag Gamergate has broken into my house. Will update if not raped and murdered. Hashtag rape culture. Hashtag Patreon. So the misogynist terrorists have finally come to violate my beautiful body. This is what I get for being such a brave activist on the internet. Oh no! Gamergate left my stairs muffin on the wrong step! Gamergate! Gamergate has pushed me down the stairs. Tell me again how my life isn't in danger! All this oppression is making me hungry. What has Gamergate done to my chicken? Gamergate has made my chicken smell bad. They are worse than ISIS. Hashtag hungry. Hashtag Patreon. I like that it just ends on this like blank frame of there's no ending here, is there? Oh, it isn't over. Sorry. They start eating the bad chicken. Om nom nom chomp. "Oh, what's Gamergate doing to my stomach?" And, yeah, it didn't work out, so Gamergate gave him the shits, unfortunately. It's a real shame. But, yeah, the... Gamergate left my stairs muffin on the wrong step. God damn it, Gamergate! Not again! Thank you for sharing that one. Who had that one? Hang on. That was, that was David DePepe. Thank you very much.
Swarm is exploited by constantly claiming that anything particularly bad is not the work of a true Gamergater. This is, of course, a fallacy, as by definition, a swarm has no...
So, remember, they were doing this with the... this ties back. The reason why we're covering this story is because of Sweet Baby Inc., right? And a lot of the former Gamergaters, or newer Gamergaters, I guess, are currently in the process of doing this to a company that engages in like narrative design, claiming that
That's not true. That's not what they do.
they're making video games woke and therefore shitty.
They occasionally have people that write stuff for games. They are... Man, we went over Sweet Baby. They're entirely a fucking scam. I don't know. It's amazing that they've I mean, props to them, I guess. Like, fair dues. They managed to fucking swindle a bunch of people into thinking they have any right to speak on anything. They have no credentials for anything, and they basically just somehow position themselves. It's similar to Hassan. It's probably like nepotism mostly. It's probably they knew the right people. We did that whole stream. Reminder that Sleeping Dogs 2 will never happen, and it's all because of that one guy's fault. I think his name was David DePepe. It might have been Fred Fucks.
Obviously, as we covered it yesterday, turns out Sweet Baby Inc. works with pretty much every company. And
Hey, Zigale Faust, FF7 was not woke. You're an idiot. I'm sorry, you're being an idiot. Woke is not what you think it means. Woke doesn't mean having a political message that's like, the fucking environment is cool. Woke means being an insufferable cunt like this retard and forcing everybody around you to have to engage with your politics. No one complained about FF7 having like a fucking environmentalist message because it was done well and it wasn't like annoying and it actually made you think about things. It made you put the pieces together yourself to go, oh, maybe this company doing this is a bad thing. I mean, yeah, you had Barrett telling you, but like you got to actually see the results of it yourself. I don't know. It's just very different. And again, people talk about old media being woke. Like, oh, X-Men was always woke. No, it wasn't. It fucking wasn't. It was political. There's a difference. That doesn't mean the same thing, you fucking troglodytes. It's not the same. It's not the same. Woke means being a cunt. It means being a political retard lefty cunt. It doesn't mean being political, period. It doesn't mean... like, oh, there was a gay X-Man in the 80s, therefore it was woke. No, it was interesting and fucking revolutionary probably back then. Now it could be that, but it's probably just like some fucking ham-fisted, obvious, forced bullshit. There is a difference. There is a big difference. Stop acting like, oh, this thing was political 47 years ago. Everything was always woke. No, dude. That's a entirely different thing. You're such a weaselly little liar, dude. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just saying that the fucking words mean different things. I don't know.
therefore,
man.
every game that you enjoy and games that you didn't enjoy, for example, both have been touched by Sweet Baby Inc. Okay? Now, if you present this in a way where it's like all the games that you didn't enjoy were made by...
Yeah, it's an AAVE term, I know. I mean, it's like a thing that used to mean something different, and now it means this. I mean, that's the way language goes. Unfortunately, it it gives and it takes sometimes, you know what I mean? It's like, there's a lot of stuff that, you know, there's I don't know, there's a lot of stuff now that, like, yeah, well, I mean, it's like the word problematic. Inherently, it doesn't refer to what it means, and it doesn't mean the same thing anymore. The definition has changed. the word problematic in a certain context can mean an actual problem that is presented by something that might be something we need to fix and work around. Or it might just mean somebody said something that makes me feel the wrong feelings or something. You know, words change, I guess. So it's like, yeah, I mean, I don't know, woke. And I mean, like, yeah, like the old definition of woke, sure. You want to call like FF7 the original, the old definition of woke, of just, it was aware of and explaining in a way that people could understand. Like, so yeah, in that case, then Star Trek was woke, sure. Not Star Wars so much, not really. But Star Trek was, sure. It's just that, again, the definitions have changed, and these smug fuckers have come along and, like, replaced what that definition means. These fucking pieces of shit. You know what? Sure, I'll give... You know what? You know what? Star Trek and FF7 and all of them, Metal Gear, sure, they were woke. By the old definition. It's just not the same now, though. You know, what was with it is just no longer with it, and what was with it became weird and foreign and scary.
By Sweet Baby Inc. or changed in some way, then yes, it's a wonderful narrative that you can engage.
Bring back old woke. Old woke, exactly. There you go, sure.
To
give the word back to the blacks. They deserve it.
To get a lot of
just
people...
give something to them for once, for God's sakes.
To enact righteous vengeance. How do you enact that righteous vengeance? By making people feel miserable, by tweeting at them, by telling them, by repeating falsehoods, by claiming...
I mean, there are times... Yeah, tell me about the falsehoods, Hassan. There are times... Didn't Hassan go live to like 10,000 plus people and claim that Israel had done a bombing that actually Hamas had done? Isn't that a fun thing that Hassan apparently did? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he corrected it quickly. I don't know. But it's also possible I think he might have just done the whole stream misinformed like that and gave like thousands of people the wrong idea. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm wrong. There was also the time he interviewed like a Hamas member and said that that Luffy from One Piece would be really happy with his actions, like, you know, like blowing people up or whatever the fuck. That was another cool clip that I saw from Hassan here. Cool dude Hassan.
They're hypocritical. By doing anything and everything you can, scouring their tweets, finding older tweets that are inconsistent, or finding older tweets that you believe will invoke a lot of anger out of other people.
No. I think you've mentioned before that you're black, Zigale. I think it came up at one point. I know. I understand. Listen, to quote Jack Packard, I listened to a Wu-Tang album once. I think I understand the struggle. Okay. I do think, yeah, I mean, that's a word that definitely, it meant something to a group of people, and now it means a whole other different fucking thing. And it's a shame. I mean, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, and it's probably not going to change. It's unfortunate. You're gonna have to probably get over that. Unfortunately, woke is woke. Like, you're gonna have to get over that, because it's like complaining about like it's like complaining about literally, you know. I'm guilty of it, I know. So many people are. Everyone's a hypocrite with the literally. I've never met somebody who's like really, really dyed in the wool in the literal definition of literally, because that's just, it's not a lot of things ever happen literally. You know, like in like a serious literal way. It just doesn't mean as much to be, dude, it was figuratively this big. Like, it doesn't hit as hard, does it? My dick is figuratively 10 inches. No, you know, yeah, it's a losing game if you go after certain words like that, you know.
Including like the person who wrote this article, who apparently said something like, you can't be racist to white people. That's a good one. That gets a lot of people going online, especially some of the most extremely online people will get very mad at that because they don't want to examine the statement or the nuances of such a statement.
Well, of course he's one of these, you can't be, of course he is. You want to bet like 90% of the fucking problems in the left come from him. Like, I bet. I mean, like, I guess it's not all of it. Can't be all of it, because, like, Hillary already made her fucking bed, you know, back in 2016. And the rest of the fucking world had to lay in it, right? I guess it's not just him, but like, I don't know, modern internet zoomer politics. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of the annoying shit that you hear is probably just people parroting shit that this grifter tells them. It's so sad. We're living in a grift apocalypse. We got this guy, we got the fucking right-wing dudes left and right. And I swear people like this are more dangerous, because no one... I mean, yeah, there's some pushback to Hassan, but I didn't know until, like, earlier today, yesterday now, that Hassan was as dangerous of a fucking person as he is. Like, I didn't realize what a fucking insane, radical... Like, and he's got so many followers. People like to act like Alex Jones is like the biggest fucking threat to them. No, like the people that listen to him are insane already. They're people with mental problems. You know, maybe some of the people that listen to Hassan are also crazy, but like, you know, some of them are driven further crazy. I don't know. Alex Jones, unless it's people watching him because he's a funny meme lord, which you can kind of also say of this guy sometimes. You know, it tends to be people who are already pretty fucking, like, you know, people that no one's really going to take seriously, I guess. That's always my thing, is like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I still maintain Trump is a better choice than Hillary would have been, because at least everyone held him accountable the whole fucking time. Everything he did was documented. And Hillary would have just flown under the radar being the first woman! Oh my god! And she would have done so much fucking damage. She would have done so much damage. It would have been worse than where we are now. Fucking just mark my fucking words. At least people were aware of how people couldn't take Trump seriously. So they had to take everything that he did seriously. This guy, though, whatever, it's just Hassan. Yeah, whatever, Zoomer politics guy. He can't mean any harm, right? He can't be exposing audiences of thousands, tens of thousands of people a day on Twitch to, like, actual Hamas terrorists or anything. No, never. That would be crazy. That would be wild. Who would allow that on a platform like Twitch? That's crazy. Yeah.
And just leave it hanging as like, no, that's actually just racist. You. So, you know, it never really went away. It's just basically a coordinated harassment effort to try and make people feel miserable, because you probably are miserable. People that do.
So, I mean, all of this is to say it's just him, like misrepresenting Gamergate. I mean, that's what it is. It's just him lying about it. I mean, he's just lying. He's just a weaselly little liar, dude. He's just lying. He's just claiming Gamergate was inherently about harassing women. There's probably some people that did that. You know, I was not one of them. Well, not like that anyway. I was not one of them. But I was, but like I was there, and this is a complete mischaracterization, I guess, for his idiot audience that doesn't know better. And it is this amazing paradox of, like, they've managed to make it so that it's frowned upon if you look into Gamergate, because it's like, oh, who gives a shit? It's so dumb. It doesn't matter. It's just for stupid neckbeards. Whatever, man. But then, like, when you do, it's because when you do, you recognize, oh, they're just lying. They just lied. They just lied a bunch. I see. And he's still lying, and, like, he makes it so that it's like, you don't get your news from anywhere else. I'll tell you what you need to know about Gamergate. I'll tell you everything you need to know. Me and all of my knowledge. I'll tell you. Don't look it up anywhere else. I'll tell you. They were just a bunch of fat losers that wanted to harass women. And so it's like, oh, well, you know, he told me, and, you know, who cares anyway? It's just some stupid old thing. Well, it matters. It does matter, because they lied a bunch and they got away with it. And they're still doing it, I guess. I mean, the media nebulously, this guy, like, it's a self-perpetuating fucking lie at this point. It's just other idiots will say it without knowing, or with knowing. That's worse. But I mean, Hassan's over here, and I mean, you know, I can't assume good faith from Hassan, right? You can't assume that. But like, even assuming that, it's like he's dumb and he's just parroting bullshit that he has heard from other people who heard it from other people who heard it from other people who maybe, you know, fucking didn't understand it to begin with. Like, or he's just lying. He's also maybe just lying. Weaselly little liar, dude. It's possible, but yeah.
Do this kind of thing are usually miserable, devoid of politics, by the way, because
he's using GG as like a vehicle for his own fucking thing instead, I guess.
But too, let's be real. As a matter of fact, during the Gamergate era, regardless of the harassment campaigns that were being directed by right-wing reactionaries, people oftentimes thought it was only SJWs that were engaging in this sort of thing. They very clearly presented this as a bad thing and claimed that only the left was doing it, right? You're literally describing yourself. You sit at your PC all day barfing out your opinion with zero research behind it. You're absolutely correct. Once again, I welcome anyone and everyone who thinks that I have zero research behind the statements that I'm making to actually do the research themselves. If you agree with me, you should still investigate further.
It's amazing that he tells people that, because most of the time he is wrong. Like, that's interesting to tell people that confidently, when a lot of, like, right now you're wrong. Go research this. Okay, well, I mean, it's fair, at least in this scenario, if you research it, everything says the same party line that Gamergate was a harassment campaign, so I guess you would wind up, like, with the false narrative of that. So, I mean, I guess, yeah, you might still wind up a Hassan fan. You know, but probably also, some other scenarios.
Go and watch my YouTube videos. They actually do have the data. My editors will go in and add the actual data that I'm sourcing, even though...
Zigale, stop agreeing with him. I know he's an epic, hunky, cute, epic guy with the drip. I know he's so hunky and epic for dressing like a 15-year-old in his 30s. You know, I know that's not weird behavior in the slightest, not at all. But he's just a grifter. He's just a weaselly little grifter, dude. If he sounds like he believes it, he doesn't. And... he's just a grifter, dude. He's just a weaselly little grifter, dude.
I'm rattling off the top dome, and sometimes I might get things a little bit off, like numbers, you know what I mean? But ultimately you are able to fact check it yourself.
Listen, I got grifted by Milo Yiannopoulos 10 years ago. I got groomed by Milo Yiannopoulos and his gay grooming circles. It happened. It really did happen. It totally happened. I'm not making it up. It happened. I got groomed and I got grifted, and I believed that the Breitbart journalism website was just trying to tell the other side of the story, you know, get a fair account on both sides. And you know, I've been grifted before. Just be careful. Don't let them take you in. Milo is also pretty. He told me he loved me.
It's just that, unfortunately, just like the statement that you just presented here, many people don't do that. Many people's criticisms are completely devoid of any facts whatsoever. There's no disagreement with the arguments that I'm presenting. It's mostly usually just shit-slinging. You did not hold me accountable. You just shit-slang. That's all you did, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your YouTube videos are all one-sided rants of people who have no way of defending themselves because your audience is 50 times bigger. My audience is not 50 times bigger than Ben Shapiro's audience.
No, but my guns are bigger, bro. Oh, yeah. Fucking ripping the gains, dude.
Don't know who you are referencing that I have ever criticized that is like 50 times.
So he's just like arguing. He's getting one guide by his own chat now. It's good. You fight with your chat members, dude. It's great. Do that, and then let's get back to the video here. Come on, Hassan. Come on, Hassan. I know you can do it.
That's it.
That's it.
No one to dictate its overall form, thus no one to say what is or is not a true Gamergater. Either everything is in, or everything is out. Even within the more benign aims of the movement, these underlying assumptions are present. The primary...
Wow, I recognize some of these fucking people. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, I recognize so many of these ads. Jesus Christ.
Target of corruption and conspiracy accusations being women, queer folk, and their allies. Particularly insightful in this regard is Gamergate's use of code wording.
Code wording, right. So he makes a whole point about it's either all in or all out. It's impossible to tell who's really part of Gamergate, and like that's a really great argument. when you are allegedly the guy who uploaded child porn to make Gamergate look like they did that. That's a really great argument when you're trying to make Gamergate look like they've done a bunch of things. I mean, not saying that he did, but if he were to have done that, that would be a good argument to make, is that, well, yeah, you just can't trust. I mean, I don't know, some sorts of crazy people in Gamergate, and it must all be bad. Kind of thing. I don't know, interesting.
Zoe Quinn as a persistent target of harassment at the core of Gamergate, Gamergate itself being a hashtag coined by Adam Baldwin in reference to the Quinspiracy videos.
It was really his fault, wasn't it? Okay.
Was eventually given
Is it the Quinspiracy video? Dude, is it literally the fucking Internet Aristocrat videos? I think it was. He tweeted these out. That was what it was? I mean, I don't even I don't remember all the fucking lore. I didn't remember that that's where the fucking hashtag came from, but it was Quinspiracy at first, that's true. Sex for favors! Oh, that was a good time. Yeah, you know, people should, it's a little dated now, but if you've ever enjoyed Mr. Medicare, you should really go back and watch some of his really old stuff. I mean, especially like Spax 3 or whatever, but Internet Aristocrat had a few good videos and some really good live streams in relation to Gamergate. Most of the live streams were after the fact, you know. I reckon we could get Trump involved in some of them, but you know, he had a couple of good videos that kind of broke down the situation at the time, and he got a lot of people in. He kind of got a lot of people in to explain what the fuck was going on.
Hashtag coined by Adam Baldwin in reference to the Quinspiracy videos was eventually given the codename Literally Who in an attempt at deflecting very true accusations that the
So, no, they said the word cunt. Was this still at the point in time? I mean, we're still there, but the cunt is still, like, supposedly a slur. I'll never forget the fucking Curb Your Enthusiasm episode. It's like it's not a great episode of the show. There's much better episodes. But it's like one of my favorite because it's the one where he, like, goes to I think a poker game with some people. And he just, like, calls his male friend a cunt at the poker game, and everyone stops, and it's like, Larry, what the fuck is wrong with you? You can't say that. And like a couple of years, I think they've changed it, but a couple of years ago, YouTube added the word cunt right next to some of the other big words that you can't say, you know. They added that one right in there. The white women got real uppity until it got added, but I think it's gone now. I think they actually removed that. I'm not sure.
Movement largely revolved around demonizing and punishing her. It also
Matt Jarbo, Mundane Matt, was the Boulder fucker Matt. That was him. Yeah, you know, Jim also has some series about that too.
Serves as a symbolic excommunication, an ex parte declaration of Zoe as a non-person, stripping her of name and identity.
Oh, they tried to de-identity her. So if they tag her, that's bad. If they don't tag her and call her Literally Who, that's bad. There's no winning. I mean, it is, like, a lot of the time with people, like, a lot of situations I look at on this stream, it's sort of, a lot of the cancel stuff, like the Super Mega thing, for instance, it seems like no matter what those guys did in that scenario, they would have just shifted the goalposts. In this whole thing, the Illumation, whatever, like, at a certain point, you can just tell, like, okay, they've got this group of people has decided what their goal is. And, like, whatever you do, any action you take, they will find a way to shift the goalpost to be somehow your fault. That's a pretty common thing that I see in, like, this scenario. Like, no matter what you do, you don't tag Zoe Quinn, call her Literally Who. Well, you're dehumanizing her. You tag her and say specifically to her what you have to say. Well, then you're harassing her. There's just no winning. Just don't be involved at all. That's the only winning move, is not to play. That's basically what they want.
I care about you being comfortable. I care about you being two-faced, claiming you care about the workforce, yet literally publicly abusing hard workers.
Oh,
wait. Can you? No, this is actually...
He's like fighting with his chat again. Dude, Hassan, react to the video, dude. Come on. You're such a weaselly little liar, dude. You're such a little liar, dude. You're such a weaselly little liar, dude. You played the video for like 3 seconds and then stopped. You're not gonna get through this whole video, are you, dude? You're such a weaselly little liar, dude. You're such a weaselly little liar, dude. Okay, we're back to it, finally.
Let's continue.
However, as additional targets accrued, the codename was expanded to include, dehumanize, and expel others, barcoding each additional target as LW1, LW2, LW3, and so forth. Well,
oh god, all of these fucking... Jesus Christ, these fucking names. Oh god, okay, so Zoe Quinn is the chief of the literally who's. These are the 7 dark princesses of fart. Especially Zoe. Yeah, literally who won, definitely her, you know. I don't know that 3 was Lee Alexander, but I mean, she's a good pick, honestly. I mean, like, okay, because like Anita Sarkeesian really didn't have anything to do with this, but the argument was initially with a journalist. For those that don't know, Lee Alexander was a I don't know what she does now, but she was a journalist for Gamma Sutra. And she was kind of notoriously like a bit of a weird drunk sometimes on Twitter. That's my recollection of her anyway, was there were a lot of jokes about her drinking and being like a drunk. But, you know, she was one of the many people who wrote these very coordinated articles that all dropped at the same time that had the same exact message. That was, gamers are dead. We need to move on from gamers as an identity and start calling ourselves players or some shit, because gamers was toxic because of the fucking Gamergate or something. So like at least she's a fucking journalist. Liana Kurtzner was a weirdo who, she was like Boogie. She was like unable to fucking pick a side. She just kept like flip-flopping, and she would like cry a lot about getting harassed, but to my recollection, most of the time it was just like people being like, can you just fucking decide, like, every week you change your fucking, you change who you're like on the side of. These people are all weirdos. That's what I'm remembering too. Like she was an attention whore. I'm sorry, an attention seeker. That's a misogynously loaded term. She was an attention seeker, this user. Liana Kurtzner was. Zoe Quinn was. Anita Sarkeesian was like a grifter. Lee Alexander, at least she was like a journalist, but she was also like, you know, really willing to call people names on Twitter. So it's funny that she would like then claim harassment, you know. But then Liana K was what she was called. She was like just generally viewed as a person, at least as I recall, she was viewed as a person who was just kind of flip-flopping, trying to like, you know, get as much attention. Concern trolling was a term that came up a lot surrounding her. And yeah, she was just an attention seeker. Jenny Goodchild, I forget her whole deal, but I remember she was like another attention seeker mostly. Devi Ever was almost exactly the same as Liana K. She was like supposedly like pro GG, and then she would like claim suddenly that she got harassed, and then would like flip-flop back and forth, and it was like this weird shit. And then Brianna Wu, we already know, and she's famous. Moonrocks McGee, she's famous. Come on, loud equals funny. We'll be very fair to you, I promise. You know, so this is an interesting list. There's like maybe one person on here that's like, I mean, like there's one, there's like all of these people are just weirdos that attached themselves and claimed they got harassed mostly. Like Zoe Quinn is integral to the thing, and Lee Alexander is like an actual journalist, so at least she had a reason to sort of be involved. But everyone else here is just like some fucking strange leech person that glommed onto this thing and just became like a minor e-celeb for 2 weeks, and, you know, claimed they got harassed, and then whatever, like shifted positions a whole bunch. Like, I don't know, man. This is an interesting list, because like this tells me in a way all I needed to know about this. Like, yeah, am I crazy? Was it a harassment campaign? No, most of these people were just like fucking strange people looking for attention. One of them is an actual journalist, and then this one, Zoe Quinn, fucked a bunch of people for good reviews. It's like, yeah, it was a couple of people related to the actual claims at place. and then a bunch of other weirdos that were like associated because they made themselves associated. They all did it to themselves except maybe these two. And Anita, you could argue there was an existing dislike for her, you know, but like Zoe Quinn and Lee Alexander, they were the two that I can point to here that are like, yeah, you know, they had some real complaints. Everyone else here is just kind of like a weirdo that, like, yeah, I mean, I don't know about harassed. They were all just like attention seekers. It's so easy to just reduce them to this list of like Gamergate's victims, but no. I distinctly recall, I mean, again, I forget Jenny Goodchild, but I think she was similar to Liana Kay and Debbie Ever. And Brianna Wu, too. They were all just like, I'm victim blamer dork, I know. I do it a lot, apparently, but like, they did bring it on themselves. They literally went on Twitter. No one asked for their opinions on Gamergate. I don't think most of these people, at least. And they went out there and they made posts and they called people names, and then they got fucking amazed when, you know, there was pushback. Talk shit, get internet hit, right? And great list of a bunch of people who were mostly just full of shit.
No formal list was kept. There were at one point 7 people codenamed as literally who. All women.
And they were called that because it's incidental that they were women. Dude, you were also allegedly harassed by Gamergate. Like, reminder, you're not allowed to be a man who got harassed by Gamergate, even though by the definition they used to explain these people being harassed, like, this guy also did. So did Virender Jabal, so did Man in Black, so did, like, a bunch of fucking people from that era, like anti-Gamergate men. Matt Myers was another one. Fucking Goonie Beardman. Jonathan McIntosh. There were a bunch of dudes who got as much heat as most of the women did. But the narrative was that they were a bunch of sweaty neckbeards harassing women, so this guy and a bunch of other men just had to pretend they weren't getting harassed or something, I guess. It was very strange. A very, very strange turn, but yeah, I mean, they were codenamed as literally who because they didn't want to give them attention. That's another element. I mean, like, they would name search. These people would search their fucking names and like, and it was like, yeah, we don't want to give them more attention. We want to say our opinions about these people maybe, but not fucking, you know, have to tag them. Like, that's you're not supposed to tag people, right? If you're like, hey, you're a stupid cunt, you're not supposed to say that at someone. You're supposed to be like, man, I really think this person is a stupid cunt. And then that's fine, right? Like, that's harassment if you say it at them, right? But it's apparently harassment if you just say things about people using code words that I guess we've determined mean these people. I mean, there wasn't like a fucking numbered list to it either. I don't think anyone was ever... I don't really remember specific... LW number 6 is at it again. Like, I think we just referred to them all as another literally who... Just another literally who looking for attention. Who the fuck are you? I don't know, but you're a literally who.
This list eventually collapsed at the time of publication, having been reduced to LW 1 through 3, Zoe Quinn, Anita Sarkeesian, and Brianna Wu. The perception, the base assumption, is that these women, none of whom are technically journalists, represent the invasion into the cultural space, an invasion of gender, race, sexuality, and class issues, politics, and awareness.
I thought we weren't even talking about journalists. Where did journalism even come up? I thought we completely abandoned journalism as being an element of Gamergate now. What's going on? We barely even fucking mentioned journalism. Maybe Hassan skipped over it. Maybe Hassan cherry-picked this guy's fucking video to make it like culture war shit more than it already has been depicted, but like, maybe Dan Olson did point out that it started as a thing about ethics and journalism, and Hassan has just run with it as, yeah, it started to harass women, bro! You know, just like his tips on how to harass women video series that he used to do back then. You know, something similar to that, I guess, sort of. Yeah.
They couch this idea in conspiratorial tones, assembling lists of supposed collaborators and drawing out complex webs of
Wait. SJW game journalists. Oh, man. Here we got the whole list. Yep, Bob Chipman there. You know, a lot of these fucking people, I don't remember a lot of these names. Wow. I mean, Nathan Grayson and Patricia Hernandez. She was like the epicenter of all of the stupid fucking reviews back then. The stupid fucking Kotaku articles that would just say the dumbest shit. It was always generally the stupidest ones came from Patricia Hernandez. Patrick Klepek. Oh god, he was terrible. He was huge. He was a big one. I don't know that like Jeff Gerstmann, not hugely. I mean, he came down on one side, but, you know, he wasn't, like, annoyingly so. Ben Kuchera, yeah. Adam Sessler, of course. Devin Ferrasi. He was, like, a psychopath. He was, like, a fucking insane person, I remember. Look, Ian Miles Chong, everybody. Little does everybody remember, Ian Miles Chong used to be one of the SJW game journalists. And then I remember they did the little Gaylord flip on him. That's what you do when you take a straight boy and show him a good time. They did the Gaylord flip on him, and within a matter of hours, he went from... I remember it was very strange. He was this notorious, like, SJW game journalist guy. He was this obnoxious little weirdo who had, like, this fucking annoying face, and he would... I remember there's a famous image of him sitting there in this, like, pink shirt with his gunt sticking out, and he's just like, why can't we have women teams in FIFA, bro? And it was just the picture of that sort of guy, and then, like, all of a sudden, one day, it was, like, it was weird. There was a couple of people, there were a couple of specific Gamergate people who were tweeting stuff about, like, Ian has seen the truth of things, or something. Some weird shit that always struck me as, oh, this guy got paid. Like, this guy got a better deal, didn't he? This guy got a better deal than whatever he was getting paid at fucking Game Ranks to be like a shit lib. He got paid to be a shit stirrer in the other direction. That was a distinct moment of interesting moment.
Complex webs of accusations implying that these minorities are all outsiders looking to hijack games as a platform for political ends. This is, of course, all utter nonsense. Women, queer folk, trans folk, racial, ethnic, religious, and political minorities have been playing games.
Yeah, Adam Sessler deleted his Twitter. We talked about it on the podcast, I think. He deleted his Twitter because Drill quote tweeted him. Because he made some insane, weird comment about, like, fuck the games, fuck the media, fuck the leftists. This, like, bizarre fucking rant that he went on, and Drill made a comment, like, just a stupid Drill tweet. And then he deleted his account, so Adam Sessler's account is no more. It's very sad.
Games all along. They have been here all along. They did not, as 4chan summarized with this image, suddenly start playing games in 2007.
Okay, so this is the famous history of women in gaming. And I mean, you know, this is obviously reductive. Everybody probably knew a girl at this point in time, throughout this period of time, that played games. At least one girl, probably multiple, right? But, like, you know, by and large, in the general space of things, is this inaccurate fully to act like it was around 2006 when girls and, you know, general society started to look at games differently? It was around there. It was around when Big Bang Theory came out, and Portal, The Cake is a Lie, XD. I think this says women in video games. It's more accurately, like, society looking and how society views video games. But then it does turn into, I'm a girl gamer, which, yeah, I mean, it did. Things changed really quickly, didn't they? I mean, they did go very, you know, yeah, you probably knew some women that played games, but it went from predominantly a male thing to, in the span of, like, a few years, everything was just supposed to change, and every just girl gamers everywhere. And suddenly it was like, yeah, the sexist stuff. You have to understand, like, even if it's all super true and, you know, games are sexist and yada yada, it's like, man, the gamers, you can't just spring this shit on a bunch of people out of nowhere. It's like a lot of the reason why a lot of the problems in our fucking world are happening now is because this shit all just happened out of fucking nowhere. Like, over the space of, like, 10 years or something, it's like the whole fucking fabric of society is now different. It's like I don't know, man. People were not ready for this. People were not fucking ready for this, dude. Weaselly little liar, dude.
Yeah, this is basically the resentment perfectly described by the people that were engaging in these campaigns. A history of women in video games throughout the years. Lol, look at these losers in his video games. All of a sudden, why won't anyone give me attention? The cake is a lie. XD, XD, XD. Girls can play games too.
He's now describing his audience.
You know, I'm a girl gamer. Girls are just as good as guys, pretty much. Video games are sexist. Video games must cater to our needs.
Thanks for zooming in on your face to read the thing that was just on screen a minute ago. That's cool, Hassan. We could have read it this way, but instead we get to see you deliver it to us.
A man killed me in a game. I was practically raped. So, like, their anger and their resentment stems from the fact that they believe that none of these girls ever played video games at all. It is that stupid.
Okay, but also, chat member, like, saying that MK9 is less sexist than MK1 is also dumb. Like, because, okay, so, I mean, I assume you mean the new Mortal Kombat 1, you know, like Battlefield 1 isn't Battlefield 1, you know. Mortal Kombat 9, I mean, like, okay, there was probably more titties, right? I don't know, man. Is it sexist? Women like to sexualize men too. I don't understand. I've never understood this claim. Like, just because it's a male-dominated medium, for a long time that was the case. Sales-wise, advertising-wise, that was the case. So the games that were made, sex sells. The games, therefore, that were made, more than anything, it's heteronormative. You know, it's like assuming that every guy that you're selling games to is going to be into Lara Croft's huge tits or whatever. But I mean, that's just business. And then, like, I don't know. I mean, like, if they were sold to women, they would have had rippling chads with, like, fucking, like, and you still have that. And they're still sexualized. I don't know, man. I mean, like, stuff that's sexualized, stuff that's sold toward women still sexualizes men. In the same, like, skimpy, like, degrading way that men sexualize women. We've all just generally become more sexless as a society. We're all, like, scared of fucking touching anyone now. You know, back in the day it was like, yeah, Harlequin romance novels just have shirtless fucking dudes. No man is ever gonna actually look like fucking Fabio, but whatever. Unrealistic beauty standards, right? It's a bitch. You know, and every guy's jerking off to fucking Playboy models, and it's like, you know... Nowadays, neither of those things are allowed for some reason. I mean, I guess. I don't know. I think they still sexualize men just fine, you know? I don't know.
It is that stupid.
It's like, oh, men, stop sexualizing women. No, sex sells. And it's a genre that is sold, has predominantly been sold to men. I mean... Why is it sold to men? I don't know. It's not less sexist. It's just, I mean, I guess it is. It's less sexy, you know. Remove any, like, attractiveness. You know, that's what the Stellar Blade people were complaining about, right? It's like, I don't know. And I don't think it's that serious either. But it's like, yeah, you know, you used to just be able to have women in bikinis. Was there too many proportionally for, like, whatever? Yeah, probably. Was it unrealistic? Sure. I don't know, is Kratos realistic? Like, fucking shirtless dude, shouldn't he have armor? Like, I don't know. There's a lot of female characters where I'm like, based on her powers, she should be wearing fucking nothing. She doesn't really need any clothes, really. You know, why are the developers so woke they give her a fucking bikini? What's going on? She should have, yeah, she's like Wonder Woman or whatever. Does she really need clothes? Does she? Well, not really. You know, I don't know. It's like, it's not, everything still, sex still sells. People still want that sort of thing. Just look up gotcha heat, you know? Roblox sex porn, look it up. People are still horny. You're just not allowed to depict that with humans anymore. You have to do it with gotcha life characters and Minecraft now.
And it is that childish. Now, of course, a lot of the childish stupidity at the time.
But I hate that argument, though. Kratos is both aimed at dudes and also a power fantasy, and also, but it's also unrealistic, whatever. It's like, okay, well, you can look at any woman in gaming and be like, oh, so she's really beautiful and does a bunch of cool things. Unrealistic power fantasy, unrealistic beauty standards, like, whatever. I don't know. It's like, I'm never gonna look like Kratos, you know? I don't know. Shouldn't I be upset by Kratos? Shouldn't I be upset by his buff fucking rippling fucking chest? Shouldn't I be like, put a shirt on, sir? I'm offended. I don't know. I mean, I do know that I will say that whenever the next God of War comes out, and I need to cause a stir. I think that'll be fun.
Was being repeated by people who were in their early 20s. Maybe they were angry at the world. Maybe they carried a lot of resentment. Maybe they had a sense of entitlement that did not match the world that they lived in. And they were angrily lashing out.
As opposed to Hassan having a sense of entitlement that actually did match his parents' trust fund.
The things that they felt represented the societal...
Yeah, somebody in chat just angry incels, and it's so easy to claim it's just angry incels, obviously. When you pretend the reason why people were mad was just women, then it's real easy to claim it's just angry incels. It's so easy to spin a narrative. Hassan is a master. He really truly is. He's really ruined everything for everyone.
Constructs that violated them. Okay? So obviously we can look back at this 10 years in the future and laugh at how stupid it is. But the reason why I'm showing you
really, was it stupid?
This is because...
Do we really laugh at how stupid it is, Hassan? Even if you believe all of the things that you're saying that you believe, shouldn't you be like, this was a warning? Shouldn't you people have taken it? Because we're not supposed to take it seriously. You can't critically analyze Gamergate. If you scrutinize it too much, you'll notice that that a bunch of lies were told. And like, if you look at the Wikipedia for what Gamergate is, they'll just lie to you. You can't scrutinize it because it's a loser thing for losers. But also they're able to spin it as like this whole thing. I don't know. It's like, it's just an interesting little section of like. Yeah, there's no ability to argue this because you're just going to be an incel the moment you do. It's a great intersection of lies and dishonesty. Two slightly different things, but smashed together beautifully here.
It was stupid back then, but it is unacceptable now to get to carry on this resentment. It shows me that you have not grown. You are desperate at, keeping yourself preoccupied with this anger. It is not healthy for you.
Also, as we've already discussed, games are and were already political in nature because all culture is unavoidably political.
That is not true, you fucking weirdo. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. I guess it is true if you follow these people's fucking ridiculous logic. If you are like a racist... Because, like, I'm looking at, like, Mario here, and I'm like, how is Mario political? Okay, well, is it because Mario is, like, maybe, like, he is, like, a... I mean, I don't know. Again, you can take it to other means, but is it because he's, like, Italian? He's, like, an Italian stereotype? Is being Italian, like, political now? We already know being alive and being, like, any race is political, so I guess so. Like, just being alive is political. All culture is political. Well, I mean, fucking everything is then, dude. I mean, you just... What do you mean by political at that point? That's just such weird shit. I can't get behind this. Mario is political. Like, I guess if you're insane, sure. What do you mean? I guess if you talk in the most broad definition of politics, meaning, like... any kind of factors that externally influence something that exists, I guess. If you're like the economic conditions in Japan and the game crash of '83, so Mario, like, I guess. I don't know. It's such a strange way you have to like frame it. I've heard this so much, and when they describe it, it either sounds like you're insane or you're pushing for some kind of fucked up dystopia where every breath we take is like a political statement. And I don't think that's necessarily the case, so I have to assume it's just you're insane. God.
What they see as an invasion is little more than the players who have been present all along finding a voice in the market to discuss politics that were already there. This fact, along with the core assumption...
But Hassan, you were in favor of Gamergate? No, I was not. What? So today, as you supported Gamergate, it was opening the door to force perspective to intellectuals before you did a mass ban wave against Gamergate, Hassan. Okay, dude, I can't argue against your delusions here. I don't know what the fuck you're saying.
Creates an
Yeah, I also don't know what the fuck was going on there.
interesting contradiction in the companion hashtag Not Your Shield. Not Your Shield was
This was so hard for these people to argue against. It's really funny. They really had no ability to argue against this fucking thing. Let's see if Dan has a good excuse here. Because I mean, again, Not Your Shield was literally just, hey, we're not all we're not all white people. A lot of us are minorities. A lot of us are women or trans or whatever. You know, they were all obviously accepted within the thing, right? I don't know. It's like, but they were always constant. Their existence was always erased. It's so common to hear it was just like angry white man or whatever. But no, that was not true. It was decidedly not true, and it was just another one of the easy things that they lied about. It's interesting to see them bring this up here. I wonder how Hassan's going to deal with this one.
Creates an interesting contradiction in the companion hashtag Not Your Shield. Not Your Shield was conceived of as an effort at creating a controlled counter-narrative, something that's known as culture jamming. Originally an astroturfing campaign creating the illusion of a grassroots movement, the hashtag gained traction beyond channers and sock puppets. The idea is that by having minority allies, the ideological force of
It's so funny, they talked so much about sock puppets back in the day. They claimed that Gamergate was using all these sock puppet accounts to, like, I guess pretend. That was the argument. It was, no, you're not really women and minorities, you're just white people pretending to be It was the worst showing for these people. It was like, you could argue about the harassment, whatever. This was just like, no, they're not real. They had nothing. They had nothing for this fucking hashtag. They had to just, there were videos of these people talking. They had to just pretend that it was like paid actors, crisis actors or some shit. It was absolutely insane.
Gamergate would be able to deflect criticisms of their bigotry by pointing to supporters and saying, how can I be racist if my best friend is black? You may notice that this is what is
That's not the case. It was, how can I be racist if I am black? That is completely wrong, dude. I am a black man, or I am a Chinese woman. I am black or Chinese, and I support this thing, and I'm not fucking like a white guy, you know? Like, he's just lying. You're such a weaselly little liar, dude!
Often called using someone as a shield.
God.
Before we can go deeper into the issue, we need to discuss more of Gigi's ideological roots. Gamergate spawned from the 4chan boards V and Poll, and of particular...
Dude, if you're not interested, you can leave. I'm interested. The people in chat are. You don't need to be here, Matt Groening. Go touch some more kids on Epstein's Island, dude. Come on.
Particular relevance to us is the gender constructs held by those spaces expressed with the mimetic
What the fuck are you talking about, psycho? What the fuck?
Ideological roots. Gamergate spawned from the 4chan boards V and Poll, and of particular relevance to us is the gender constructs held by those spaces expressed with
It's interesting to me that the biggest streamer in the world is sowing lies and just fake political, like, upheaval. He's just lying to his massive audience of, like, what is this, 20,000 people watching him live? Just lies. Just he's watching, 20,000 people watching him lie to his audience about what this was. And, I mean, we're watching this guy lie as well. But at least he lied from the fucking ground level. Like, he was at least there during game. I don't know why he has the beliefs that he does, but at least he was there. Hassan doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about. He doesn't even understand. This is like his first understanding of this whole fucking thing is watching this video. And he's acting as if he has any fucking understanding. Yeah, I find that kind of interesting. You know, again, I mean, maybe some people in chat, oh, this is boring. How do you do this for so, like, it's interesting to me that the biggest the biggest streamer in the world, pretty much is, I mean, maybe he's not as big as, like, Ninja or whatever, but I don't know. Actually, I don't know if he's bigger than Ninja. I have no idea. I was amazed to find out that he pulls in like 20,000. You know, Medicare used to pull in like 30,000 sometimes. That was those days were fucking wild. That era was fucking mental. That was like the E3 fucking conference was happening. He had a Medicare stream in like 2017. It was fucking nuts. You know, but yeah, he's doing this. 20,000 people, he's completely misrepresenting this whole thing. Yeah, I find it pretty interesting. As somebody who was part of this whole situation, it's fairly interesting. Yeah, so he's going into some insane shit about gender, blah blah blah. I didn't understand how he got here. He was talking about V and pole, and then it just turned into like a mess of buzzwords.
Pole, and of particular relevance to us is the gender constructs held by those spaces expressed with the mimetic idea of there are no girls on the internet, tits or GTFO. Tits or GTFO is an enforcement mechanism protecting the...
God, we're really getting into this whole fucking explanation. Okay, dude. I guess it's all relevant to an extent, but you've just steamrolled over Not Your Shield. It's amazing. You had nothing for it, didn't you? You had nothing. This dude had nothing. I mean, Hassan barely said anything in relation to that. There's nothing they can fucking say. There's nothing they can say when they were presented with just a bunch of fucking videos of, like, black women and fucking, like, gay Mexican dudes saying, yeah, stop using me as, like, a fucking diversity shield, please. There was nothing. They had to pretend it was, like crisis actors. I don't know. They just ignore it. They just ignore it. He brought it up only to be like, I don't know, sock puppets. Anyway, so they hate women. Tits or GTFO. Dude. Fucking shit, dude. This is such a lie. Such a weaselly little liar, dude.
Status quo. The idea, as explained in a particularly popular post, is that due to the anonymous nature of most
you took him to the bar?
interactions over the internet, no one will know if you're a woman unless you specifically mention it. Moreover,
if I can pontificate a bit for your edification, one of the rules of the internet is there are no girls on the internet. This rule does not mean what you think it means. In real life, people like you for being a girl. They want to fuck you, so they pay attention to you, and they pretend... Dude.
You just know that Hassan agrees with all of this. You just know. You just know he agrees with all of this.
I can smell this dude from 10 years ago writing this shit.
Yeah, you can smell yourself right now.
Okay. God.
14 weaselly little liars, dude.
So sad. And in some ways we haven't changed at all, and in many others we've gotten worse, because this level of commentary specifically existed on message boards like 4chan poll, and now it's all over Twitter. It is the norm. Okay? And even
what is the norm? Sorry.
Ways we haven't changed at all, and in many others we've gotten worse, because this level of commentary specifically existed on message boards like 4chan poll.
Message boards.
And now it's all over Twitter. It is the norm.
Yeah, that's not the norm, dude. You know what is the norm is people like you. Your side won. Why are you angry? Your guys won. Like, let's fucking call a spade here. You guys win the culture. You guys won the culture, right? Like, the whole generation grew up watching you and shit. So, like, yeah, you guys won. Why are you even upset? You guys literally wrote the history books. You guys literally, you know, that's like, I can directly confirm that statement, the saying about, like, you know, the history books are written by the victors. Because, yeah, everywhere you look up what Gamergate was, it's either going to be, you know, it's usually either going to be, maybe like Breitbart just being like, they were noble heroes against the wokes, like some stupid shit. Or it's going to be the party line of harassment campaign, targeting women, targeting minorities, yada, yada, yada. And they won. Like, they wrote the history book on that shit. It wasn't true, and it is just what everybody thinks happened now. Like, why is he even arguing this? Like, oh, this is everywhere now. No, dude, you guys are everywhere now. You insufferable cunts are everywhere now. You people made the world this way. Come on now. Yeah, I guess so are they, cause nothing was supposed to turn out this way, you know?
Okay. And even increasingly more insane.
Yeah, the history books are gonna have 14 pages!
Just stay with this. It turns into, like, the pedophile cabal. The pedophile cabal is trafficking children.
But they are, though, dude. Like, I mean... I don't know what to say. Like, it's so funny. Like, was this not this year you said this? When Epstein news was still fucking happening? Like, fresh? Yeah, no, it's okay. But that doesn't happen. I think, like, alright. Well, sure. Sure.
Or even if you claim you're a
No,
woman.
it sounds very far-fetched, but it has been, like, people... Like, I just don't know. I mean, I just don't know. I mean, there's a lot of that happening, though.
You have to prove it, hence tits or GTFO. While 4chan interprets this as everyone is anonymous, a more...
Yeah, I wound up streaming pretty late. Probably not going to wind up making the nachos I was going to make. Maybe I still will. It's pretty late, but I could probably make them. Maybe there'll be a pizza place or something, I don't know, but it is pretty late. I want to get to the end of this one, but on the other hand, we are going to have to read super chats. But I am so interested in this guy's stupid fucking video, though, so it's like, I kind of have to.
Accurate reading is, everyone is default until proven otherwise. By retaining anonymity, you enjoy the protections inherent to membership in the majority. This is obviously of some appeal to individuals who are otherwise marginalized. The only cost is the annihilation of one's own identity.
This guy doesn't even recognize. Wow. Like, yeah, anonymity is probably great for people that are marginalized. You know, if you were a black person and you posted on fucking 4chan, yeah, there's probably a lot of racism. But it was never going to be specified and directed at you unless you, like, I guess invited it in some fashion. You're all just anonymous. You're all just anons on the internet. You know, when I view people on the internet, when I view random commenters, most of the time, you know how I view you guys, you know, chat members? I view you guys as, like, the classic 4chan stickman reaction images, where it was, like, the guy sitting at his computer and he would have, like a reaction face, like the little stickman. That's how I view people when they have, like, a reaction to something I say. It's like some version of a stickman default reaction anonymous person. And not like a man or a woman or anything. Very gender neutral, you know? And it's like, yeah, there were a lot of people during Gamergate who were really gung-ho about removing identity, or removing anonymity from people. You shouldn't be allowed to say this, and they're doing it again with this new Gamergate. Like, fucking Homeland Security is funding shit that's like, people should not have free private spaces where they can talk because they might say bad things. Like, okay, alright then, that's cool. Yeah, like, I don't know. Anonymity was a great thing for a lot of people. A lot of people loved it. And it's been eroded and eroded slowly with time.
Or at least a willingness to subsume those aspects that are out of harmony with the Gamergate normal. Gamergate's ideal woman is one who is passive, conventionally attractive, and generally voiceless. This is actually...
What do you mean, retard? Gamergate's ideal woman was probably the fucking women that were in Gamergate, that were, like, speaking their mind and talking shit about weird goony beard men like you, you know? That was what... I don't know, like, a lot of... And they would always tweet about, like, oh, I love strong women. I mean, not, you know, the men would do this too. Like, I love strong women in gaming. I love this character, that character. They would always explain it, and it would never matter. It would never matter. Ultimately, these people weren't willing to, you know, bad faith. They were not willing to have the dialogue, because the dialogue would threaten them. They were not willing to do that. It's sad. So many people tried so hard to, like, explain their point, but it's like trying to explain, you know, it's like trying to explain why Warren Buffett should give you $1 million. Like, yeah, just keep trying. It's gonna work eventually. I'm sure he's gonna be real inclined to believe you if you phrase it slightly different.
A provable point because Gamergate has provided us with their ideal woman in the form of mascot Vivian James.
Yeah, it's Vivian James, of course. Well, I guess. I mean, the ideal woman as depicted by Vivian James would have just been like... The ideal woman as depicted by her would have just been like... She was just V-tan. She was just the fucking furrowed eyebrows, angry V character, but like with a wig and a piccolo dick hoodie. She was just She was just the female I mean, you could argue it was like a narcissistic thing, but it was also maybe just people who wanted to meet somebody who was like them. You know, angry incels, whatever. But like maybe it was people who wanted to also encounter someone. I don't know, we're talking about ideal women and shit. Like, if you want to get into the psychology of it, yeah, I mean, it's like a weird narcissism about, like, just depicting, like, but it wasn't ideal woman, though. That wasn't the point of Vivian. She was just supposed to be, like, the mascot. You could argue that, that's supposed to represent something in like a deeper sense, like why she was designed that way. Maybe, but I don't think that's necessarily the prerogative of the fucking character. That's how he's taking it.
Because Gamergate has provided us with their ideal woman in the form of mascot Vivian James. Really, this is opening up a rabbit hole all its own. I could go on for hours about the semiotics of this character and how she's represented in the myriad comics that have been made featuring her, but the crux of it is that she's...
This is also the other, like, incredibly sad part about it, is that, like, 4chan will then create, like, a fake person that they fantasize about. God, it just, like... I think a lot of this can be...
Yeah, if only there were women in Gamergate, they wouldn't have had to create Vivian James. It's such a sadness.
A lot of this can be cast aside by, I don't think you like women, that's number one, and I don't think you like video games in general.
Well, that's both of those are true. So, I mean, that tracks. I like Libra... Oh, that's Libra Pelican. I saw Lib Raplican. Oh, that's an unfortunate name. You shouldn't have named yourself that. No, but yeah, it is also unfortunate that Gamergate had no women in it, because if there was just one woman in Gamergate, then maybe all of those incels could have understood love and the power of friendship. But sadly, they chose they walk the path to dusk.
And yet you spend all of your time shitting on both of these concepts.
He's an expression of the ideal emergent from the base assumptions of their worldview. Their ideal woman is one who never imposes herself or her identity into the shared space.
I love this idea as he has this image, which is just this girl just playing a video game. Like, are you sure their ideal woman isn't just a woman who plays video games? I'm not getting what he thinks he's giving us with this fucking image. Like, I mean, yeah, Vivian James is like cringe, whatever. It's like a 10-year-old meme. It's a lot of stupid people took it way too seriously, but I'm looking at this image. What he's trying to talk about here, like, is Vivian James the Gamergate's representation of an ideal woman? On a level, I'll give him that on a certain level. That might have been like a Freudian thing that wasn't intended with the creation of the character, but maybe that was some manifestation of something like that. But even if that's true, all we're seeing here, he's trying to describe this as some like demure woman that never imposes herself. She's just playing a video game. What the fuck are you talking about, retard? She also never imposes herself. What the fuck do you mean? Look at these images. Get off your high horse, bitch. Get away from me, you filthy casual. She's explicitly depicted as being like a prickly, thorny character who talks and like has an opinion. If you want to talk about how the character is depicted, you're implying this shit that's just not true. And not even being depicted with your fucking... I wouldn't have remembered any of that if he didn't directly show me images that seem to, like, contradict what he's telling me about this character. Okay, dude.
Their ideal woman is one who never imposes herself or her identity into the shared space.
It's just V as a girl. Again, you can argue that it's like a narcissism thing of, like, they just want, themselves in a wig. My own clone! Now neither of us will be virgins, that old meme. Something like that. Is it still incest if she's your clone, bro? Like, something like that. Is it? No, dude, it's just masturbation. It's like, maybe it's something, but, like, I don't know, man. I think it's just a girl playing fucking video games. I don't know if it goes this deep, and, like, he's directly explaining her in a contradictory way. Like, what the fuck are you doing, dude?
On the other end of a game, you'd never even know she wasn't a dude. This ties directly into conflicts
it's almost like that's the fucking point. No, but your gender identity matters more than your anonymity. It's supposed to be more important than that you're a woman, than it is that you're a person and whatever you have to say. It's like he's directly arguing the opposite. Yeah, yes, it would be great if she was just a human being that wasn't being judged by her fucking gender. What are you talking about, retard?
Arose repeatedly within the Not
That's
Your
the
Shield
fucking
hashtag
point.
as Gamergate ideologues turned on and excommunicated individuals who criticized sexism, homophobia, transphobia, and racism within the movement. The message was loud and clear. Minorities are welcome as long as they leave their identity at the door.
What? That's not... Are you kidding me, dude? Minorities are welcome if they agree with the fucking hashtag. What are you talking about? The point of... I think the hashtag's point conflicts with the thing you're talking about, dude. So you're... It's basically, by the definition that they need to follow for Gamergate, either it's like they just, like, I don't think it's like there's a prerogative they're all forced, they're like being paid to. Like Soros is paying fucking anti-game, like, probably not, right? But there's this, like, it's like mental gymnastics they need to do. It needs to all be white men. So they have to do this thing that is like, okay, there were people that weren't white men, but they were like what? They were conditioned into join. They were groomed. That's what it was. The whites groomed them. That's what happened.
The perception of diversity is incredibly valuable, specifically because it could function as a shield to jam criticism, but the exercising of that diversity still had to conform with the base assumptions. Nothing is wrong with the way things are. To insist otherwise
there is no diversity in bossing, say.
Is to become an invader. Now, to go deeper into that, why is it so important for Anita Sarkeesian et al. To be invaders?
Yeah, can we make grift groomed like a new thing, like Gish galloped? I was grift groomed by Danielson.
The reason is in assumption number 2. Any problems in the industry are the natural result of market forces. Much of Gamergate has revolved around
To Hassan's credit, I don't want to give him too much, but people talking about how bad his reaction is. No, I don't know. It is kind of bad, actually. I was gonna say, like, at least he's just watching it. He's taking in the points. He shouldn't be doing what I'm doing and pausing every second, right? But you know, he's also, most of what he's saying is like unrelated to even the video. It's just like him trying to make his own point, I guess. I mean, he's trying to take this and explain it in a way that makes sense to the current Gamergate thing, but it's two very different scenarios. Oh, it's not that. They're not that different, actually. They're not that different. This is still just a lot of people being lied about. Maybe not that different. I haven't looked too deeply into the idiots calling it Gamergate 2. Like, the people that want it to be Gamergate 2, the pro Gamergate 2 people that are happy to take that hashtag and be like, yes, I was waiting for this! I've been waiting for this! Oh, Gamergate 2 people! I'm sure they're all a bunch of lovely people. I don't know, maybe there's still a Not Your Shield contingent for them too, but probably not. I have a feeling not.
Reviews and the content therein, namely the reviewer's political ideologies impacting the review. This is critical because Gamergate accepts reviews as sacred. Within their construct, the free market is the arbiter of culture. The status quo exists because the market is
What the fuck is this point? What are you talking about?
Responding to the normal.
Reviews? I mean, are you talking about, like, when a game gets stupid fucking review because it's, like, the person that played it is a moron and was just like, it didn't have enough gender options! 0 out of 10 Pokemon game! You know, like... Because you got some of those back in the day, people that would just, like, give weird reviews to the games based on, like, very, like, they would, and it would be like, I don't know, there was a scenario in, like, 2010, or it was probably after, but 2010 was when Fallout New Vegas came out, and that's a game that famously was fucked over by Bethesda, and they, like, missed out on the money that they were supposed to get in this, like, bonus. The devs, the folks at Obsidian, apparently Bethesda fucked them over out of a bonus because the game, like, it missed the Metacritic score by, like, a fucking, 100th or something. Like, it was just slightly off. So, like, reviews do matter. And, like, when you see a game that you're looking forward to come out and it's like, well, it harmfully promotes stereotypes. It's like, dude, I just wanted to play my new, like, anime game. I didn't care. This isn't relevant, really, to if the game's good, you know? Like, yeah, I could see why people would be upset by that, but I don't know why else he's talking about reviews being, like... Sacred? What?
This is critical because Gamergate accepts reviews as sacred.
IGN
Within their
reviews!
construct, the free market is the arbiter of culture. The status quo exists because the market is responding to the normal. So much of their identity as gamers is tied up in materialism. Never mind that it is a consumer demographic, an artificial construct of marketing think tanks looking to maximize user...
Oh my god, look at me, I'm so fucking smart, everything is a construct. Oh, I fucking love constructs. Oh, yeah. Oh, everything's a fucking social construct. God, it makes me so fucking hard. Oh, everything's a fucking... Your mom's a fucking construct, dude. Oh, I'm gonna construct all over the place.
Your investment in retention by crafting a narrative that spotlights the customer as a unique member of an exclusive club based largely on a shared fiction, that aspect isn't considered a negative because it already conforms with their politics. The culture of gaming is a culture of ownership, and the priests of that culture are the reviewers who tell them what to buy.
Yeah, the person in chat who's like, remember when people were mad that Junpei had a black voice act? Yeah, that was like this year. This happened a decade ago. I'm talking about a different event. You need to get out of the coma, chat member. Your family misses you. We're talking about something that happened a decade ago. Like, conflating this with some culture war shit that Gamergate eventually led to 10 years later, you know, it's not it. I don't get, your point is invalid. If you're gonna make a point, make it about, like, back at this point in time. Make it about some fucking controversy over, like, a race thing in gaming in, like, 2014 or something, but being like, oh, well, this thing happened last year. That's a good point. Yeah, Gamergate was wrong, I guess. You're right.
This is why Gamergate seeks to purge all conflicting ideologies and demographics, because the free market is their god. If Anita Sarkeesian isn't...
Oh, I was about to do a classic soft A N-word what. I was about to just drop it, because we've been in 4chan talk, and I just, you know, I was about to happen. Because that was... What do you... The free market is their god. Alright, sure, dude, whatever. This is a very strange... I don't know what you're fucking getting at now. The free market is... What? I don't understand... I'm just too small-brained to follow his fucking logic on this one. I guess I just don't get it. Too stupid.
Ideologies and demographics, because the free market is their god. If Anita Sarkeesian isn't an invader, then she is a customer, just like them, and has equal right of access to the market. Games changing to include more diversity is painted as capitulating.
When Breath of the Wild goes from 9.8 to 9.7 on Metacritic, yeah. Placing this amount of emphasis on reviews is so unimaginably cucked as well. Like, you're so angry. You're so personally angry for a product that you think has not gotten the proper attention or is getting too much attention. And it's just like, just enjoy it on your own. I don't understand it. Like, I genuinely don't understand why people got this.
Why do people support things they like?
Fucking mad.
I like how often, like, people like Hassan, this type of, you know, cringy fucking turbo leftist, they have to do this thing where they go like, well, who cares? Whatever. Who gives a shit? Who cares if your favorite thing sucks now? Whatever. I do, man. I'm sorry you're like, you've got apathy syndrome, but I do. I'm sorry. You know, who gives a shit that everything you like sucks now? Whatever. Like, I do, sir.
I don't get it. Weaves are mad that Persona removed the terrible depictions of the queer community. Yeah.
What about Persona? Oh, what? Because there was like a drag person in fucking 3, whatever.
I mean, I do get it. It's just anger and resentment and shit that's going wrong in your personal life, and instead of holding yourself accountable and trying to really re-examine what has gone wrong and try to make it right.
Someone says he's not a huge fucking loser. Yeah, he's not a huge fucking loser, so he's lying and making money off of it. Amazing. Yeah, I guess that's true. That's success. He's just like Andrew Tate.
You just angrily lash out at the world, which is ironic because Jordan Peterson has talked about this specifically as it pertains to the left. So they love Jordan Peterson when he says that about the left without actually coming to that same conclusion or recognizing that, like,
Yeah, it's almost like a lot of stupid fucking people aren't able to recognize their hypocrisies. That's crazy.
maybe they also
Crazy, Hassan.
have the exact same problems. No, it's not me, it's society that's wrong. Now, of course, with respect to the
Amazing. The hypocrisy meter is gonna break. It's just gonna break. It's just gonna fucking explode. We can't sustain this. It's not me that's the problem. It's the world. I don't need to get a job. The world needs to give me money, you know? Right.
left, as a leftist myself, I do recognize
Oh, wait, he's
the
a
structural
leftist?
hurdles that people get upset about.
Yeah, Sonic Heroes is political, dude. I don't think anyone told you, but Sonic Heroes is implicitly political. You can argue Sonic Adventure 2 is. You know, maybe even even Adventure 1. I don't know about Heroes, though. Again, unless you're talking about, like, the corporate politics that were behind the fucking, like, Sega dissolution, whatever. Like, their console branch, like, something like that. Maybe. Probably not, though. I wouldn't call that political game. It's inherently political, guys. I don't know, dude. I just don't know if I guess it's all down to your fucking, you know, how you take it. I don't know. It's just very strange.
As someone who has very consistently told chat, my community, to
I'm
be
not joking at all. SA2 is entirely political. No, I'm not joking at all. Sonic Adventure 2 is inherently political, and if they pull back on that for the fucking Sonic 3 movie, I'm gonna be pissed off. Which sounds like they won't, because Paramount supports Israel and condemns Hamas, and so they've made their line in the sand, goddammit. So I'm assuming Sonic is going to be very political. But yeah, no, they gotta make it outwardly. The American U.S. military killed a child in front of this hedgehog, and he vowed destruction for all of their fucking sins. You know, all of them. None of them are free from sin. Death to all who oppose Shadow. All hail Shadow. You know what? Shadow seems like a protagonist that Hassan could get behind.
Normal and let people enjoy things. There are even instances where liberals, personally, will focus their attention on something that is seemingly tangible, and yet all of that energy is being being focused on some dumb shit that doesn't change anyone's lives at all.
And he'll often claim that that dumb shit includes any kind of criticism of him being a hypocrite or being irresponsible or platforming Hamas, you know, anything like that. You know, having a terrorist on your Twitch stream with 20,000 viewers and telling him he reminds you of Luffy and doing the One Piece like fucking gesture thing. Yeah. No, I don't know. I don't know, dude.
Movies, video games, and the like.
To outsiders because it otherwise means that the market is simply catering to new customers. The reviewers who disagree with them or hold alternate views on politics must be invaders because otherwise it means that there are other customers being served, which demolishes the Gamergate normal. A common...
No, sir. It means people are sick of, you know, waiting for their fucking game that they want to come out. It comes out, and then they get some stupid fucking review. And do they care too much about the review? I mean, maybe. But a lot of those cases, what people would be complaining about, it might be like an anime game that is struggling to be localized, and it lives and dies by having good press and selling well in the US. Like, or else maybe the next one won't get localized. Like, I bet Yakuza was probably, you know, like, it was probably a victim of this type of shit. Yakuza did not sell well in the US until, like, after all of this stuff started, you know, kind of, like, it was, what, 2016? Zero came out? Or maybe 2017 even? Somewhere around there. It was somewhere around there, and that's when it finally took off. And, like, I can just imagine. I mean, I can't verify it. I mean, probably could if I looked it up, but, you know, there's probably some article at some point, you know, that was just like, oh, hey, these hostess bars, oh my god, this and that. Probably something like that. I mean, there's no shortage of super cool video essays now about how Yakuza fails women. Because every fucking piece of media needs to be about women. Because you can't just have a series that's about male stuff and, like, the male perspective and, like, being a guy, and that can't be, it's not allowed. You need to also have super cool strong women. The women need to have their moment in Yakuza. So you get that. I don't know, man. Like, that's a series, like, that's one that I can point to if that was the case. Can't say that it was necessarily, but if that was, I remember around this point in time, Yakuza 5 was like, took years to come to the West. Because it was a huge game and there was not enough fucking, like, buzz in the West. And, like, if we're talking about Japanese stuff, and we're talking about the tail end of the era where Japanese games were getting, you know, these people love to pretend they're super woke. These people are the same motherfuckers that would be like, haha, kooky, weird Japan! And just, like, shit-talk games because they were, like, slightly wacky Japan, oh my god. These were the same journalists. I mean, maybe not the same people, same companies, though. A lot of the same fucking names that were pushing that kind of shit. It was the tail end of that kind of era. And so if you had a lot of Japanese games that you were looking forward to, like, I don't know, Dragon's Crown is the one that I always point to. A game that I think got, like, crowdfunded, and it was like, people were passionate about it. They wanted that shit to succeed. The reviews did matter. And so when it came out and a lot of the reviews were like, this is harmful to women because there's breasts. Like, yeah, no shit, people were upset about that. They care about their fucking things. And it's these people that are, like, not really into video games. They have a passing interest, but they're really more into politics and stuff. And that's fine. And maybe that's more important, sure. But, like, people that actually give a shit about their hobby give a shit. And so when you people come along and you're all apathetic and you're like, what does it matter? Blah, blah, blah. Just put our shit in. Whatever. It's all, who gives a shit? It's just a game. Yeah, no wonder people aren't fucking happy, dude. I don't know, man. Oh, yeah, the reviews. I guess the reviews are God, depending on the fucking game. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I was thinking about, like, you know, general releases, but, like, yeah, you come to think of it, a lot of, like, Japanese stuff was getting hit pretty hard at that time, you know, as being like, oh my god, there's waifus, it's sexist. And, like, geez, is my favorite fucking, you know, waifu simulator not going to come out now in the West because, you know, fucking a bunch of, a cabal of, like, Kotaku and Polygon and all these weirdos came along and decided, you know, to give it, like, a 5 out of 10 unanimously all around the board. You know, just like they all unanimously decided on gamers being dead or whatever. I don't know, man. I guess that's true. I guess to an extent it's true. He's making an argument that's not entirely flawed, but it's just mostly flawed. You know, that's rare.
That there are other
Rare
customers
dog.
being served, which demolishes the Gamergate normal. A common sentiment passed around is that gaming sites that entertain discussions about misogyny, gender presentation, sexual identity, and propagandistic motives underlying partnerships with armed forces are alienating their customers.
If the games media cared about their audience, they would stop insulting us. We're just getting angrier. Maybe you're not their audience. I'm a gamer. If it's not the audience of the gaming site, who is?
The belief
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, it's this. This is a quote. Why did you fucking zoom in on your face while you were reading a tweet? Maybe you're not their audience. This is an amazing quote, though. If the games media cared at all about their audience, they would stop insulting us. Maybe you're not their audience. Yeah, that's true. I mean, how many times have you seen stuff that's just like they basically abandoned their real audience so they could chase after this, like, hypothetical golden goose of, like, it's like an NFT scam or some shit. It's like, get rid of all of your existing goodwill in your series and replace it with, like, maybe some, like, purple hairs are gonna really buy into this. Maybe they're really gonna love Star Trek now that it beats them over the fucking head with things they already know and think. Maybe. You know, I guess. Maybe. Get rid of the existing audience. Who gives a shit about them? Maybe you'll get a new one. Did that gamble ever work for anyone? That's kind of where the go woke, go broke thing comes from, I feel. Is the idea of, like, just abandoning your fucking audience, you know? Just abandon your audience in favor of, like, this hypothetical golden goose that just doesn't exist, usually. Like, I don't think I can't think of anything where that, like, elements of wokeness, maybe, like, if you want to call it, whatever, we just use that word, whatever. But elements of, like, social justice, whatever you want to call it, maybe, But like in terms of the full, like, you know, yeah, some of these ones like Star Trek or Rings of Power or whatever that were just went like full. Who gives a shit? Just who gives a shit that the audience will hate it? We're gonna make a new audience. And did that really ever fucking work with that, like anything? Pokemon Go? They didn't make Pokemon Go political, dude. We didn't want Pokemon Go to the polls. Let's see. Rebecca Sugar made the greatest male character of all time. Greg Universe. Oh, well, I mean, I didn't know we were having that discussion, but, you know, all right.
Other gamers.
If I'm not their customer, then who is? Gamergate at its core does not believe that anyone outside the normal has an authentic interest in video.
Dude, you're a retard. What the fuck? I don't understand. How do these people read this and think that that's a point in your favor? I don't get it. You posted a thing, because they've all internalized this idea that gamer means like white man or something, I guess. So like, I think to them, reading this, it's like if the like us is coded language for like whites, I guess. I think, and like this is like maybe supposed to be racist, I guess, maybe something like that, like white, you know, genocide or some shit. Is that like the idea? I think they just view it as like, I am a person who likes games. And like, again, another element of this, all of these fucking websites put out this shit that was coordinated, that was like, gamers suck, gamers are bad, we're no longer using that identity, you're all toxic, blah, blah, blah. People did feel attacked because they were being attacked. You have jokes about gamers rising up, and that's like, it's funny now, but that is what was happening because they were being smeared by people. Is it like a big deal? No, not as big of a deal as like fucking, you know, wars, but I mean, it was still what was happening. This is what was happening. These were gamers, and they were rising up because because this shit, like, apparently this is fine. The people that buy the games not being the audience for video games anymore is apparently the goal. This is fine. And this whole audience thinks this is, like, fine, too. They're like, this is a classic screen cap. What? Only if you're looking at the word gamer as an inherent negative thing that just definitively means like hate monster freak, I guess, then this is a real gotcha. But if you're just somebody who just wants to play fucking Metal Gear Solid 6, you know, he probably, at this point it still would have been 5, I think. They were still waiting for 5 back then. They were all still nuclear and wild. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, there's, I think, an inherent confusion here. There's just a failure to communicate.
Gamergate at its core does not believe that anyone outside the normal has an authentic interest in video games. This is, of course, hogwash. The outrage, I
think I'm gonna do the super chats tomorrow. I'll do another stream tomorrow, people. It's getting late. I want to finish this video, but I'm not gonna sit here for an extra amount of time. I think I'm fine. We'll do that tomorrow. Thank you to everybody. I've read some of them out, but thank you to everybody. Appreciation all around. You know, I will get to that tomorrow. We are going to finish this though, but I can't do more. It's
histrionics are wholly unmerited, if not entirely illegitimate. However, that anger is still felt authentically, even if it is not legitimate. Even though,
you know what's really funny, by the way? Like, I was listening to Osita Nwanebu talking on Chapo on their last...
Say words. That's not words. That's not a real name. Say a real name.
...episode, where they nailed this perfectly, something I talk about quite a bit as well. As
did they also fully understand Gamergate and all of its context like you do, Hassan? Okay, what did they say?
Guys know, which is the anger and resentment that fuels modern conservatism, contemporary conservatism online. It is the exact same thing that Folding Ideas is talking about 8 years in the past as it pertains to Gamergate. Nothing has changed, okay? It is not...
Someone's like, sorry, Edgelord Leon, I know you super chatted, thank you, but if you're like, I guess by then, I'm still doing the video. If you're only here to have your super chats read, like, just, you should be here to watch the stream more than that. But I mean, thank you. I am gonna read them tomorrow. It's just, it's very late is all.
About.
If you want to leave, that's fine. It's just, it's a weird reason to like, oh, he's not gonna read my thing. Well, I mean, I am, but like, I mean, like the rest of the stream is still gonna be fun, probably as fun as Hassan will allow it to be.
It is not about changing something that materially impacts them. It's about trying to force all matter of culture to cater their needs. It's not just about being able to say,
oh my god, dude, you are a weaselly little hypocrite, dude. You're such a little hypocrite, dude.
certain things.
This is literally a fucking guy talking about a scenario, claiming that it's a bunch of people who need to force the culture to be a certain way. Just the lack of wow. He's gone through the looking glass of self-awareness at this point. I mean, there's no coming back. It's never gonna happen. It's never gonna happen. I'm sure he is self-aware. It's just more, financially viable for him to not be, I guess.
It's about ensuring that when you say certain things, people actually react positively to those things. And no amount of crying is going to make people turn around and go, you know what? You are right, King. QAnon is real.
That's not true, dude. You guys all cried for years, and now we all believe all of your bullshit.
Okay? Or that you're right.
We have to all put trigger warnings before we say anything. What do you mean? You people literally wind your way into being fucking super heckin' valid. Like, what are you talking about? That is the fucking method. If anything, Gamergate didn't go hard enough. They should have been whinier.
Actually, society should force women to fuck you. And the government should give you an enforced, mandated girlfriend. You are right. It's just not going to happen.
And all of society should be forced at the penalty of legal, like, prison confinement to recognize that you, with a beard, identify as female. I don't know, man. There's a lot of ways you can fucking take this, dude. There's a lot of ways you can take this, dude. No, I'm not saying Hassan does. I'm more specifically talking about Star Giant, like, and other people where it's like, come on, man, you gotta put in some kind of fucking effort here. You can't just expect society to, like, fill in the fucking blanks here. That's not gonna happen. You gotta put in some of the work. I don't know. This is such a funny... It's so... How much of his logic can just be used against him? That's so bad. It's such an obviously bad, like, political rhetoric, I guess. I'd love to look at some more Destiny shit at some point. Because we already know Vosh is a retard. And this guy's a retard and knows nothing. So it'd be great to watch Destiny and see if he's also just a complete moron. Because I've seen some clips from him talking about stuff, and it doesn't seem like he's completely, like... I feel like I could agree with him the most of all of these people. Like, all of these, like, Twitch fucking lefties. But I'm sure he's also a complete unhinged retard, too. I just haven't seen the right clips. I'm sure they're out there. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great.
It might happen as things are
Destiny's a gooner.
Getting more and more reactionary, and we are obviously creeping towards fascism and at an ever-increasing rate.
Well, like, I don't think Destiny's just a grifter. That's the thing. Like, Vosh, I think maybe you could call him that. Well, no, Vosh is just a Redditor. He's like Think Before You Sleep on the left. He's just like so let's say that I mean, no, he's not even like that. He's like he's Ben Shapiro on the left, basically. Destiny is, I don't know much about him, but this guy, I mean, Hassan, it's sad to me if people can't see what he's up to, like what his deal is. It's really pretty obvious. I mean, I guess I didn't notice it too much. I kind of always knew he was a bit of a grifter. But, like, I guess it was just, recently that I saw some of the choice clips of things that he's done where I'm like, oh, he's a grifter that's got, like, a lot of, like, influence and power, and people listen to him for some reason, some cursed reason.
And
because he's, like, attractive. That's the reason. Because sex fucking sells. You want to know how unsexist society is? This fucking goober has managed to swindle a bunch of bitches into thinking that he knows anything because he, like, looks sexy, I guess. So, there you go. There you go. I don't know. Sexism's still alive. We just be concealing it.
Increasing accelerated rate. Maybe when we get there, but you're still going to be sad when that happens. Something that I tried to describe to incels way back in the day was always the Pareto principle, a misunderstanding of that. The idea that, the top 10% of high quality men get 80% of the women, right? And then the 80 or the 90% of men are forced to duke it out for the remaining 20% of the women.
I mean, this is just a complete... It's not even related to Gamergate anymore. He's completely strawmanned what Gamergate is to this, like, incel thing, where now he's talking about incels, because if you just pretend that it was a bunch of incels, then I guess this is... Then it's relevant, I guess. But it's, very strange.
What a lot of people falsely think is that if we go back to a more traditional society, right?
Mm-hmm.
We go back to a more traditional
back before everybody hated each other and all of this cool stuff was happening like it is now. Yeah, no, that would be terrible. Right.
Society, then all of a sudden I will be able to have a girlfriend. You won't. Even if there was a hit
that's just not true, though. I mean, that's just a lie, though. Again, Hassan, you're wrong. I mean, if you're talking about going back to the past to play the shitty games that suck ass, a lot of these guys, a lot of the thinking is like back in the day, and I don't know how much it's like, well, I don't know about this, but like, I don't know if I can attribute this to a lot of people. I guess it's just the way I've always viewed it in this context, is like the view is like, okay, well, back in the day, the women weren't able to work, right? So they like had to find a man. So like if you were like a weirdo, inevitably a woman had to fucking be with you, because that was just the way that things were. And that's why you wound up with so many like women. It's like, how did fucking this serial killer have a wife? It's because they just had to have a husband back then. Like, she would have been like a second class citizen if she was divorced, so she had to stay with this guy who had like a kill shed or whatever, like you hear about that shit all the time, in the old days, and it's like, yeah, I mean, if you want to actually talk about it, you return to tradition, you return to women not having jobs and stuff. Yeah, I mean, and there's an element, it's obviously like, should we go back to that? Well, no, we should progress as a society. It's just that we, are progressing a little too fucking fast. And men haven't had the time to learn how to be fucking decent partners to people. In the whole history of the goddamn world, we've never had to do that. So nobody knows how to fucking do that. Like, because we never had to. We were just assumed to be the fucking protectors. So now, like, the woman would come to us eventually. Like, and now that's not the case. And now men are realizing that, oh, shit, when women aren't actually owed to me, I have to actually have, like, self-worth and, like, some kind of fucking identity of my own, right? And yeah, I mean, like, that's a whole fucking problem. It's a whole problem. Things have changed in a really weird way. It's a whole problem. We did not have stuff in place for men to feel like they've still got shit going on in their lives. There's a really great video. I've shouted him out a few times, but I found this channel today while I was watching videos about fucking Hassan. This channel that was talking about Hassan, it was this guy Kamal, Kahmal, and he has a video about why young men are lost now, and it's all about this sort of thing. It's all about, like, yeah, because shit changed real suddenly, and yeah, why are people lost? The internet, everyone's isolated, COVID happened, fucking women think every man is a rapist. Why is everything different now? There's a lot of reasons. There's a lot of fucking reasons. There's a lot of shit about, like, apparently the demographics of people going to college has shifted like completely backwards from where it was in the like 70s. Apparently it was predominantly men going to college, and then it was like, oh god, we got to get more women to go to college, and now it's mainly women going to college, and the guys that do are apparently dropping out at an alarming rate. There's a whole lot of fucking reasons why, like, men are lost now. None of them have to do with Gamergate, funny enough, but they also don't have much to do with Hassan's what he's fucking talking about. Because of course I'm alarmed by how similar he is to someone like Andrew Tate. He doesn't have any of the answers. He's very charismatic and able to make you think that he does, and he operates differently, and his opinions are the correct ones, but like he's the same. It's the same shit. It's the same people looking for answers coming to this guy who has none and just giving him their money, basically. He's less of a direct grifter than Andrew Tate. I'll give him that. He doesn't directly have a fucking Trump University or whatever, what is it called? Hustlers U or something. He doesn't have that, But he's probably got other stuff. He's got his Twitch. He's got probably fucking merch. I don't know. So maybe there's something there. But
Aryan race formation. Even if you purged all the immigrants from the country, well, guess what? That same principle, if you believe it, is still going to exist. It's just going to be the top 20% of the Aryan men.
Dude, I would so like to do a Sargon stream. That sounds great. I mean, I have to say it openly that I would never, I will just admit now, I can never match the legend status of the Medicare streams. Those are just the Sargon streams. There's a really great collection too, I think it was Tobias Reaper. It might have been Purity Sin. It was one of the channels had a collection that was like all of his Sargon streams. And I think it's like 12 hours or something. It's mental. But like there's been recent stuff with Sargon. He still has that fucking Lotus Eater podcast that's incredibly pretentious. There's probably been some fun stuff. Overall Sargon's such an amazing lolcow that just as like a quick rundown, there's probably people that don't know how he tanked a whole fucking political party. There's probably people that have no idea. There's probably people that are not aware that he tanked that political party by telling a woman that he would not even rape her. Good times, good classic Sargon moments. And you know what? I bet Jim doesn't even own a suit, so I'll take that.
And getting the 80% of the Aryan women. You're not fixing the problem, because the problem is not the structural hurdles, or at least the ones you perceive as real structural hurdles. The problem is you.
Though the proximal justifications for their actions have been routinely demonstrated to be false, either because they are root misinterpretation or...
Yeah, I mean, like, we just went on a whole fucking insane tangent about, like, incels, and, like, that has... Because inherently Gamergate is filled with incels, allegedly, but it, like, literally was not. I mean, I can just attest there were a lot of women, and, I mean, it was a wild scene, man. That's all I'm saying. It was a wild scene. There's a lot of different types of fucking people in Gamergate. It took all fucking kinds, and this just inherent. We have to work from we have to operate from the understanding that Gamergate was filled with like men, just white men, just incel white men, or at best just incels. Maybe there were some curry cells in there too, just exclusively incels. And so like that's why we go on a rant for 20 minutes about incels, because we all, because this is the status quo. What is Gamergate? Incels. How do we relate to it? Incels. Is that relevant actually in the facts of what happened? No, not in the slightest, but incels, it's fine. That's what they say.
Even total fabrication by opportunistic ideologues, the sense of hurt, of violation and marginalization, the sense that their space is being invaded, isn't fake. The motivators are not true. Most all of the people who they have accused of ethical violations have proven to be exemplars. The Byzantine conspiracies have been exposed as flim-flam, but the sense of hurt...
Bro, how did we get to Byzantine fucking conspiracies?
...is real. And this is how Gamergate's base assumptions create a worldview that enables and justifies harassment and terrorism. It indoctrinates them to believe that they are under assault.
So this is like 8 years ago, and this is before... this is before this whole, like, alt-right pipeline shit. I said it, like, fucking 12 hours ago when I started looking at this. Like, these people never were able to critically analyze that it might have been people, like, policing speech and making everything fucking annoying that like drove people in another direction. Maybe it might not have been this worldview reinforcing terrorism. No, you guys might just be huge cunts. Like, it's literally that simple. There's like this whole fucking video essay that's like all super fucking intellectual, and at the end of the day, it's just, no, you guys were obnoxious cunts, and you still are. And there's a reason why this is the way they are, because you guys will not acknowledge that you're annoying cunts. And I mean, I guess neither will the right, but I don't know. I mean, I feel like I don't know. No one can. We're all doomed. Everyone's gonna die. Synecdoche.
Games don't need criticism. That criticism is unwelcome, inappropriate, misplaced, or useless. It tells them that everything is fine. It takes an authentic hurt and targets it at imaginary thieves. It takes vulnerable people with authentic pain and points them at women, at queer folk, at trans folk, and tells them,
yeah, we're at 2 a.m. now. It's the latest I think I've ever streamed. I am going to be done this stream soon. Sorry again to the super chat people. And new members and stuff. Thank you. I will be reading them tomorrow. I promise. Before we get into any of the chat, we'll go over all of that. So thank you, everybody. Apologies for going so late. I did start a little late. I had a whole thing with my landlord today, fixing a fucking toilet and everything. So that took a little while. I was going to start like 3 hours earlier. Did not work out that way. But, we're getting through it. I'm still good to go for at least the rest of this. Once again, yes, everything will be read tomorrow. So thank you. Sorry, it'll be a little out of date, but it'll be fun to reignite the conversation with new people, who didn't watch, and I can just be like, yeah, Hassan's fucking piece of shit. It's like, whoa, what the fuck? I just sat down. I thought we were gonna play Kingdom Hearts. What's going on?
Trying to take your stuff. Because the underlying motivations are ultimately the protection of an aggressive, isolationist status quo, any support becomes support in the service of those assumptions. It is support of a worldview where the marginalized are unwelcome unless they first obliterate themselves on the altar of the normal. It is a worldview that demands...
This is so overwrought, dude. They obliterate themselves on the altar of the normal. Why do you think people didn't like you? Oh! Like, the whole, like... Soy Jack, like, I drew myself as the Chad and you as the Soy Jack. Like, I listen, I am a left-wing person ultimately. At the end of the day, I still maintain that, but I'm like I'm one of the tolerant ones who's like able to engage with people that aren't as well, or are more left or whatever. It's fine. I don't know, like, I still view it as, like, the Republican, like, the fucking right-wingers are like, the Chad fucking, like, it's like, you're just being, like, whiny school, like, the annoying nerd in school. That's what this comes off as, this whole fucking video, and Hassan brings this element of, like, oh, bro, I'm so cool, but he's just a fucking grifter, so he doesn't even fucking count. He's just like a wolf in sheep's clothing. He's not even even a real fucking element of this. This fucking guy in his little video, though, this foldable human guy, just like, he is a pencil neck motherfucker. I say this as a left-winger. I say this as a fucking person who, once again, has watched The West Wing, like, 3 times. God damn it. The best fucking episode of television ever is the one that's just a live, fake televised debate between Jimmy Smits and Alan Alda in season 7 of The West Wing. It's great. And you know what? You know one of the reasons it's great? Because Alan Alda, the Republican, is a human being and not a monster. Because he's depicted as a human being with different ideas of how to run the fucking country. It's a wild scene. You would never imagine politics like that today. No, but like, yeah, it's hard to not look at this as just some pencil neck fucking dweeb, and the right wing people that he's theoretically talking about are just like the shut the fuck up nerd and giving him like fucking like swirlies. Like, this is ridiculous. He's like, the altar, obliterate yourselves on the altar of the normal. Oh, it's fucking shut up, nerd. Like, wow, I've never wanted to give someone a fucking wedgie like this. This is unbelievable. I agree with, I think, like, probably a lot of stuff with this guy, too. That's what's crazy. I don't even think we're that far off. But he's such a fucking dork ass in this video. Maybe he's better now. To his credit, Dan Olsen, I mean, even though he may have allegedly posted child porn to 8chan in order to implicate Gamergate, allegedly, I don't have the facts on that one. Allegedly, he might have done that. But even if that's the case, he may have gotten better as a content creator with time. People do like a lot of his videos now. They probably don't know that allegation about the Gamergate thing. Didn't bring that up in this video, by the way. He kind of swept over something that actually seems to reinforce that as an idea. That he's trying to pass across this idea of Gamergate is going to harass you by sending you, you know, images of children. And what is he accused of having done in order to make Gamergate look bad? Oh, right, I see. Didn't really bring it up beyond that. But this fucking video is just such pencil neck shit. Like, how is anyone supposed to fucking agree with this if you don't already agree with this? It's literally this, like, dork ass fucking, he looks like a pencil neck. He is like a fucking dork. This is such nerd shit, dude. I am the Hassan right now that's like, bro, you're a fucking loser, dude. But like, that's what this video is. It's this fucking loser, faux intellectual, neener, actually shit. It's like overly fucking preachy, overly purple prose, the altar of the normal. This whole fucking insane Byzantine Empire shit. Settle down, you fucking nerd. Why do you think people voted for Trump, you weird little man? Holy fuck.
Conformity and will aggressively shout down, harass, abuse, and exile those who resist. This is really just scratching the surface of all of this. As I said earlier, Gamergate is really a microcosm of larger societal issues, and as such, it reaches out and touches.
Which is why it is being
live Hassan reaction
relitigated now, and repackaged under a different format. But it's the same thinking. It's the same reactionary thing.
It's actually not at all, though. I mean, it's got very different elements. There was. I mean, the political nature at the start of Gamergate was somewhat woven into the thing, but it would have been, I think, pretty similar no matter what. Like, the journalism was bad. Most of the complaint was about the journalism and about Zoe Quinn fucking a bunch of people for good press. And this guy dropped this, like, article about it, this Me Too post, basically. But, of course, all these people, you know, categorized him as a piece of shit. They categorized him as the abusive one, you know, and it's like, you know, nowadays, if you tried to do that to somebody who comes out, a woman who comes out with a statement against a man like that read exactly the same way, you'd probably be my channel, actually. But, you know, yeah, no, I don't know. It started with... Yeah, journalism, and I mean, it started with bad journalism. Politics were part of it. Like I said, it was entwined with the rise of the SJW. Like, this sort of uprising was going to happen because they made it happen, because they were, like, so insufferably annoying that they had to just... And, like, people act like, oh, you know, you just couldn't be racist anymore, but... No, it was like this tone policing fucking shit where every joke that you made was... It's a lot less bad now, I'll give them that, you know, these kinds of people. They've eased up a lot. I mean, because they've basically won, and so everybody just doesn't make edgy jokes anymore, and if they do, they immediately apologize and say that it was a joke 5 times in a row, but, like, you know, like... Yeah, it was this whole tone policing, fucking any joke you made was normalizing harsh stereotypes that would get people killed and stuff like that. This just wild shit that, like, yeah, like, no fucking wonder. No fucking wonder this happened.
And repackaged under a different format, but it's the same thinking. It's the same reactionary thinking. It's just like, video games suck now. Not because of capitalism, not because all developers are being sucked under the same corporate umbrella, and not because they only care about increasing their profit margins for their shareholders that will never touch a video game or never care about the medium at all, but instead because women and black women and gay people and trans people.
I mean, yes, it's addressing a symptom and not the cause, but... Yeah, I mean, the new thing now, like I'm saying before, it was inherently a bit political. The new Gamergate is pretty specifically political. It's not like it was. I mean, like, I recognize in my own way, looking at the, you know, the Sweet Baby thing, that they're essentially like a company of weirdo vultures that have no fucking right to do any of what they're doing, that just get hired to pick apart like a narrative or even just random elements of game design, and none of these people have any fucking credentials to like, you know, warrant this level of shit. At least not the main people that run the company. They don't have any credentials. So like there's an element of that, like this weird anti-creativity. Why are we supposed to be behind this company that's like, you know, I mean, removing all the politics from it. Again, it's just a strange company that you hire to be like, to come in and change the thing you made. Like, I had a game that I made and it was this, and then they showed up and said to like change the combat system. Like, over and above I don't even give a shit that much about the politics. If you remember the stream I did about the Sweet Baby stuff, I was resoundingly just like, this is bad on a level of like creative freedom more than they're making the frogs woke or whatever the fuck. Yeah, you know, it was that was like a side thing. It was that this company and people were all on board with it because of the wokeness angle, because they're diversity readers. They're gonna make everything more inclusive. But like ultimately it was just like people that are like, yeah, you should change this and fix this. And like, who are you to fucking tell the designers that? Let them make their game poorly and then like learn from their own mistakes, you know? I don't know. So it is a very different thing. If him acting like that Gamergate 2 has like a whole bunch of the same foundations as the first one, not really. It's a pretty different scenario. I mean, it's similar in a lot of ways, but it's different in enough ways that I just don't think you can really compare the two that way. Like how they started, you know, why they started, like it's very different thing. If you are doing this shit where you lie, it's just conservatives conserving same talking points. Yeah, if you are just doing this shit where you misrepresent them, then like I guess their version of Gamergate can be whatever you want it to be, right? They stepped on the stairs, Muffin.
And it's really stupid, especially because there are phenomenal video games and phenomenal works of art that are actually transpositive, right? That are actually, that do feature people of color in a positive light and do a very good job.
They already existed, dude. I mean, maybe not the trans thing, because trans people didn't exist until 2015, but like... Reminder, chat, this is your final warning. I'm no longer telling you when things are a joke. You're going to have to, the training wheels are off. I'm done with this shit. I'm not gonna do the whole, it's a joke, people. You're gonna have to fucking figure it out for yourself. And if you can't figure it out, then suffer. Suffer. Suffer, the little children! Yeah, so anyway, trans people didn't exist until 2015, and so, yeah, maybe there weren't games like that at that point in time, but there were already good, I mean, like, even, you know, I know he's a gang member, but even, like, Carl from GTA San Andreas is fundamentally a fairly good man, at least in the story, you know, gameplay-wise, he kills fucking thousands of people, but, like, you know, story-wise, you know, that's an example, maybe not the best role model, but then you got, like, I don't know, Barrett, there's other examples that always existed, like... You know, the classic Jade from Beyond Good and Evil as like a female in gaming, females into games. Who do you want to lay? That kind of thing. Like they always existed. It's like it's not like they suddenly exist now just because a bunch of people were really loud and annoying. There's more of them now, and that's cool. It's just a lot of them suck. I mean, like I would really be happy with a game that was I guess Celeste I never played much of Celeste. Admittedly, it's a little too, like, hard, you know, for me. It's just too much, like, I don't know. I never liked Meat Boy. That whole type of, like, twitchy platformer kind of thing is not my jam. Would Celeste count as, like, a trans allegory game that's, like... I don't know if it is that, necessarily, but I know that the creator is trans, and I've heard that there's some... angle of that, which, like, some people had a problem with, and, I mean, if that's just a video game where you're jumping around and, like, I've played it a bit, it's a fun game, I mean, up to a point, it's, like, it's got good controls and stuff, it's got good music, that one song that everybody uses in video essays, so, like, you know, if that's an example, maybe, of, like, one that's, like, not just, like, a walking simulator or some kind of depression quest shit, then that's awesome. I don't know if that necessarily counts. I'll take a look at chat here. Good God, I need to sleep. Let's see. Oh, Celeste Creator is a creep. Listen, man, I don't know. I can't keep on top of everything. They made Carl Johnson woke. Kuja from FF9. Let me see here. Bridget. Well, Bridget was like a trap, right? Yeah, I really would like to see. There's probably videos that exist, but maybe one of them exists that isn't preachy and annoying about the whole trap thing, because that's an interesting like socio whatever thing to discuss, isn't it? The era of society where 4chan turned themselves trans. and they called it traps or whatever, and they were like, what if I be the little girl and you can, like, this weird like kind of role play, and they did, and it was, yeah, I don't know, and it seems to have, I don't know exactly. I'd like to see somebody anthropologize that shit and figure it out. Sort down the fucking 4chan posts that trap originates to, and like find out where did that all come from? Where did that all go, Cotton Eye Joe?
With the writing of said characters, you are just not able to recognize that already happens in the video games you like and enjoy. Baldur's Gate 3 is a perfect example of this. Red Dead Redemption 2 is another great example.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand this. This is stuff that like was coming out after Gamergate. There's examples of games that are good, sure. Yeah, and I mean, like Baldur's Gate 3, people had a problem with there being like, I don't know, it's not. I get it. I was made to understand the Warhammer thing with the female custodies is like not something that should happen. It's like in the Wheel of Time show when they claim that the dragon... I was right to assume that that's kind of what it sounded like it was when I first heard of that. I'm like, that sounds like the Wheel of Time show when they claimed that a woman could be the dragon reborn, which is fucking stupid. And like, yeah, that's fucking stupid. It sounds like it's fucking stupid in Warhammer, but they've now made that change. But like in like Baldur's Gate, I don't know if there's like specific lore that says that dwarfs can't be black women, but like, I gotta be real, I don't think I care. I know that's like the who gives a shit, bro, but like, I guess I'm just not enough. Maybe I'm not enough into fucking Forgotten Realms. Maybe I don't know. Maybe. But like, it also is just like, I don't know. Like D&D is inherently a setting where it's like you can just do whatever you fucking want in D&D. So who gives a shit that there's like representation in Baldur's Gate 3. Oh my god, all my emotions, and and I hate to be like, bro, it's a fantasy game, but it's Dungeons and Dragons. People make all sorts of insane nonsense characters. You should be happy that there's not more fucked up insane nonsense going on. You should be happy there's not just furry sex yiffing in the middle of the fucking main quest. That it's not a proper representation of tabletop until there's some shit like that, from what I understand. Baldur's Gate 3 is an example of a good game that has like some social stuff in it. People didn't like a lot of it, because now it's been, because like, and people are so tunnel visioned on this. I get people in chat that are like, well, what about this thing? And I'm like, okay, but that wouldn't have happened. People wouldn't be this way if it wasn't for this whole scenario where there's like fucking, where these smug leftists just neener their fingers at you, finger wag at you, which is exactly what Hassan claimed that they, you're people aren't doing. It's like he said earlier on specifically that's, you shouldn't do that. Like, that is what they've been doing for like a fucking decade, and people wouldn't be so radicalized to... it's like when I did my stream about Pronouns Guy, and people were actually getting like upset that I was saying that he was transphobic. Because he is. He's obviously transphobic, and I don't know why that's like a concern to say that. He knows it. I know it. Everyone who agrees with him knows it. Everyone... I even mentioned this earlier talking about Noah fucking Samson. Everyone who knows what your point is knows that you are transphobic, dude. And like, you can be. I'm not saying end your career over this. I'm just saying you are. So like, can we just say that you are? Like, can we not Can we not lie about that? And why do people have a problem with that? Well, it's because a lot of stupid fucking retards on Twitter fucking sat in the soup, and they ruin things for everyone. And they came along and they went and they decided that, you know, that every single fucking thing that everyone says is transphobic, and that not respecting Chris Chan is transphobic, Chris Tran, and not respecting fucking, you know, like Jessica Yaniv in little girls' bathrooms is transphobic, and how dare you speak of it because that's what the right talks about. Don't worry about the fact that they're actually correct about it in his case. I'm not giving the guy who literally did just transition so he could prey on little girls' periods in bathrooms. I'm not giving him the fucking time of day with that shit. I'm sorry. Go fuck yourself. No, like, yeah, I mean, why do you think it's this way? 'Cause everyone needed to be fucking super cool. Everyone needed to be super cool and smug, and no one could ever be wrong. That's why it is this way. We all, you know, it's not the left's fault, especially. It's everybody's fault. I have made a point before, and I get heated watching this because we're exclusively watching lefties tonight. I promise soon we'll look at some more pronouns guy people. That'll be great. That'll be awesome. Maybe we'll even watch Synthetic Man finally, because maybe it doesn't matter if he thinks he's trolling. Maybe it's one of those. But, you know, it's easy to get tunnel vision watching this. No, it is everyone. I usually do make the point. You know, I'm not me when I'm hungry. I haven't had a Snickers. I usually do try to make the point of everybody does this shit regardless of ideology. It's just that it's so common with these people now. These smug fucks. You know, but you did get it back in the day with the right. You absolutely did. You got the smug, like, you know, religious ladies or whatever. It was the same shit. It was a different day. They all use the same fucking tactics. It's always the same shit. So, you know, no, it's not the left's fault. It's not the right. It's just, it hits harder because I am actually, I am a cringe left-winger. And, you know, to some extent. I don't know, that feels like it's changing every day, man. It's getting harder and harder. For 10 years now, I have been tried like a fucking, like molten fucking lava. Like, it has hardened me, but I still do consider myself, you know, ultimately that way. It's just real fucking difficult with people like this. So it's, you know, I take it more personally when I see shit like this. When I look at like crazy right-wingers, I'm like, okay, well, this doesn't affect me. This doesn't represent my views in any way, and it's just kind of funny to laugh at. Like, it's not, you know, I'm also in the demographic where I'm not being, like, you know, targeted for violence by any kind of Nazi kind of shit, you know? So it's like, I'm able to just look at a crazy right-wing video and be like, oh, haha, this is funny, and not feel any other kind of way about it, you know? So, like, and meanwhile, people like this fucking enrage me, because it's like, dude, you've ruined everything. You've fucking ruined all the credibility that every person like you has ever fucking had. Good job.
Of this.
These are you weaselly little liar, dude.
Cyberpunk is another great example of this. These are all video games that gamers enjoy, so you don't hear a lot of anger and resentment towards them. Obviously, Cyberpunk, there is a lot of valid anger and resentment towards the way that it was released, of course. I'm talking about Cyberpunk now. But that's the issue. You pick and choose. You pick and choose what you're angry at, because you didn't enjoy it. And in some instances, you actually end up, depending on how much anger and resentment exists in the ether, you end up targeting games that are objectively successful, that are beloved, award-winning video games that are consumed by a shit ton of people and are enjoyed.
Well, you've also emboldened actual racists. I mean, like, that's the thing, too. When I say the left drove people away, it drove me away. It made me very happy. I was doing, like, we are the champions the night that Trump got elected, and my dad was not happy at all with that scenario. Let me tell you. I was happy when Trump got elected, because you fucking people made me have to be, you know? And, like, it's like, you know, if that had gone further, I could have been at fucking January 6th. Anything could have fucking happened, dude. You know, these people have irresponsibly, with their insane rhetoric, driven people further and further away to extremes. They have radicalized people. It's so easy to blame fucking, like, I don't know, what is blamed for, like, the alt-right pipeline? Again, I think it's like 4chan. Well, 4chan is alt-right, right? So, no, it's PewDiePie. It's not, you know, PewDiePie. You know, he's gonna get you in the alt-right pipeline, right? He's gonna get you in the pipeline. Are you sure it's not just, you know, you guys making it so unfucking, like, desirable to be around you? I don't know. You might have just driven away a lot of people with your fucking your antics. Maybe.
By a shit ton of people. Like Spider-Man 2 or Alan Wake 2. These are both great games that this company worked on. And these guys...
Yeah, this company worked on, and Spider-Man 2 was annoyingly woke at moments, if we're being fucking honest with ourselves. There was a lot of shit in that game that was pretty obvious what it was trying to do. Alan Wake, though, I haven't played it, but I know it's actually, you know, really good. I think it's apparently a lot better than Spider-Man as well. I feel so bad having spent money on Spider-Man. Not even because of this, just like it was just so underwhelming. It's just like, whatever. It's just another Spider-Man game. I don't know what I was expecting. I mean, I guess I got what I wanted. Like, I can't complain, but it was like, man, going from playing... That was around the same time I was playing Baldur's Gate 3. You go from BG3 to fucking Spider-Man 2. God, like, oh man, what am I gonna do next? Punch a guy and swing a web? I mean, I guess it's a Spider-Man game. That's what you want, right? But, like, man... Not very mechanically interesting, you know, in that year with a lot of other games coming out.
Still try to make it seem like these games were actually shit, right?
Oh yeah, no.
God of War Ragnarok.
It is the least of the problems, really. The, like, deaf girl being a little on the nose, you know, the whole mission with... Well, the blind lady thing was fine. That's Spider-Man helping out a friendly person in the neighborhood. I don't mind that. That didn't feel forced. It's a very fine line for me. It's hard for me to explain, like, exactly what it is. I think it was the deaf girl getting, like, extended scenes in the main plot. Like, she would phone in to Miles, and it would be text-to-speech. It's like, dude, I get it. She's deaf. She doesn't need to fucking phone in text-to-speech. Like, why did you make that? Like... I know deaf people exist. I don't know. I don't need to have to see them. You know, like, come
Another
on.
one. It's just like, you're so silly for...
I don't have to hear them.
For getting mad at something, and society is past you at that point, okay? If you're getting mad at, like, some of the only AAA titles that are actually solid, okay?
Yeah, that is the point. That is one argument that I do have to agree with. Unfortunate Hassan W. Because Alan Wake 2 is, to my understanding, one of the better I mean, there's a lot of good AAA games last year, but there's a lot of shit, too. And so when something comes out that is as good as Alan Wake 2 apparently is, and it's getting, like, free updates, and I can't speak to that, but I mostly really enjoy Control. It's got some fucking problems, too, but it's mostly a pretty good game. So, you know, Remedy, good company. I'm sure Alan Wake 2 is good. I'm certain that it is, and I'm sure that when I play it, I will enjoy it, even in spite of all of this. I have a very, very strong suspicion of that, because I've seen a lot of things that look really interesting from it. But, yeah, no, it's hard for me to, you know, it's like, yeah, it's hard for me to be on the side of these people that are complaining about Alan Wake 2, a game that seems like the least of the fucking... It's like... This is the problem with Gamergate, too. You want to make arguments against this current Gamergate thing that's happening and, like, Sweet Baby, and it's not really still happening, but people are probably still hashtagging about it. I don't know. This is from, like, a month ago, and it was more relevant, but it's still a thing that's happening in the culture war, you know? And, like, if they had to make it culture war. That's the problem. There's something that could have been done. The gamers could have risen up. And people joke about that, but they really could have. Buying power, consumer fucking, like, whatever. People on Twitter, you know, making fucking hashtag campaigns does make a difference sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. And they could have maybe made some kind of a difference with, like, you know, games as a service shit. You know, something. Games releasing unfinished. All of the real problems. I mean, like... Yeah, is it a little weird that they, like, replaced a lady in Alan Wake 2 because she was white and now she's a black instead. I guess it is. I mean, it is a little strange. That's a little weird. That is just a race swap. That's just, we replaced you because you're the wrong race. Like, that is weird. It's weird on a level like that. I feel like you have to kind of look at and be like, yeah, that's a little strange. And there's other stuff too, but like, I don't know, is Sweet Baby the biggest? No, they're not the biggest fucking problem in the industry. It's hard to be on these people's side. Yeah, are they a problem? Oh, sure. I agree that they are. They are a problem. And they're like a bunch of fucking hack fraud grifters. But like they're not as bad as like fucking I don't know, Tencent. You know, there's a lot of take the fight to mobile games. Take the fight to the Google Play Store. Well, you can't, because that's not part of the culture war, so nobody's going to give a shit. We've become completely apathetic to anything other than the culture war. So that everything else is able to, you know, they're able to swoop at us from every other side. We aren't looking when they come at us with other shit. You know, everything that's not culture war shit, we're blind to. You're going to steal your TV next.
Carry that torch, that old school torch of like playing or creating fun narratives that are playable and enjoyable.
We are nearly done with Hassan, chat member. It's almost over.
I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, he's actually making good points now. It's so late in the night that Hassan has actually started making sense. But it's true. I mean, like, yeah, when you get down to it, it's like, yeah, I mean, Sweet Baby sucks. Sure, I agree. I think they're morally reprehensible on a lot of levels. Are they worse than like games as a service? No, I don't think so. No, if only Gamergate 2 had stood against the real evil, but the culture war is all consuming, you know.
You're in the wrong. Another example of this basically was the people getting mad at Yakuza without ever playing the franchise or understanding.
Oh yeah, Infinite Wealth 8, right? My favorite.
It. Yakuza had a woke pro-trans. Yakuza had pro-trans representation in like 2005. Okay, what the hell are you talking about? And
okay, Hassan. I don't know what he's talking about in 2005. Maybe there was like an Okama bar that was slightly positive. Maybe. I hate to break it to you, buddy. And maybe all of chat. I really hate to break it to you. Really hate to... Oh, okay. Go. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Is he talking about... Is it Gorimo? It's not Gorimo. It's like Goromi or something, I think, yeah. I don't think that's what he's talking about, though. That was in Kiwami, wasn't it? I don't know what he's talking about. That would have been the first game. But I hate to break it to you, Hassan. I hate to break it to all of chat, maybe. I think it was Yakuza 4. Was the... Or it might have been 3. It was either 3 or 4. Was the game that specifically had some... kind of some fucked shit, where it's just like a trans woman, and it's just Kiryu going, "You are ugly," and just like saying a bunch of things that, you know, don't land so well these days. So I hate to break it to you, King, but Infinite Wealth 8 is the problem child of a long line of colonial hate.
The one
I don't know what to tell you, man.
The game was like the one aspect, one of the subplots that was anti-trans, even though there were pro-trans representation in the fucking video game. Just enjoy the goddamn game. Why does that upset you so much? Like, the reason why Ichiban Kasuga and Kazuma Kiryu, the two...
Oh my god, are we gonna get... Hang on, we're gonna get a lesson. Hang on. We're gonna get a lesson from our man here. Oh shit, I turned off the music. God damn it, I turned it off. I turned off the volume. Fuck. It's fine. It's fine. Alright, tell us the secrets. Tell us the secrets, Hassan no Oni-san.
Like, the reason why Ichiban Kasuga and Kazuma Kiryu, the two main characters, all the way from Yakuza 1, Yakuza 0, all the way to Yakuza 8, are so good and so beloved by those who actually enjoy the franchise and aren't just like looking at it from the outside without ever touching it is because they
hate trans people.
Incredibly, impossibly nice. They are showcasing masculinity in a positive way. That's literally it. Like, Kasuga
this is some retard sage wisdom, boys.
is an impossibly nice person.
I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong right now. He's doing the thing where he has to reel you in with some stuff that's true. It's like Nazis. They get you in there with stuff that's not entirely insane, and then they hit you with like the Xenu spaghetti monster Ubermensch shit, you know? Like, again, Scientology. Oh, I have fucking, I forget the name of it. Phaetons? I have stuff in my brain that makes, my emotional, I'll get, fucking, what is it? They call it an audit or something. I'll get a Scientology, fucking exam that they do, you know? He's doing that fucking thing that they do where they gotta reel you in with stuff that's not totally insane. So yeah, no, it's true. Yakuza is a good example of masculinity. That's a fair point, Hassan. What do you know about that?
Okay? A himbo, if you will. Someone who is very understanding of other people's plights.
Is this how he views himself?
That's it.
This is how he views himself. That's it, everyone. That's it, everyone. That's it, everyone. I can't believe you tried to make it a Yakuza thing at the end. That's disgusting to me. That is fucking disgusting to me. No, I mean, it's true to an extent, but it's him saying it, and he's not exactly the walking picture of fucking Kazuma Kiryu or anything, you know? Somebody who acts like he's got some kind of fucking, I don't know, some kind of convictions, but he's kind of just full of shit. He's just a big-time grifter. He's fake Kiryu, maybe. I don't even think that he'd be that, really. I mean, maybe. I think he'd get, like, a side quest where Kiryu points at him and he goes, like, you need to learn the value of friendship or something, you know, one of those, you know, and the sad music plays, you know, oh, the true Gamergate was incels all along. Well, thank you, everybody. Again, thank you to all the super chats. I appreciate it to everyone. There's a lot of them. It's going back 7-8 hours now. Jesus Christ. Thank you to everybody. I'm sorry that a lot of people are not going to be here for it. Tomorrow I will read all of them. Thank you. Sorry, it's very late. I do need to try to eat something, I guess, and probably order something. I don't know, and get some fucking sleep. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Take it easy and go fuck yourself. Eat a dick, penis. I'm right about everything and you're wrong. You're a piece of shit and you just a fucking weaselly little fucking liar, dude. You're such a weaselly little liar, dude. You're such a